once every week. However, I do not think they could have studied systematically and in great depth in that way. The most important component of his study in the Soviet Union was learning the basic viewpoints of Marxism and related knowledge in a comprehensive and systematic way. If he had never had the chance to study in any institution of higher learning before, his study at Sun Yat-sen University was a good opportunity for him to receive higher education, especially education in an advanced school of the Communist Party. Since he and his comrades studied and lived together with the Kuomintang members, who had come directly from China, they learned a lot about all the factions of the Kuomintang and even had a test of strength with some KMT right-wingers. That laid a more solid foundation both in theory and practice for Deng Xixian's revolutionary activities and struggle after his return to China. In his autobiography written and handed over to the party in Moscow, Father wrote, "When I worked in the party organization in Western Europe, I often felt that I was not competent enough. Vice was the cause for the mistakes I made from time to time. So I made up my mind long ago to come to Russia for study. I have felt even more strong that my study of communism was much too superficial. I therefore will spend all my time in Russia on my study until the day I leave this country so that I could have a fair of good understanding of communism." In that unalublook autobiography, this Vaughan communist who was just over 20 years old wrote further, "When I came to Moscow, I had already made up my mind to join my whole life to our party and our class more resolutely. Henceforth, I am ready to absolutely receive the party's training, obey the party's command, and always fight for the interests of the proletariat." The head was the oath made by Deng Xixian, the young fighter for communism. In the decades of revolutionary struggle since then, he has kept his oath. Among Father's schoolmates in Moscow, two people are worth mentioning. One is Chiang Ching-kuo, the son of Chiang Kai-shek. He was not in the same class with Father and was younger. He was not well known in the university. In the hometown of the October Revolution 109, the other is a young woman communist named Zhang Ziwang who was sent to Moscow from China for training. Zhang Ziwang, born in 1907, was just 19 years old. Her hometown was Liangxiang Town, Fangshan County, Hebei Province. Her father, Zhang Jinghai, once served as the chief of the Liangxing railway station and participated in the Great Strike of February 7, 1923. Zhang Ziwang used to be a student of the No. 2 Girl Normal School of Hilly Province. In 1924 she, as a KME member, participated in the student strike for the educational reform of that school. She joined the Communist Youth League there. She met Li Dazhao, Zhao Xiyan, and other party leaders after she came to Beijing in 1925. She joined the CPC in the same year and participated in the activities of the Communist Association for the convocation of a National Assembly. She was sent by the party to Moscow to study in Sun Yat-sen University probably in the second half of 1925. It was at the university that she and Father met and became very close. Zhang Ziwang appeared with over 20 fellow girl students in a group photo taken in a sanatorium on the outskirts of Moscow in 1926. In that photo, she looks dignified, pretty, and bright in her short hair. Standing together, she and other girls looked quite intimate. Yet who can tell from that photo that this girl was a young communist who had been much tempered in the revolutionary struggle? She sent that photo to her family in China. It was as late as 1978 that the Shanghai Longhua Revolutionary Cemetery obtained that precious photo from her kinsfolk. That is the only photo of Zhang Ziwang, whose short life ended when she was merely 24. The photo has now been laid straight in her tombstone in the Shanghai Longhua Revolutionary Cemetery. Father and Zhang Ziwang were nothing but schoolmates and comrades, in arms in Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow. They were not exactly in love yet. Nevertheless, it was in that university that they started their personal relationship. The course of study at Sun Yat-sen University was 2 years long. Father did not complete his studies. He was instructed to return to China to participate in the Great Revolution at the end of 1926. He studied at Sun Yat-sen University for less than 1 year. He embarked on the road home. After he had been away for 6 years, he was to return to his motherland, to the battlefields that were filled with the smoke of gunpowder. Oh, China, your sons have come back. Vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War. In 1926, the First Revolutionary Civil War rapidly developed. On March 12, 1925, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the great forerunner of the bourgeois democratic revolution, unfortunately passed away. His death was undoubtedly a tremendous loss to the vigorously developing democratic revolutionary movement. But the People's Revolutionary Movement was like an arrow on the bow and an erupting volcano. In July 1925, the Guangzhou National Government was established, with Wang Jingwei serving as the chairman, Liao Zongkai as the Minister of Finance, and a Russian named Vasily Konstantin Borodin as the advisor, so as to continue to exercise leadership over the Chinese revolutionary movement. At the same time, the army under the national government was reorganized into the National Revolutionary Army. After the reorganization, the army had party representatives and political departments. Zhou Enlai, Li Fukan, Lin Boku, and other communists all served as part representatives in various corps. The three great policies formulated by Dr. Sun Yat-sen were still carried out. After the victories in its eastern and southern expeditions, the National Revolutionary Army went on to consolidate the Guangdong Revolutionary Base area. In January 1926, after the Kuomintang had held its second National Congress, the conditions for the northern expedition were ripe. In Jove of the same year, the Guangzhou National Government, influenced, urged, and helped by the Communist Party, launched the northern expedition. After setting off from Guangdong, the National Revolutionary Army defeated the troops under the warlords Wu Paifo and Sun Chuanfang in less than 10 months. It fought all the way from Guangzhou to Fanxiegang, Nanjing, and Shanghai, and the revolution swept across half of China. Although the reactionary northern warlord government, which was supported by the imperialists, attempted to put up resistance and launch a counter-offensive, its scheme fell through and the reactionary rule of the northern warlords was on the verge of collapse. The northern expedition was an unprecedented revolutionary war against imperialism and feudalism. It was an earth-shaking people's war. It undermined the reactionary rule by the imperialists and the feudal warlords and launched the large-scale people's revolution. In northern China, in Xi'an, an ancient capital, Zhen, Feng Yuxiang joined the national revolution, thus changing forever the entrenched state of the various warlords in the north. Feng Yuxiang was born in Anhui. He joined the army in his early years and served as a brigade commander and then as a military governor in the Northern WR government. Impressed by the upsurge of the revolution, he began to incline toward the cause. Later he launched the Beijing coup. He reorganized his army into the National Army and established the pro-IIO vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War 111 Divisional Mixed Cabinet in Beijing, with his clique at the core. He also drove the last emperor of China and the imperial family of the Qing dynasty out of the Forbidden City. Then his army fought the army of the Fenshan warlord clique and occupied Tianjin, thus extending the area of control of the National Army in the north from Henan to the whole of Zhili. While in Beijing, Feng Yuxiang received support from the communist Li Dazhao. Under the influence of the Communist Party, Feng Yuxiang had patriotism and the revolutionary will. In May 1925, as arranged by the Communist Party, Feng Yuxiang went to the Soviet Union for a study tour. During his visit, General Feng was warmly welcomed by the Soviet government and people from all walks of life. The CPC Central Committee sent Lu Bojian, secretary of the Moscow branch of the CPC, to accompany him throughout the tour. With the help of the Communist International and the CPC, Feng Yuxiang gained a clear understanding of the Chinese Revolution and began to support Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three-creed policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers. Feng Yuxiang's experience in the Soviet Union had a great influence on his ideology. When Feng Yuxiang was in the Soviet Union, the Chinese domestic situation underwent many changes. With the support of Wu Peifu and Sun Chuanfeng of the Zhili warlord clique and Zhang Ziulin of the Fengtian warlord clique, the northern warlord government headed by Duan Kaiyue suppressed the masses of people in an attempt to stamp out the National Revolutionary Army and the revolutionary forces in the north. In view of the changes in China, Feng Yuxiang, accompanied by Lu Bojian, Yu Yuran, and Usmanov, an advisor sent by the Communist International, started the journey back home in August 1926. When Feng Yuxiang arrived in Shaanxi in mid-September, he was greeted with the news that the National Revolutionary Army had captured Hankou. On September 17, Feng Yuxiang held an oath-taking rally of his army in Weiyuan at which he declared that his troops would join the Kuomintang and vowed to eliminate the traitorous warlords and overthrow imperialism. After that, with the help of Lu Bojian and other communists, Feng Yuxiang began to reorganize his army. To increase his strength, he received from the Soviet Union military aid in the form of large quantities of weapons and materiel. At the same time, the CPC agreed to send more personnel to help his work in his army. After the oath-taking rally in Weiyuan, the CPC sent more than 200 members to work in Feng's army. Among them were Lu Bojian, Xian Ziafu, Chen Yanyan, and Deng Zixian. They were all fine, capable communists who were transferred from Moscow, the Whampoa Military Academy, and the Northern Bureau of the CPC. The party member Deng Zixian, who was then studying at Sun Yat-sen University, was among the first group of some 20 personnel sent to work in Feng Yuxiang's army. They set off from Moscow toward the end of 1926. They first traveled by train and then by truck from Udansk until they reached Kulun. 112. In Mongolia. After staying for a short period in Kulun, they set off again. owing to the truck's limited carrying capacity, they sent 3 people DENG Xixian and 2 League members ahead as an advance party with the trucks carrying the ammunition sent by the Soviet Union to Feng Yuxiang's army. There were 3 vehicles in all with Soviet drivers. It was only some 800 kilometers from Kulun to Baotou. It would have taken about an hour by air today. But at that time, it was very hard to find roads in the vast, sparsely populated wilderness and deserts. In the boundless wilderness, 3 Soviet trucks bumped along. When the passengers and drivers were hungry, they ate some solid food, and when they felt cold, they collected some dry cow dung for heating. The grassland of Mongolia at that time was absolutely different from the present-day grasslands of plentiful water, lush grass, and herds of cattle and sheep. Instead, it was a vast wasteland. Furthermore, it was midwinter, the ground was frozen and covered by snow and a piercingly cold wind prevailed. The journey was extremely difficult. There was no road in the wilderness. Sometimes they had to push the trucks along and could cover only a couple of kilometers a day. They at last came out of the wilderness, only to find that a desert was lying ahead. The desert conditions were even harsher than in the wilderness. There was no grass, no water, no trees, and no human beings. When the wind blew, they could hardly see the way ahead. The sand was burning hot under the sun. When night fell, they could see the stars sparkle in the sky, but below were no human beings but only a sea of sand. Although there was no road in the wilderness, the trucks could still move. But in the desert they could not. So they had to ride camels. After 8 days and nights, they at last walked out of this seemingly boundless sea of death. More than a month had passed before they arrived in Yinchuan of Ningxia in northwestern China. Father told us that for a month or more, none of them had washed their faces. After a rest for a short time in Yinchuan, they began to ride horses and travel day and night. At last they arrived in Shiyan in February 1927 by taking the road between Shaanxi and Gansu. Father once said that the more than 20 comrades were dressed in rags when they arrived in Shiyan after the journey from Moscow via the Mongolian grassland and the desert in northwestern China. Once Feng Yuxiang received these personnel sent by the Communist Party of China, almost everyone he saw was dressed in this way. As soon as Father arrived in Feng Tixiang's army, he met Lu Bojian, with whom he was very familiar because they had studied together in France. Of course, they were very happy about meeting again. Soon Wang Kongyun and Zhu Shaiheng, who came there together with Father as the advance party, were appointed chiefs of core political division, and Father was appointed director of the political department of the newly founded Sun Yat-sen military school in Shiyan. Vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War 113 Father recalled. The school was run by Yu Yuran, Commander-in-Chief of the National Revolutionary Army stationed in Shaanxi. Yu belonged to the left wing of the Kuomintang at that time. All the principal posts at the school were held by those sent by our party. The president of the school was party member Shi Kekshuan and the vice president was Comrade Li Lin who had returned from the Soviet Union. He concurrently served as the party secretary of the school. The school was set up after a very short period of preparations. Many of the trainees were party or youth league members. Apart from military training, the school mainly conducted political education and improved and developed party and league organizations. the main subject of political education was the revolution and Marxism, Leninism. In Xi'an, it was a red school, which became the base for the Weiwa uprising in Shaanxi in 1928. While in Xi'an, Father mainly did sihu work, and for a short time he also gave lectures at the party-run Sun Yat-sen College in Xi'an. He also attended some party and league meetings and rallies of the revolutionary masses in Xi'an. The atmosphere of Xi'an was permeated with mass revolution, so parades and rallies must have been held frequently. During this period, Father received his living expenses from Feng Yuxiang's army. For a military life, there was, of course, not much money. So those comrades sent by the party to the army often sought extra treats. Father told me that almost every week they would go to the drum tower area of Xi'an, where they would ask Shi Kaxuan, president of the military school, to give them a treat: pancake boiled with beef. He says that pancake boiled with beef was very good food at that time. Father and the other comrades worked in Feng Yuxiang's army for 3 to 4 months. By June, tremendous changes had taken place in the political situation of the First Revolutionary Civil War. On April 12, 1927, Chiang Kai-shek betrayed the revolution and launched the counter-revolutionary coup. After founding the Kuomintang, Dr. Sun Yat-sen put forward wisely the three great policies, one of which was cooperation with the Community Party. The first cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party resulted in the rapid development of the Great Revolution and the brilliant achievements of the Northern Expedition. But during the period of the First Revolutionary Civil War, there was always an acute struggle between the left and right wings of the Kuomintang, and within the Revolutionary United Front, there was an acute struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. Not long after Dr. Sun Yat-sen passed away in August 1925, Liao Zongkai, a staunch left-winger of the Kuomintang, a close comrade, in arms of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, and the Minister of Finance of the Guangxu National Government, was murdered in cold blood by the reactionaries. This was a sordid scheme by the counter-revolutionary forces to eliminate the left wing of the Kuomintang. ILF. After the May 30th movement of 1925, the struggle for leadership became increasingly acute between the advocates of revolution and counter-revolution and between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie within the Revolutionary United Front. While further mobilizing the masses of the people and expanding its organizations, the Communist Party of China launched a struggle against the right wing of the Kuomintang. At that time, the right wing of the Kuomintang had organized many counter-revolutionary organizations to oppose the three great policies: cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, and the left wing of the Kuomintang. Chiang Kai-shek of the new right-wing clique overtly accepted the will of Dr. Sun Yat-sen but covertly persisted in his anti-communist stand. He had been nurturing and expanding his own forces and carried out clandestine activities against the left wing of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party of China. To seize the revolutionary military power, Chiang Kai-shek first had to remove the Communist Party, the biggest obstacle to his scheme. In March 1926, Chiang Kai-shek engineered the Zhongshan warship incident. He ordered Li Hailong, then acting director of the Naval Bureau and a Communist Party member, to dispatch the Zhongshan warship to Wutempa Harbor, awaiting assignment. Then, after making a false charge that the Communist Party had plotted to wage a rebellion, he gave an order to arrest and detain Li Hailong and other communists in the National Revolutionary Army. Zhou Enlai questioned Chiang Kai-shek face to face, denouncing in strong terms his sabotage of the cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Feigning repentance, Chiang Kai-shek took further steps to attack and split the left wing of the Kuomintang. As the Northern Expedition unfolded, the CPC organized and launched many large-scale workers' strikes and workers' armed uprisings against imperialism and feudalism. It also organized the mighty peasant movements. These struggles effectively coordinated the Northern Expedition and promoted its victory. In the face of the growing revolutionary forces of the people, the imperialists dispatched troops to step up their intervention in China while drawing the right-wingers of the Kuomintang to their side. At the beginning of 1927, Chiang Kai-shek had secret consultations and collaborated with the pro-Japanese Indian warlord Zhang Ziaolin and, at the same time, openly asked for British and American aid and the support of Japan. After the National Revolutionary Army captured Nanchang, Chiang Kai-shek made Nanchang his base to expand his sphere of influence and increase his strength and opposed the decision to MAO the capital of the national government to Wuhan. Meanwhile, he mustered the counter-revolutionary forces in Jiangxi to sabotage and suppress the peasant revolutionary movement, slaughtering members of the peasant associations. Chiang Kai-shek was trying to attain his goal of dictatorship by taking advantage of the revolution, the right-wing capitulationist line within the vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War. 115 Communist Party of China, represented by Chen Duxiu, also jeopardized and obstructed the development of the revolution. Chen Duxiu was one of the principal founders of the Communist Party of China. He was held up as an exemplar in the new cultural movement. But after he became General Secretary of the Communist Party, he pursued an erroneous right-deviationist line, taking a passive attitude toward the Northern Expedition and making compromises with and concessions to the right wing of the Kuomintang. In December 1926, at a special meeting of the Central Committee in Wuhan, Chen Duxiu even made serious right-wing mistakes in order to take the predominant position on the committee. Because of these concessions, and with the instigation and support of imperialist and feudal forces, Chiang Kai-shek was reassured and emboldened and started his large-scale counter-revolutionary massacre in March 1927. Toward the end of March, Chiang Kai-shek first sent He Yingqian to disarm the 3 regiments of the National Revolutionary Army in Nanjing and then went on to attack the General Trade Union headquarters in Hangzhou, massacring the workers' leaders and the revolutionary workers. On April 12, Chiang Kai-shek completely disarmed 2,700 picketing workers in Shanghai, banned the activities of all trade unions, and arrested and shot leaders of the workers' movement and the revolutionary masses. On April 13, workers in Shanghai went on a general strike and held a mass rally attended by more than 10,000 people. Chiang Kai-shek sent troops to suppress them, killing over 100 workers and wounding many others. In just 3 days, more than 300 workers in Shanghai were killed, more than 500 others were arrested, and more than 5,000 workers were missing. On April 15, Chiang Kai-shek ordered Li Zhishan in Guangdong to engineer another massacre in Guangzhou and to arrest and shoot a large number of communists and worker activists. After that, large-scale slaughters of communists and the revolutionary masses were carried out in Nanjing, Wuxi, Ningbo, Hangzhou, Fuzhou, and other cities. Fine CPC leaders, such as Chen Yanyan, Zhao Xiyan, and others, died heroic deaths under the butcher knives of Chiang Kai-shek. At the same time, the warlord Zhang Ziwulin killed Li Dazhao, another CPC outstanding leader in Beijing, and other communists and left-wingers of the Kuomintang in the Beijing, Tianjin area. The counter-revolutionary crimes perpetrated by Chiang Kai-shek aroused great indignation among the revolutionary masses. Mao Zedong and other communists and left-wingers of the Kuomintang Deng Yanda, Sung Qingling, He Xiangning, and others signed a joint telegram to denounce Chiang Kai-shek. The Central Committee of the Kuomintang and the National Revolutionary Government in Wuhan also issued orders to denounce Chiang Kai-shek, expelled him from the Kuomintang, dismissed him from all his posts, and ordered his arrest. One trouble followed another. The year 1927 was the most tragic in the history of the Chinese revolutionary movement. In May of the counter-revolution, 116 ARV military officers in Jiangxi, killed many of the revolutionary masses. Xia Duyin, commander of the 14th Division in Wuhan, collaborated with the Sihuan warlord Yang Sen to betray the revolution and attack Wuhan. The reactionary officer Su Caxiang in Changsha betrayed the revolution and killed more than 100 people. In June, Su Caxiang slaughtered more than 1,000 people in Hunan. The reactionary officer He Jian in Wuhan declared a split with the Communist Party and arrested communists. On June 10, Wang Jingui, Sun Ke, Tan Yankai, and Feng Xiang held an anti-communist meeting in Zhengzhou. On July 15, Wang Jingui officially declared his break with the Communist Party and frenziedly slaughtered communists, progressive youths, and revolutionary workers and peasants in the Wuhan area. CPC organizations were seriously sabotaged, large numbers of outstanding party leaders were killed, and the ever-surging anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolutionary movement was bloodily suppressed as a result of the betrayal of the revolution and the large-scale massacre of communists and revolutionary masses by Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingui. Chiang Kai-shek gradually established a new warlord rule that prevailed against communism, democracy, and the people. The blood of the communists and the revolutionary workers and peasants reddened the rivers and mountains and land of China. The dynamic Creed Revolution ended in failure. In this hanged environment, Feng Yuxiang, who had participated in the revolution, transferred his allegiance to Chiang Kai-shek. On June 10, he attended the anti-communist meeting convened by Wang Jingui in Zhengzhou. On June 19, he ordered all the EIFs of the political divisions of his army to come to Kaifeng under the pretense of assembling for training. There he had the CPC member Shi Caxuan, president of the Sun Yat-sen military school, arrested and killed. Besides eliminating the communists in his army, Feng Yuxiang also imprisoned CPC members in a concentration camp in Kaifeng to carry out brainwashing. K. Arthur was then the director of the Political Department of the Sun Yat-sen military school. The startling domestic situation that arose after the April 14th incident had long been clear to him, and through direct contact with Liu Bojian, he was well informed. After he got the news about the assembling of all CPC members, he consulted with Liu Bojian, Shi Caxuan, and Li Lin, and they all agreed that Deng should go to Wuhan to look for the Central Committee instead of going to Kaifeng to receive training. Therefore, toward the end of June, Father left Shiyan and soon reached Wuhan via Zhengzhou. Although Ling Weixiong went over to the anti-communist movement waged by Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei, he turned out to have been influenced by progressive ideas. He showed mercy to most of the CPC members without killing them, and in the end he courteously sent away the more than Zhu Communist Party members, including Lu Bojian. Feng Weixiong abandoned the revolution, severed his ties with the Communist vicissitudes of the First Revolutionary Civil War 117th Party, and embarked on an uneven road in life. He suffered one setback after another, an experience that awakened him, and in the end he threw himself into the mighty torrent of the revolution of resistance against Japan. He joined hands once again with the Communist Party in the struggle against dictatorship. In September 1948, at the invitation of the Communist Party, he returned from abroad to take part in the preparations for a new political consultative conference. Unfortunately, he died on his way back when his ship caught fire. The life of General Feng Yuxiang was not peaceful, but it was extraordinary. He might have participated in building New China and made greater contributions to the people and the development of his motherland, but he died too early. His wife, Madame Li Dequan, carrying out his behest, devoted all her energy to the construction of New China. While she was serving as the Minister of Public Health of the Central People's Government, she treated people honestly and set an example of kindness and industriousness that left an unforgettable impression on others. Father once worked in Feng Yuxiang's army, so he was quite cordial and respectful to Madame Li Dequan. She died in Beijing in 1972 at the age of 76. Out of bloodbath. Between June and July 1927, Father arrived in Wuhan and reported to the Central Military Commission. Father then transferred his party member registration to the Central Committee and was assigned to work as a secretary of the Central Committee. The Secretary General of the Central Committee was Deng Zongxia. Zhou Enlai, whom Father had known in France, also came to then at this time to serve as a member of the Political Bureau and Director of the Military Department of the Central Committee. Father was mainly responsible for the safekeeping of the documents of the Central Committee and for liaison and confidential work. He was also responsible for taking notes at important meetings of the Central Committee and for drafting some of the less important documents. Father changed his name to XIAOPING, as required by the secret work. After Wang Jingwei betrayed the revolution, Wuhan, where the National Revolutionary Government was located, was in white terror, the terror created by large-scale massacre and arrest under the counter-revolutionary regime. The Communist Party was forced to go underground. The whole nation was in a state of double-tied terror. Many local party organizations were seriously sabotaged, and a large number of CPC members were slaughtered. The Central Committee lost contacts with most of the party organizations throughout the country. There was little work in the central organs because they maintained minimal contact with local party organizations. Father once told us that Chen Duxiu had planned to appoint 8 key political secretaries under the Secretary General. He did appoint Lu Bojian, Deng Xiaoping, and several others, but because of the change in the situation, there were still vacancies, and even those secretaries already named did not assume office. So under the Secretary General of the Central Committee, only Father took up his post. Father attended various meetings of the Central Committee in the Capac Ity of Secretary one meeting, to discuss the problems in Henan, was presided over by Chen Duxiu himself. Father had the impression of Chen Duxiu that he alone had the say. He presided over the meeting in a quite simple way. Not long after the meeting opened, Chen only said, "Lend to the tillers," and adjourned the meeting arbitrarily. After the meeting, Father was asked to draft a document addressed to the Henan Provincial Party Committee. Because Father worked in the Central Committee for just a short time and knew little about Henan and its problems, and because there was not much discussion at the meeting, the document he drafted contained about 300 characters only. After reading it, Deng Zongxia said that it was too simple and that it would be alright this time, but the next one should be longer. Chen Duxiu was a typical big intellectual, so the red tape style was quite prevalent at the time. S 118 out of bloodbath 119. Father was a new hand on the Central Committee. This left a deep impression on him. In mid-July, the Central Committee called a meeting of its political bureau. At the meeting, it was decided that Chen Duxiu was to be sent to the Communist International to discuss the problems of the Chinese Revolution, and that in China a 5-member standing committee of the political bureau was to be set up to exercise the functions and powers of the political bureau. The 5 members were Zhang Qiaotao, Zhou Enlai, Li Vihan, Li Lisan, and Zhang Tailai. Thereafter, Chen Duxiu no longer attended to party affairs. The shuffling of the party's central leadership was a turning point in the struggle to eliminate the right capitulationist line. In late July, the Central Committee decided to stage the Nanchang Uprising. Zhou Enlai, Li Lisan, Zhang Tailai, and Deng Zongxia all went to Nanchang. Li Vihan took up the post of Secretary General concurrently. Although Father had no chance to meet Li Vihan while studying in France, the name had long resounded in his ears, as Li had been one of the senior students there. Father continued to work under the leadership of Li Vihan and lived with him on the upper floor of a French merchant's building in Hankow. After the April 12th incident of 1927, the right wing of the Kuomintang, represented by Chiang Kai-shek, established the new warlord rule. They relied on the support of imperialists, feudal forces, and financial magnates to suppress and exploit the broad masses of workers and peasants ever more cruelly and to suppress the revolutionary forces. The Chinese Revolution was then at a low ebb, and the organizations of the Communist Party went underground with their activities. In the bloody White Terror, some people in the revolutionary ranks were killed or arrested, some wondered where to go, some were panic-stricken, some left the party and the revolutionary ranks, and some even went over to the counter-revolutionary camp. Persecuted by new warlords, the Chinese revolutionary forces suffered a great deal. By 1932, about 1 million people had been slaughtered by the counter-revolutionaries. Between January and August 1928 alone, more than 10,000 people lost their lives. The party organizations suffered serious damage. By the end of 1927, party membership had been reduced from more than 5,000 to some 1,000. But in those bloody and dark days, the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people were neither cowed nor conquered nor exterminated. They picked themselves up, wiped off the blood, buried their fallen comrades, and went into battle again. Although Chen Duxiu left the Central Committee, the new Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee did not stop working. On August 1, 1927, Zhou Enlai, Secretary of the Party Central Military Commission, and He Long, Yating, Zuda, and Lu Bachan led a historically important event, the Nanchang Uprising. This was the first shot fired at the 120 Kuomintang reactionaries by the Revolutionary Armed Forces led by the Communist Party of China. The Nanchang Uprising was staged when the White Terror prevailed and the Communists were surrounded by the powerful enemy. Although it ended in failure, it created a precedent for the seizure of political power by the proletariat armed forces. The Independent People's Armed Forces, led entirely by the Communist Party of China, emerged after this uprising. Not long after the Nanchang Uprising, on August 7, the Central Committee held an emergency meeting in Hankow. Chu Kai-wu-bai and Li Vihan presided, and participants resolutely corrected the right, capitulationist line followed by Chen Duxiu and established the general principles of agrarian revolution and armed resistance to the Kuomintang reactionaries. Meeting participants called on all party members and the people to continue their revolutionary struggle and decided to send experienced cadres to organize peasant uprisings in some major provinces and regions. The meeting elected the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee. On August 9, the Political Bureau meeting elected Chu Kai-wu-bai, Li Vihan, and Su Zhaozhen members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau, with Chu Kai-wu-bai serving as the principal leader. Although the August 7th meeting was characterized by an incorrect tendency toward encouraging adventurism and commandism, it did, at a critical moment, correct the mistakes of right, capitulationism, stabilize the situation, strengthen revolutionary conviction, and point the party toward the correct orientation to the revolution. So it was a meeting of undeniable historical significance. As a secretary of the Central Committee, Father attended the meeting as an observer. After the August 7th meeting, the Central Committee moved from Wuhan to Shanghai between late September and early October to avoid the grave situation in Wuhan and meet the needs of the developing revolutionary movement. Father also went to Shanghai. Bordering on the East China Sea, Shanghai is the largest city of China. Owing to its geographical location and easy communications, it had become the most important economic center of China at that time. National industry had begun to develop in Shanghai, as well as the beginnings of a hanking industry, and commercial and trading systems were relatively well developed. It was from Shanghai that large numbers of Chinese students left their motherland for France to study on work-study programs in the early 1920s. Since Shanghai had highly developed industry and commerce, the city was home to a great number of workers, many of whom had tempered themselves in the May 30th movement of 1919, the May 30th movement of 1925, and the successive revolutionary struggles against imperialism and feudalism. In 1926 and 1927, when the Northern Expedition achieved great momentum, the workers in Shanghai, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Out-of Bloodbath 121 China and under the direct command of Zhou Enlai, Luo Yunang, and Zhao Shiyan, launched 3 large-scale armed uprisings. With their flesh and blood, the workers in Shanghai opened the gate of Shanghai to the Northern Expeditionary Army. The workers and revolutionary masses in Shanghai had a high level of revolutionary awareness, rich experience in struggle, and a glorious revolutionary tradition. They were a major revolutionary force on which the party relied. As a birthplace of capitalism in China, Shanghai had become a base for the colonial aggression waged by the imperialists against China over the past 100 years. all the imperialist forces flocked together in Shanghai, making the city their sphere of influence. There were many foreign concessions and foreign police bureaus. Foreign troops, officials, merchants, and missionaries ruled and were Shanghai's first-class citizens at the time. On a warning board at the gate of a park was written, "No admittance for dogs and Chinese." Shanghai was a city of great resources where the bureaucrat, capitalists, assistants to foreigners, various forces of feudal secret societies, and elements of all political factions gathered. In the high buildings and large mansions lived the financial magnates, and roaming down below in the lanes were hooligans and local ruffians. These gentlemen and demons mingled and collaborated, forming a vast net that was hard to break. On the surface, they lived lives of luxury and dissipation in the sprawling, foreign-dominated metropolis, but in reality their Shanghai was a place of filth and mire with an extremely foul and rotten smell. Shanghai was once the revolutionary base of the Northern Expeditionary Army, but now it had become the sphere of influence of the reactionary new warlords. Large numbers of troops and police were there, and special agents rode roughshod. They searched for and arrested the revolutionaries everywhere and bought out traitors. Collaborating with foreign police, they suppressed the revolutionary people and the communists. People were arrested and killed almost every week. Shanghai was also a bloody battlefield where the White Terror prevailed. Chen Yanyan, Zhao Xiyan, and other noted communists were killed there in cold blood. Why did the Central Committee move from Wuhan to Shanghai? Precisely because of the special nature of the changing social environment in Shanghai, the committee was able to gain a firm foothold, set up its organs, and conduct work amid the various enemy factional activities and under the verve noses of the reactionary forces. Before and after the reshuffling of the Central Committee and its move to Shanghai, the party continued to organize armed uprisings while resuming party building. In September 1927, Mao Zedong was entrusted by the Central Committee to go to Hunan as its special representative to organize the world-renowned Autumn Harvest Uprising and to found the Wu-Ling-Ling, strong EST division of the EST Corps of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Revolutionary Army. 122. This army arrived in the Jinggan Mountains in the Jiangxi, Hunan border area in October and established there the first revolutionary base of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army. In the wake of the Autumn Harvest Uprising, the Communist Party of China launched the Qianhu Uprising, which shocked the world. The Nanchang Uprising, the Autumn Harvest Uprising, and the Qianhu Uprising dealt heavy blows to the Kuomintang reactionary forces and showed that the communists were not daunted. They had the heroic spirit and feared neither death nor hardships. They stood up and fought again and refused to give up before they achieved their aim. These three major uprisings marked the great beginning of the CPC's establishment of the Revolutionary Armed Forces under its own leadership, founding of the Red Army, and eventual seizure of political power by the Revolutionary Armed Forces. Somebody once told me that the Communist Party of China had only 50 members and not a single rifle or gun at the beginning, but in the short span of 28 years, it had a powerful army and seized political power. What great strength! The Communist Party of China is such a special party, in that it was nurtured by the Chinese nation, which had gone through all manner of hardships, and its laurel of victory was woven with the blood and lives of countless pioneers. Yes, the Chinese Communists are special people. They came from the laboring people, who suffered most, and they seized political power through heroic struggle and by arms. They emerged from bloodbath and marched fearlessly along the road toward even more arduous struggles. The 24-year-old Secretary General of the Central Committee. After the Central Committee moved to Shanghai, it had to work under the very pressing political conditions of the grave nationwide White Terror. Through various secret channels, the Central Committee rapidly relayed the guidelines of the August TTH meeting to the whole party and sent a number of people to Hunan, Hubei, and Guangdong to provide guidance to those working there. The Central Committee organized workers' and peasants' revolutionary uprisings in Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, launched a powerful counterattack against the frenzied slaughter and bloody suppression by the Kuomintang, and steered the revolution toward rural areas. In these military struggles, the Soviet banner was unfolded and the Chinese workers' and peasants' Red Army led by the PARTH was organized. In the areas under the rule of the new warlords of the Kuomintang, the Central Committee actively launched movements of workers, students, and women, set up secret trade unions and student associations, and organized workers' struggles in some urban areas. After moving to Shanghai, one of the major tasks of the Central Committee was the difficult organizational work of restoring, rectifying, and rebuilding party organizations and improving the chaotic situation caused by the grave White Terror. The Central Committee soon established a secret organizational system and secret working organs, set up a national secret liaison network, and published a secret party journal. In January 1928, the Central Committee decided that Zhou Enlai, a member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau, would take up the post of director of the Organization Bureau concurrently. From then on, he assumed important responsibilities for handling the day-to-day work of the Central Committee. In December 1927, not long after Father moved to Shanghai, he was appointed Secretary General of the Central Committee to assist Zhou Enlai and other committee leaders in handling routine affairs. Apart from attending various meetings of the Central Committee as either an observer or a participant, Father was also in charge of such affairs as documents, telegrams, secret liaison, Central Committee funds, and arranging meetings. Because Shanghai was in the firm grip of the Kuomintang, the comrades of the Central Committee were working in an extremely dangerous environment. They had to change their residences and names frequently, especially Zhou Enlai, who was then very important and famous. Sometimes he had to change his residence once a month or even every 2 weeks. In light of the requirements of their secret work, the leading comrades did not even know each other's addresses. But Father, as the Secretary General, had to know the addresses
123, 124,
and locations of all responsible comrades and secret organs of the Central Committee. He was the only person who knew all these top secrets. The Central Committee organs were mostly in the foreign concessions, and the leading bodies were mostly in the Central District in the International Settlement. At 4th Avenue in the downtown section of Shanghai, there was a Tianquan Theater, and a house with the number
447.
At the back of the theater was the secret organ of the Central Committee. The Shengli Hospital was on the ground floor, and upstairs Xiong Jinding and his wife, Zhu Duanshao, rented 3 rooms to use as the offices of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. Xiong Jinding disguised himself as a businessman from Hunan dealing in hand-woven cloth and yarn. By the gate was hung a plate that said Fuxing Firm. He was called Boss Yang. Between November 1928 and April 1931, almost all the meetings of the political bureau were held there. In 1990, I went to see the veteran revolutionary Zhu Duanshao. She was 82 then, but still full of spirit and able to walk in steady and firm steps. Mom Zhu told me, I came to Shanghai in the summer of 1928, and at that time I aimed to know your father. He was only 24 at the time. Our organ was in the international settlement. It had not been dissolved, and I and Boss Yang did not leave there until 1931, when Gu Shanjiang turned a traitor. Your father was the Sirtarv, general of the party's Central Committee. He often came to this office and stayed for half a day or at least 1 or 2 hours before leaving again. The meetings of the political bureau and its standing committee were all held there. Your father was responsible for the agenda. The first meeting would decide the date of the next. The standing committee had a few members, and the meeting of the political bureau was held in one room. When an enlarged meeting was held, 2 rooms were occupied sometimes. Your father often spoke at the meetings. There was one speech I still remember clearly. He opposed the idea of Li Listen, who advocated winning victory in one or several provinces first. Our father said that the Kuomintang had several million troops, but our party was organized without armed forces, so how could we defeat them with crudely made guns? At that time, the secretary was Yang Zongfa. He was a good for nothing. Our father and Comrade Zhou Enlai had been to France and the Soviet Union and knew a lot of things. I was a special secret messenger of the Central Committee organ, under the direct leadership of your father. The reports from various places and the Soviet areas were all written in invisible ink on paper or cloth, and he developed them in alum water. I copied them. They were top secrets and never went out of the doors of the political bureau. Boss Yang was the special accountant of the secretariat, also directly under your father. He also did odd jobs for the organ, boiling water and preparing meals for the comrades who came there to work or to attend meetings. He comrades of the Central Committee all liked the dishes he prepared. Comrade Zhou Enlai liked the meatball, and your father liked pepper. Your father has a good character and is amiable and easy of approach. He is 4 years older than I and calls me little sister. Our father loves talking and joking, but in a gentle way. The 24-year-old secretary, General, 25 at that time, the Imrats doing underground work had to dress up as wealthy men. They wore long gowns and ceremonial hats. Your father also dressed like that. Mom Zhu joined the party in Hunan. When she came to Shanghai to work on the organ of the Central Committee, she was only 20. Introduced by Zhou Enlai, both she and Boss Yang remained in the office, posing as a phony couple. Later, in August 1928, they really married. They invited 2 tables of guests, including Yang Zongfa and other leading comrades as well as my father. Boss Yang was more than 20 years older than Zhu. After leaving the Central Committee organ in Shanghai, the couple moved to the Soviet area in Hunan and Western Hubei and were once put in prison. After liberation, when Boss Yang was hospitalized in the Beijing hospital, father went to see him. Boss Yang died, but Zhu Duanshao is still alive. The great contributions of this revolutionary couple earned quite a name for them when they did underground work in Shanghai. In July
1991,
I visited the revolutionary veteran Huang Zhiren in the office of the All China Association of Industry and Commerce in Beijing. His original name was Huang Wenrong. He joined the party in
1926
and served as a division chief of the secretariat in Shanghai. When father was sent by the Central Committee to QNC in
1929,
he succeeded father as Secretary General of the Central Committee. He related many of the events at that time to me in detail. When I was in Wuhan, I served as the secretary of Chen Duxiu. When the Central Committee moved to Shanghai, I first worked in the office of the party journal Bolshevik and later in the office of the Central Committee at Yong'angli, Northern Sichuan Road. In
1928,
I was transferred to take up the post of division chief of the secretariat. I first came to know your father in
1928.
At that time, there was a two-story building with two sitting rooms at
700
Beidali, Tongfu Road, Shanghai, and that was an organ of the Central Committee. In fact, the organ handled the routine affairs of the Central Committee, and so we all called it the General Office of the Central Committee. Comrades in Lei and XIAOPING came there every day. Comrades of all departments and units under the Central Committee came for instructions. As Secretary General, Comrade XIAOPING handled administrative and technical matters. Such problems as asking for personnel, funds, and instructions and reporting on work were solved by Comrade Inlay on the spot, and problems that could not be solved or were important ones were submitted to the meeting of the Political Bureau for discussion and decision. Comrade Inlay was actually like a general manager and handled all the routine affairs. At that time, I worked in the office of the party journal and also went to him for instructions. I met comrades Inlay and XIAOPING there for the first time. They were very busy. There were so many people asking for instructions that sometimes they had to queue up outside. In
1929,
Comrade XIAOPING was to be transferred to QNC, and I was ready to take over his job. So I also attended some of the political bureau meetings held in the office of Boss Yang. During that 2 to 3 months, we had more contacts. The political bureau meetings were presided over by General Secretary Yang.
126
Zongfa. High meetings mainly discussed the topics decided upon in advance, including workers' movement, the international situation, the domestic situation, economic problems, the situation in the whole country as well as in local areas, tactics, countermeasures, guiding principles, and methods of work and struggle. All these were major problems. In every discussion, the leading comrade responsible for the work under discussion made a speech first and then others aired their ideas, opinions, or differing views. Each person's time on the floor was limited, and the speeches were short. Xiang Zongfa could speak a lot sometimes, but what he said was not to the point. The person who spoke most was Zhou Inlay. He knew more, did more work, and often prepared outlines for his speeches. The subjects he spoke about most were related to the work of the Soviet areas and military work. Comrade XIAOPING was the Secretary General responsible for keeping the minutes. He also spoke because as the Secretary General he had the right to speak and to raise questions, which was useful for him in handling the affairs decided upon by the political bureau meetings. He shouldered the big responsibility of linking the higher organs with the lower ones. As the Secretary General knew a lot and handled many affairs, his work had a direct bearing on the safety of the Central Committee. Although Comrade XIAOPING did not talk much, once he did, and it was rather weighty. Although he was a bit tacit, what he talked about was simple but meaningful and easy to understand. On the contrary, some people talked much but were unable to make themselves understood. After the meetings, the Secretary General was responsible for drafting and processing documents. The Secretary General was also in charge of the work of the Secretariat of the Central Committee. We can say that the Secretary General was responsible for everything and assumed big responsibilities. After the political bureau meetings, sometimes we dined with Boss Yang. The beef boiled in chicken soup prepared by Zhu Duanshao was our favorite. While eating, we all talked and laughed. Comrade XIAOPING also loved talking and laughing and sometimes was very jocular. He made a deep impression on me. He was very calm, prudent and amiable. I asked old Io Wang to give a brief account of the personnel and work of the Secretariat. PHE Secretariat had 5 sections: Clerical Section, Internal Liaison Section, External Liaison Section, Accounting Section, and Translation Section. PHE Clerical Section was responsible for cutting stencils, mimeographing, receiving and sending documents, distributing documents, and writing in invisible ink. IHA's aspects of work were very secret and done separately. IHE documents and minutes of meetings of the Central Committee were triplicated. One copy was kept by the Central Committee, another was sent to the Communist International in the Soviet Union, and the third one was sent by the special branch to the countryside for preservation. It was said that those copies sent to the countryside were well kept and all were retrieved after liberation. Some organs were discovered and documents were seized and kept in the archives of foreign police stations. After liberation, we recovered them. It was hard to keep the documents safe. In the clerical section, there was also a place for leading comrades of the Central Committee to the 24-year-old Secretary General
127
read documents. As soon as we received a document, the Secretary General was always the first to read it. The Internal Liaison Section was chiefly responsible for sending documents, some notices, and information to various sections and units. The tasks were very heavy. So long as the wives of the leading cadres were calm, bold, meticulous, and good at watching people's every mood and handling sudden emergencies, we often entrusted them with the work. The wives of all the leading cadres had done this job. The External Liaison Section was responsible for the liaison between the Central Committee in Shanghai and Shanxi, Manchuria, Hunan, Hubei, Guangdong, and Guangxi provinces. It was divided into southern, northern, and Yangtze River routes. Each route had branch routes. They formed a national liaison network to link up with the Central Committee in Shanghai. All the documents, cash, cadres, and other personnel who were coming and going had to be received by this network. We had liaison offices across the country under the cover of shops and restaurants where the underground messengers could live. Around the Soviet areas, there were many shops that functioned as liaison offices, as it was convenient to make contacts in the name of purchasing goods. Comrades who acted as underground messengers were carefully selected, as they had to be very firm and cool-headed and could do whatever was required. The internal and external liaison seemed an ordinary job, but it was hard and required techniques and responsibility. Each person had to rack his brains in doing anything. Documents might be hidden in books, cotton quilts, or thermos bottles. Some microphotos might be put into fountain pens. Other things might be put into pastry or cloth. The funds from the Soviet areas included paper money, bullion, and personal gold and silver ornaments. How to send them? They were put into bamboo shoulder poles or stuffed into fish stomachs to avoid discovery by the enemy. In a word, you had to think of many ways. The accounting section was staffed by Boss Young only. The place where he lived was the most secret and the safest. Only those with the prior approval of the political bureau could go there. That organ was under the direct administration of the Secretary General. Boss Young was responsible for managing party funds. The political bureau made the decisions, and Boss Young issued the funds. The political bureau designated some people to examine the expenditures. The bullions and personal ornaments and even the paper money sent in from the Soviet areas had to be converted into cash, but that could not be done in ordinary banks for fear of exposure. So we made use of the connections with John Nakey, who was then the vice chairman of the board of directors of Zhejiang Industrial Bank in Shanghai. He had good relations with Comrade Chen Yun, but he did not know we were communists. Comrade Chen Yun and I often invited him to amuse ourselves and seized the opportunity to ask him for help. He was very pleased to do so because his bank could collect some service charges. Although the translation section was a component of the Secretariat, it was, in fact, under the direct leadership of the political bureau. In February 1990, I visited another revolutionary of the older generation in Shanghai, Zhang Jian. He started working for the organs of the Central Com.
128.
Committee in
1928.
At the beginning, he worked in an organ at
135.
Yong'an and then was transferred to another organ at King Hefeng of the Fifth Avenue. Downstairs was a grocery that sold cigarettes, soap, and made teas. Old Zhang told me. This shop was opened by DENG XIAOPING. At that time, we opened many shops as over. Upstairs was the place where Li Vihan, then a member of the political bureau, lived. After Li was transferred to Jiangsu as secretary of its provincial party committee, he could not live in the organ of the Central Committee anymore and had to move to the house in the western district of Shanghai where the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee was located. So he and my wife were moved to this place. Several political bureau meetings were held in my place. Xiang Zongfa, Zhou Inlei, and Chu Kaiubai all attended the meetings, at which the problems in Zhejiang and Yunnan were discussed. We also received many other people who passed by. Zhou Inlei paid particular attention to confidential work. He insisted that women comrades wear their hair in a bun and wear embroidered shoes. People living in the office had to be a couple and were prohibited from talking about revolution. My office was under the administration of the Secretariat. He once worked in the clerical section. Old Zhang was later transferred to a confidential department. He said, when the political bureau held a meeting, Deng Xiaoping kept minutes. After he left, I took his place. Many of the leading comrades of the Central Committee came from Hunan. This made it very difficult for me to keep the minutes as I could not understand the Hunan dialect. Comrades who did underground work in Shanghai had to change their residences and meeting places frequently, and to escape the enemy's searches, the houses had to have exits in several surrounding lanes. father lived with Li W. Ihan for some time and spent half a year with Zhou Enlai and his wife. At that time, those who maintained the closest working and personal relations with father were, first, Zhou Enlai and his wife, and then Li Ihan. Because he was then working on the Central Committee, father also had many other connections with its leading comrades, such as Zhao Shiyan, Chen Yanyan, Li Suoxun, Deng Zongxia, Luo Inong, Chu Kaiubai, Quen Xianying, Su Zayskeng, Li Listen, Siu Shenzhong, and Xiang Zongfa. He was quite familiar with all of them. In his memoirs, La W. Sahan said that during the 6th National Congress held in 1928, I and Ru Bishi were instructed to stay in the office of the Central Committee. The Secretary General at the time was Deng Xiaoping. From April to September 1928, when the leading members of the new Central Committee returned, the meeting place was still the two upstairs rooms of the house at the back of the Tianquan Theater on 4th Avenue in Shanghai. This house was rented in the winter of 1927 or in early 1928 to be used secretly as the meeting place of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. The house was kept by Xiangjin the 24-year-old Secretary General 129 Ding and his wife Zhu Duanshao. Comrades coming to the meetings could go straight to the meeting room from a flight of stairs at Yunnan Road to the west of the Tianquan Theater. In the meeting room, there was a small desk under the window facing the west. It was by this desk that Xiaoping kept minutes of the meetings. This organ was never discovered by the enemy from its establishment until after the 4th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee held in January 1931. Later on, the Central Committee decided to discontinue the use of this house, probably only after Siu Shenzhong was arrested and turned traitor. Deng Xiaoping and I went to this old place to have a look on our way to Hangzhou in 1952 when Mao Zedong summoned us while he was presiding over the meeting to draft the Constitution of the People's Republic. At that time, I, Bishi, and Xiaoping met at 上午9点整 every day to handle routine matters, not at this place but on the upper floor of a shop just a block away. Among those present were also Xiang Jinding, chief of the Internal Liaison Section, and other leading cadres, such as Li Fukan, who was the leader of the Comrades of Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee, stayed behind and attended the meetings occasionally. Xinghao, the 6th National Congress was held in Moscow. Most of the leading comrades of the Central Committee went there. Those who stayed behind in Shanghai continued their work energetically. They waged the anti-Japanese movement and the struggle against selling out Shandong and Manchuria to Japan by the Kuomintang government in collusion with Britain and the United States. They stepped up their efforts to organize workers' movements in urban areas, develop the work in rural areas, and win over and destroy the enemy forces. They also wasted not a single minute in rectifying and expanding the party organizations and strengthening the party's underground work. Ideally in Shanghai, father worked all along in the organ of the Central Committee. As a cover, he disguised himself as an owner of a grocery and then an antique shop. As the Secretary General of the Central Committee, he knew very well all the locations of the committee's organs and its meeting places and times. He was quite familiar with all the roads, streets, and lanes, especially the zigzag lanes that extended in all directions and where the secret party organs were located. As most urban districts in Shanghai were foreign concessions, many streets and roads had foreign names, such as Peitan Road and Foch Road. What is interesting is that father can still remember the old names but is unable to match them with the new.
In 1991,
when father went to Shanghai, he drove around the city in the company of some comrades. Father was in high spirits and related something about their underground work in Shanghai before liberation. He said, "Why was there a road called Foch Road? Because this road was in the French concession. The road was named after Ferdinand Foch, a famous French general." Father mentioned the old names of some streets and asked the comrades from Shanghai what they were called now. The young local officials who accompanied him on the visit seemed to know very little about these things of the past and could only look at each other in blank dismay. Mom Zhang Ziwan. In the summer of
1989,
I went to visit Mom Lu Ying, a Red Army woman and the wife of Zhang Wenshen, in the summer resort of Baidahe not far from Beijing. Mom Lu Ying told me, "I knew your father very early."
In 1928,
when the Hunan Provincial Party Committee was sabotaged in the White Terror and its party secretary laid down his life, the party organization there sent her to Shanghai to eonteed the Central Committee. She arrived in Shanghai by going through numerous hardships. There she found Zhou Enlai and eonteed the Central Committee. Lu Ying was admitted into the party during the May 30th movement of
1925
on the recommendation of Li Vihan, who was then secretary of the Hunan Provincial Party Committee. After she arrived in Shanghai, Li Vihan asked her to stay in his home and disguise herself as his Yuzhen. Mom Lu Ying said, at that time, Zhou Enlai often went to Li Vihan's home, and at time he took comrade XIAOPING along. They held meetings at Li's home. At that time, the General Secretary of the Central Committee was Yang Zongfa. Chu Kaiubai, Li Listen, Zhou Enlai, and Li Vihan also worked on the Central Committee. Li Vihan was responsible for the work in Hunan. Mom Lu Ying told me with a smile, "That was how I came to know Comrade XIAOPING."
In 1928,
he was 24 and I was 23. We all liked joking, and we became familiar. I did not even ask about his job and simply called him XIAOPING. He was very lively and liked to talk and laugh. I remember that he was responsible for writing things, a very easygoing person. But in our eyes, father is introverted and talks little, is kind but very serious. But he does talk loudly, sometimes with hearty laughter, even he meets his old comrades and friends. It is very hard for us to imagine the lively, cheerful, and talkative young Deng Xiaoping. I assume that there are veritable reasons for his cheerfulness. One was that after he arrived in Shanghai, the party's effort was restored, and the other was that he married in the spring of
1928.
In chapter
21,
he mentioned Zhang Ziwan, one of father's schoolmates in Moscow. She was a 19-year-old communist coming directly from China, and he was a year-old Chinese communist coming to study in Moscow from France. They were not in the same class, but they quickly became acquaintances, leaving on each other a very good impression. But at that time, their tasks were to study attentively and fight against the right wing of the Kuomintang. They remained no more than schoolmates, with no love developing between them.
In 1927,
not long after father moved from Shiyan to Wuhan to take up the post of Secretary General of the Central Committee, he met, to his astonishment, Zhang Ziwan, who had just returned from Moscow. She returned via
130
Momjong-Z1
131
Mongolia around August or September
1927
After her return, she led a railway workers' strike in Beijing. All the preparations for the strike were made at her home, as even her 8-year-old brother remembered. After the strike, Zhang Ziwang went to Wuhan, where she worked in the secretariat of the Central Committee. When father met his old schoolmate, he must have been very happy. Not long afterwards, the Central Committee moved from Wuhan to Shanghai. Father went to Shanghai, and so did Zhang Ziwang, who worked in the secretariat under father's leadership. Not long after New Year's Day
1928
father and Zhang Ziwang married. Father was less than 24, while Zhang Ziwang was about 22. To elaborate the wedding, the leading imrats of the Central Committee gave a special dinner party in a Sichuan restaurant Yuzhufeng Yuan, in Quanxi Zonglu, Shanghai. Present were Zhou Yinlei, Deng Yinchao, Li Vihan, Wang Ruofei, and most of the other imrats working in the Central Committee, totaling more than 30. Zheng Kaolin, who attended the dinner party, told me, at that time, the situation in Shanghai was not very tense, so a dinner party ought be given. The dinner parties were given in elaboration of the weddings of several Leopolds working on the Central Committee. Zheng Kaolin was over 91 when he was telling me this, but he ought still remember very clearly. Zhang Ziwang was very pretty, not very tall. She was a student of Beijing No. 2 Normal School. Together with Li Pizi, she took part in a student strike. She also did serious work in Wuhan. Zhang Ziwang had many friends, and some of them also courted her, but in the end she married your father. Later on, when I lived in the home of Wang Shaoxing, your father often took Zhang Ziwang to visit Wang because he had known Wang in the Northwestern Army. So he often met them. The old revolutionary Zhu Yuqian also told me. While in Shanghai, my husband Huo Buqing worked in the Central Military Commission, and I also worked in the Commission's office. At that time, I and my husband, your father and Zhang Ziwang, Zhou Yinlei, and Deng Yinchao were in the same party group. We held group meetings once every week and often changed the meeting place. We mainly met to study. Your father was a very good and capable cadre. Zhang Ziwang was a Beijinger, speaking in pure Beijing dialect. I still remember her look. She was about your height, pretty, with a fair and clear face, delicately made and gentle and soft. She spoke gently and softly and had a good affection for your father. When I saw Zhu Yuqian in
1990
she was 81. Born in
1909
she was only 19, 3 years younger than Zhang Ziwang, in
1928
when she was in the same party group with Lather. Anil Zhou was just over 30, while Mom Deng was of the same age as father, also 24. Their average age
132
was only a little over 20. What a young party group! But it was a mature, firm, and lively party group. Mom Zhu Duansha also told me. Of course, I knew Zhang Ziwan. She came to our office, and we got along very well. She had a good temperament and was pretty, lively, just like me, frank and straightforward. She was tender, very lovely, and very kind to others. We were of the same age at the time, and so we had a lot of things in common to talk about. At the time when we did underground work, we disguised ourselves as the moneyed people, wearing clothes, fitting guns and high-heeled shoes, with hair cut short. Comrade Inlay and your father also wore long gowns and doctor's hats. Father and Zhang Ziwang once lived for more than half a year with Zhou Inlay and Deng Yingchao in a house in the international settlement. Uncle Zhou and Mom Deng lived on the upper floor, and Father and Zhang Ziwang on the ground floor. Mom Deng once said that they often heard Father and Zhang Ziwang talking and laughing downstairs. I asked Father about that, and he said, we were all young people at the time, and naturally we talked and laughed. Father once said thoughtfully, Zhang Ziwang was a rare beauty. He and Zhang Ziwang were schoolmates and comrades, in arms. Moreover, they were a young couple with a deep affection for each other. How pleasing it must have been to see the pure and beautiful true feelings of this couple in Shanghai during the Wuhan terror and in the concessions heavily guarded by foreign police. He have often imagined what Zhang Ziwang looked like. Lo beautiful was she. Dudiat was her character. Around her there seemed to be a mysterious and obscure light that aroused reverie and reminiscence. Dudian she died, she was only 24, and the newborn child died, too. It was very sad. But in our minds, she is bound forever. She was not my own mother, but she was still my mother. Fighting I in the dragon's pool and the tiger's den. Although in Shanghai good people existed with bad people, making it possible for the party to do underground work, the idea was under the strict control of the imperialists and the reactionary force. The enemy tried every means to destroy the party's underground organizations and arrest or kill the party leaders. They used foreign police for suppression, special agents for surveillance, and traitors for information against the CPC. In the 3 years after the Creed Revolution failed, many important party leaders were betrayed, arrested, or killed, one after another. They included Chen Yanyan, secretary of the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee, Zhao Xiyan, acting secretary of the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee, Luo Yunang, a member of the political bureau of the CPC Central Committee, Peng Pai, alternate member of the political bureau of the Central Committee, and Yang Yin, director of the military department of the Central Committee. In November 1928, the Central Committee decided to set up the Special Task Committee, which was composed of Xiang Zongfa, Zhou Enlai, and Cu Shenzhong. It was in charge of leading the special branch of the Central Committee and protecting the party's work and its leading comrades. As early as the spring of 1928, the party's special branch established the first anti-spionage connection, Yang Denying, under the direct leadership of Zhou Enlai, with Chen Seng and others taking charge of the work. Yang Denying, also known as Bao Junfu, had studied in Japan. He had complex social connections and came into contact with all parties and their affiliations, with various people in the foreign concessions, and with the underworld. Some people called him veteran of 4 dynasties, simply because he had contacts with the KMT, the Japanese, the Chinese collaborators, and the CPC. In 1928, Chiang Kai-shek started to set up his secret services in Shanghai, and Yang Denying was chosen to set up a detective agency. Yang was sympathetic to the revolution and gave this information to the party. Then Chen Seng, head of the special branch of the party, was personally responsible for recruiting Yang Denying to be the first anti-spionage connection within the enemy's detective agency. On the party's instructions, Yang Dengying soon established contacts with Chen Lifu and Zhang Daofan, prominent figures in the KMT intelligence system, and became their trusted follower. Furthermore, he tried to win the trust of Su Anzhen, chief of the KMT's special agents in Shanghai. He also established close ties with some foreign police stations in Shanghai, especially the British police station. The enormous amount of information provided by Yang Dengying played an important role in preventing the party's organizations from being sabotaged by the enemy, in rescuing the arrested personnel, and in eliminating
133 13-1
aiding the traitors. Making use of Yang Dengying as a Yanitians, and on his recommendation, the special branch dispatched the CPC members Li Keneng, Qian's Wangfei, and Hu Di to infiltrate the KMT's high-level secret services in
1929.
Qian's Wangfei even served as the confidential secretary of Su Anzhen, director of the Party Affairs Investigation Section of the Organization Department of the KMT Central Committee. Under the direct leadership of Zhou Yinlei, the special branch of the Central Committee did its work smoothly and effectively. The Central Committee's first secret radio station in Shanghai was established in
1928.
In the same year, the party's second secret radio station was established BV the Southern Bureau, based in Hong Kong, and the two radio stations started to communicate with each other in
1930.
Because of the enemy's sabotage after
1931,
the Central Committee in Shanghai found itself in a more difficult and dangerous working environment. At that time, two terrible incidents caused enormous damage to the committee. One was the betrayal of the revolution by Cu Shanzhang, an alternate member of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. Being a worker from Shanghai, Cu Shanzhang was once a member of the Green and Red Bands and had a lot of connections with all sorts of people. According to some
反斜杠
veteran comrades, he was quite capable and had broad connections. He worked effectively to organize the workers' movement in Shanghai and led the special branch, especially in eliminating traitors.
反斜杠
He was a man of bad character. He had some lumpen proletarian habits and led a corrupt life. He smoked opium, for which he was criticized by Zhou Yinlei many times. On April
25, 1931,
after he had escorted Zhang Qiaotao to the Ilubei, Linan, and Hui base area, Cu Shanzhang openly did magic tricks without permission in a recreation center in Wuhan. He was recognized by a traitor and arrested. He betrayed the party the very day of his arrest. Cu Shanzhang had been in charge of the party's security work for a long time. ILE knew not only many of the party's secrets but also the addresses of many organs of the Central Committee and leading cadres. So his betrayal could have caused a fatal disaster to the party. After eating such an important CPC leader, the KMT Secret Service in Wuhan cabled its headquarters in Nanjing the same day. EP cable was intercepted by Qian's Wangfei, a CPC member and Su Anzhen's confidential secretary. Knowing the urgency of the matter, Qian himself went to Shanghai at once to report to Zhou Yinlei. In
反斜杠
IQ of this extremely dangerous and grave situation, Zhou Yinlei promptly decided to move elsewhere all the organs and personnel that Cu Shanzhang knew and abolish all the secret working methods that he knew. WHTH little regard for his OVI safety, Zhou Yinlei even went personal to tell some responsible comrades to move elsewhere.
反斜杠
And the NM started the large, scale search and arrest according to information given BVCU Shanjiang, Fighting in the Dragon's Pool and the Tiger's Den 13 as the organs and personnel of the CPC Central Committee had been moved safely, thus avoiding a big disaster. But the betrayal of the revolution by Gu Shanjiang did cause immeasurable damage to the underground work system and the work on which the Central Committee had spent so many years. Some organs were withdrawn, and some leading comrades and staff had to leave Shanghai. Gu Shanjiang also betrayed Yun Daiying, a leader of the Central Committee who was arrested by the enemy but did not expose his true identity. Yun Daiying was killed in the end. Gu Shanjiang also betrayed Yang Dengying, but Yang was able to stay out of danger because of his special relationship with Zhang Daifan. Being guilty of the most heinous crimes, Gu Shanjiang could not escape punishment in the end. He was executed by the Central Statistics Bureau, a secret service of the KMT, in 1935 for trying to set up his own faction in the KMT's secret service. He is a man who should be condemned through the ages, and even his death did not expiate all his crimes. The second incident was the arrest of Xiang Zongfe, the General Secretary of the Central Committee, and his betrayal of the revolution. Xiang Zongfe was originally a worker. His political consciousness was low and his leadership skills undeveloped. Simply because he had the support of the Communist International, he became the General Secretary of the Central Committee. During his tenure, it was Zhou Enlai and other comrades who handled the practical day-to-day work of the committee. Xiang Zongfe had a poor record of conduct and was not disciplined. A prostitute became his concubine. Mom Chen Kongying, the wife of Ren Bishi, said, "When Comrade Enlai dies over this, he asked my mother to live with the concubine of Xiang Zongfe so as to keep an eye on them." Enlai intended to transfer Xiang Zongfe to the Soviet area. So he moved the concubine to a hotel first and then Xiang Zongfe to the place where Zhou himself lived, telling him not to go out. But Xiang Zongfe, breaching the discipline, sneaked out to see his concubine when Comrade Enlai was not around. Worse still, he would not leave and stayed there overnight. My mother knocked on their door to warn them, and they just turned a deaf ear to the warning. The next day, he took a cab and was recognized by the driver, who reported to the police bureau. Xiang Zongfe was arrested. That happened on June
22, 1931,
and Xiang Zongfe betrayed the party on June
24.
Huang Dinggui, also known as Huang Mulan, an underground worker at that time, told me. He was in a cafe with a lawyer. Also with us was a friend who served as an interpreter in a foreign police station. He told us that a ringleader of the Communist Party, for whose arrest the KMT had offered a reward of
10 万
silver dollars, was captured. He was a native of Hubei province. He had some teeth inlaid with gold and had
136.
only 9 fingers. He was over 60 years old and had a brandy nose. Phi was a coward and could not stand the electric chair. Hearing this, I told myself that this must be Xiang Zongfe. I immediately came back and reported to Kongshen through Pan Hanian. At
晚上11点整
that night, Zhou Enlai, Deng Yingchao, and Cai Cheng moved quickly to a French hotel. At
凌晨1点整
that night, the personnel of the special branch, who disguised themselves as peddlers selling dumpling soup near Enlai's residence, saw the police coming with Xiang Zongfe. Xiang Zongfe had the key of Enlai's house. They saw Xiang in handcuffs open the door only to find it empty. That was a near thing. Being the general secretary of the Central Committee, Xiang Zongfa would have caused serious damage to the party because of his betrayal of the revolution. Luckily, thank God, this traitor of unpardonable evils got his due punishment. As soon as Xiang Zongfa was arrested, the KMT's secret Sir ICE in Shanghai immediately cabled its headquarters in Nanjing, reporting that the ringleader of the bandits was captured. Chen Kai-shek was in Mount Lushan at that time. Reading the cable, he ordered a summary execution. After Xiang Zongfa's betrayal of the CPC, the Secret Service in Shanghai sent another cable to Nanjing at once but soon received the summary execution instruction. So it executed Xiang Zongfa, according to the instruction. When Chiang Kai-shek learned about Xiang's betrayal of the revolution, it was too late to change his mind, as Xiang had already been shot. Such vicious incidents happened one after another, making it more and more difficult for the Central Committee to carry out its activities in Shanghai. Under these circumstances, some leading comrades of the Central Committee were transferred to the Soviet areas. Zhou Enlai left Shanghai in December 1931 for the Central Soviet area in Jiangxi Province. Father recalled, VC did secret work in Shanghai under very difficult conditions. Doing revolutionary work there was like holding your head in your hand. He had never taken a MV photo and never went to any cinema. He never got arrested while doing the underground work. Although I was in the army so long, he was never wounded. That was rare. Nevertheless, there were quite a few risky occasions, of which two were quite bad. One was caused by Ho Jiaxing, who had betrayed Luo Vinong. He went to have a secret contact with Luo Vinong. As soon as we finished talking, he left through the back door just before the policeman came in through the front door. Luo Yunong was arrested. When he came out of the house, he saw a member of the special branch, who was disguised as a Shushine Hoi, near the front door pointing his finger at the house quietly. He immediately knew what had happened. It was a matter of less than 1 minute. Luo Vinong was shot later. The other happened when he was living with Premier Zhou, elder sister Deng, and Zhang Ziwan in the same house. The work of our special branch was done remarkably well. They learned that the policemen had found out Zhou's residence and were coming to search the place. They were informed of this, and all comrades fighting in the Dragon's Pool and the Tiger's Den 137 at home moved out immediately. I did not know this, as I was away from home at the time. I knocked on the door when the policemen were searching the house. Luckily, we had a member of the special branch infiltrating the enemy's secret service who was inside and answered that he was coming to open the door. I found it was not the right voice and immediately left, thus avoiding a disaster. I didn't even dare to walk in that lane in the following 6 months. These were the two most dangerous occasions I came across. It was so dangerous. The difference of even a few seconds could have had grave consequences. The most detestable people in the party's secret work in Shanghai were those traitors. They sold out not only their own souls but also the lives of other communists. Ho Jiaxing, whom father mentioned, was one of them. After coming back from the Soviet Union, he and his wife were dissatisfied with the poor life in China and betrayed the revolution. On April 15, 1928, Ho betrayed Luo Yunong, a member of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and the Director of the Organization Bureau. In August
1929
by XIN, originally a secretary of the CPC Central Military Commission, betrayed the revolution and sold out 5 comrades who were attending the meeting of the military commission, resulting in the tragic death of 4 of them. In the same month, a hidden traitor, named Dai Bingshi, informed against some CPC members, and 7 comrades of a secret organ of the party were arrested on the spot by the Shanghai, Wusan garrison headquarters of the KMT. In addition, Huang Dihong, who was among the first group of students of the Whampoa Military Academy, betrayed Zhou Enlai by passing information about his meeting with Zhou. Other leading members of the Central Committee who were betrayed by the traitors included Li Vihan and Li Listen. In the end, these traitors, guilty of the worst crimes, were unable to escape the net of justice, and all of them got the severe punishment they deserved. It was extremely difficult to do underground work in the wide area. But it was only in the difficult and dangerous situations that the scums could be exposed and the heroism of the communists displayed. In the political arena of Guangxi. Between July and August
1929
the Central Committee sent Deng Xiaoping to work in Qinghai Province. As the representative of the Central Committee, he led the party's work in the province and prepared and organized armed uprisings. He was sent there by the Central Committee at the request of Yu Ziyuobai, the governor of Qinghai provincial government. Why did Yu Ziyuobai invite the communists to Qinghai when there was a WTI terror throughout the country? We have to explain from the beginning. After the betrayal of the revolution by Chiang Kai-shek, Wen Jinghui, and other right-wingers of the KMT in
1927
the Great Revolution ended in failure and the target of the revolution, the Northern Warlord regime, was not overthrown. In addition, the KMT itself was facing a split into different factions. These events made it impossible for Chiang Kai-shek to fulfill his dream of autocratic rule over the country. The political situation in China at that time was characterized by a tripartite balance of forces. The warlord regime ruled in Beijing, the Wen Jinghui regime in Hankow, and the Chiang Kai-shek regime in Nanjing. China was still in a state of chaos caused by the separatist warlord regime, which inevitably led to new wars. In October
1927
the war between the warlords in Nanjing and Wuhan broke out first. Having formed an alliance with the warlords in Guangdong and Qinghai provinces as well as the northern warlord Feng Yuxiang, Chiang Kai-shek launched a punitive expedition against Tang Shenzi in Wuhan. Taking advantage of the situation, the Qinghai warlord clique was able to expand its forces, aggravating in turn the conflicts between it and Chiang Kai-shek. In
1929
Chiang Kai-shek killed 2 birds with 1 stone BV, making use of the conflicts between Wen Jinghui and the Qinghai clique. He was able to strike a blow at the Qinghai clique while driving out Wen Jinghui, thus taking quick military and political control of the KMT.
Hao
Ying resolved the conflicts between the Nanjing and Wuhan cliques and between himself and the Qinghai clique. Chiang had not brought the whole of China under control. At the time, Feng Tianxiang controlled the areas of Yilan, Shaanxi, Gansu, and Ningxia. Tian Zishan controlled the areas of Shaanxi, Hebei, Suiwun, Shahar and Biping, and Tianjin. The Qinghai clique controlled the areas of Qinghai, Hunan, and Hubei, and Chiang Kai-shek controlled only Shanghai, Nanjing, Ilangzhou, and the areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. He cliques of Cheng, Feng, TGM, and QNC each occupied some areas, and they were on their guard against one another. To achieve his goal of dictatorial rule, Chiang Kai-shek tightened his control over all the cliques. As a result, the conflicts between Chiang Kai-shek and the forces of all the other cliques were intensified. To display their strength to Chiang Kai-shek, Feng Tixiang accelerated his preparations for war in North.
138.
In the political arena of Guangxi
139.
Western China, Yan Zishan's troops conducted operational exercises in Shaanxi province. Li Zongren carried out the policy of arms production in Wuhan, and by Kongzi staged large-scale joint military drills in Hebei province. It looked as if war would break out at any minute, and the whole country was panic-stricken. As old warlords disappeared and new ones appeared, the warlord forces still played the leading role in China's political arena. The wars between the old warlords were followed by the wars between the new warlords, and such internecine fighting between warlords went on year after year, bringing untold misery to the Chinese people. How people wished that such chaos, such disaster, such bitterness and hatred would come to an end. Yet the wars between the new warlords befell the Chinese in the end. In March
1929,
the war between Chiang Kai-shek and the QNC clique broke out. In November of the same year, the war between Chiang Kai-shek and Feng Yuxiang broke out. In the same month, the second war between Chiang Kai-shek and the QNC clique broke out. In March
1930,
Yan Zishan joined forces with Wang Jingwei, Feng Yuxiang, Zhang Shuliang, and Li Zongren and Zhang Fekui of the QNC clique. They sent an open telegram denouncing Chiang Kai-shek, thus launching a major war in the Central Plains. During 7 months of fighting, approximately 1 million troops fought on a 500-kilometer front in the heartland of China, with
30,000
casualties. It was an unprecedentedly large-scale and costly war. Many warlords joined the war, the largest internecine war among them in the modern history of China. Through these wars, Chiang Kai-shek repeatedly made use of the conflicts between and within various cliques and tried to maneuver among them by employing massive troops for suppression, offering their members huge sums of money to turn traitor, and promising high positions. Finally he succeeded in defeating the several 100,000 troops of the powerful cliques of Yan Zishan, Feng Yuxiang, and the QNC warlord one after another, thereby establishing his autocratic rule and achieving at least the formal unification of the country. In these internecine wars among the warlords, the war between Chiang Kai-shek and the QNC warlords broke out first. Like a thorn in the throat, the forces of the QNC clique represented a major obstacle to the establishment of Chiang Kai-shek's autocratic rule, so he was determined to remove it. In March
1929,
Chiang Kai-shek ordered a punitive expedition against the QNC warlords, who were also in full battle array to fight back. When the swords were drawn and bows were bent, Li Mingrui, a general in the QNC army, declared suddenly that he would accept the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek's central government. Li's action shocked the QNC clique. On April 4, Chiang ordered his troops to continue to pursue and suppress the QNC troops. At the same time, he continued to buy out more and more of the QNC troops with money and promises of high positions. Although
140,
the Guangxi warlords La Zongren, Bai Kongzi, and Huang Shaohong tried hard to fight back, they were hopelessly outnumbered. they abandoned their troops and left for Hong Kong. Then Chiang Kai-shek appointed Yu Ziaoping governor of the Guangxi provincial government. The war between Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi League thus ended, with Chiang the victor. The important figures who caused the defeat of the Guangxi warlord were Yu Ziaoping and Li Mingrui. Who were these two people? Yu Ziaoping was from Guangxi province. When he was young, he joined the Guangdong army against Yuan Shikai for the protection of the republic. Although he was Li Zongren's subordinate, he was always on bad terms with Li. Li Mingrui was also from Guangxi province. He was Yu Ziaoping's Yuzhen. Being young and courageous, valiant and skillful in battle, he always charged at the head of his troops. Together with his Yuzhen Yu Ziaoping, he decided to support Dr. Sun Yat-sen and to throw himself into the national revolution.
In 1926,
Guangdong and Guangxi provinces were unified, and cooperation between the KMT and the GPG surged. At the climax of the Great Revolution, the revolution developed in Guangxi province. Trade unions, peasant associations, student associations, and women's associations were established one after another. Yu Ziaoping and Li Mingrui were quite excited about the revolutionary situation. They supported wholeheartedly Dr. Sun Yat-sen's free great policies. They were known as the KMT leftists in the Guangxi army. After the oath-taking rally for the Northern Expedition in Zhou
1926,
the whole country witnessed an upsurge in the national revolution. The Northern Expeditionary Army moved north directly and defeated all enemy force. Living rendered meritorious service many times in unifying Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. Li Mingrui repeatedly performed outstanding services again during the Northern Expedition. Li was well known in the Northern Expeditionary Army as a general who was skillful in battle. Instead of giving him awards for his outstanding performances, Li Zongren and Huang Shaohong went so far as to hate him, out of jealousy. The conflicts between La Zongren, Huang Shaohong, and La Mingrui thus became extremely serious. Such a conflict among the Guangxi warlords was no secret to Chiang Kai-shek. Actually, he was extremely worried about the rapid growth of Guangxi forces, get rid of La Zongren, Huang Shaohong, and by Guangxi, Chiang Kai-shek had no choice but to use
反斜杠 U
Ziaoping and Li Mingrui. Chiang Kai-shek sent his men secretly to see Li Mingrui and Yu Ziaoping, who was in Long Kong then, to convey Chiang's desire to draw them over to his side. Rumors spread everywhere quickly, even in the Guangxi army, where POPLE felt puzzled. Yu Ziaoping's military power to command troops was removed and he was forced out of Guangxi by Li Zongren. There was nothing he could do but live in exile in Hong Kong. Chiang Kai-shek tempted him with promises. First, he in the political arena of Guangxi would be appointed advisor to the commander in chief of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, with the rank of general, and honorarily governor of the Guangxi provincial government. Second, he would receive $2 million silver for soldiers' pay and military supplies. And third, Yu Ziaoping and Li Mingrui would share the authority to govern Guangxi and to reorganize the Guangxi army and discharge surplus personnel. Chiang Kai-shek was known for being sinister, suspicious, and crafty. He could not tolerate anyone who posed a threat to him. Yu Ziaoping and Li Mingrui had long been aware that Chiang Kai Shek tolerated them not because he favored them but because he was using them to get rid of the forces of the Guangxi clique, such as Li Zongren. Even so, it was a good opportunity for them to get rid of Li Zongren and Huang Shaohong at Jiang's hands. After the war between Jiang Kai, Shek and the Guangxi clique broke out, Jiang's troops mounted large-scale attacks on the troops of the Guangxi clique on all fronts. The Guangxi warlord Li Zongren was truculent and determined to fight to the end. Knowing that the time was ripe, Li Mingrui suddenly declared independence and announced his decision not to join the war. This move dealt a major blow to the Guangxi troops. Before long, the Guangxi troops suffered crushing defeats. The once powerful Li Zongren, Huang Shaohong, and Bai Gongxi fled to Hong Kong. Overwhelmed with joy, Chiang Kai-shek sent an open telegram to the whole nation: Wuhan is under control without firing a single shot. Right after that, Li Mingrui commanded his army to march south and stabilized the situation in Guangxi province with one fell swoop. Having achieved their goal, Yu Ziuobai became the governor of the Guangxi provincial government, and Li Mingrui the deputy commander-in-chief of the Ba-Th Root Army of the Punitive Army, the special military commissioner to Guangxi for reorganizing the army and discharging surplus personnel, and the Guangxi pacification commander. When Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui controlled the military and administrative power in Guangxi, their foundation was extremely weak, and it was difficult to raise funds for military spending. There were economic difficulties in the province. Chiang Kai-shek did not keep his promise of offering 2 million silver dollars. Although Huang Shaohong's remaining troops accepted Yuan Li's command, they were still strong, and not willing to be controlled by them. Chiang Kai-shek defeated the Guangxi clique by making use of Yuan Li. However, no one knew when Chiang would make use of someone else to defeat Yuan Li. Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui absolutely could not trust Chiang Kai-shek and had to deal with their sworn enemy, the old Guangxi clique. Consequently, they approached the Communist Party through Yu Ziuobai's younger brother, hoping that the party would send people to help them control the situation there. Hr. It was not the first time Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui had made contact with the Communist Party. As early as the first operation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, a group of CPC members joined the QNC army and held some important positions in it. Under the influence of the progressive ideological trend of the Creed Revolution and progressive persons, Yu Ziuobai supported the movement of the workers, peasants, and students. Yu Ziuobai had always had a good impression of the Communist Party and harbored no ill feeling against it. Li Mingrui was open and upright and inclined toward the revolution. After the April 12th incident of 1927, he was very indignant over the persecution of the communists, in the name of purging the party, by Chiang Kai-shek and the QNC warlords, and he sent off quite reluctantly the CPC members in his army. Coincidentally, a CPC member worked secretly for Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui, influencing them imperceptibly with his words and deeds. Li was Yu Ziuobai's younger brother, Yu Ziuovu. Yu Ziuovu studied in the Yantang military school of the Quanzhou army for unfolding the provisional constitution and took part in the northern expedition during the Creed Revolution as a regiment commander under Li Mingrui. He was a brave officer. After the Creed Revolution failed, Yu Ziyu joined the CPC in Hong Kong in October 1927 and participated in the Qianhu uprising in December of that year. He was sent back to QNC later to carry out revolutionary activities, lead the peasant movement, and organize peasant self-defense corps. In the spring of 1929 he was instructed to do secret work in the QNC arm led by Yu Ziyu and Li Mingrui. When his brother Yu Ziyu and his cousin Li Mingrui expressed a willingness to consult with the Communist Party, Yu Ziyu took it as his duty to contact the party at once. His Central Committee thus decided to send cadres to work in QNC. Deng Xiaoping was selected as the representative of the Central Committee. Going to Guangxi. Between July and August 1929, when southern China was in the grip of the intense heat of midsummer, Father carried out the instructions of the Central Committee and the Central Military Commission and bid farewell to his wife, boarded a southbound ship, and headed for QNC via Hong Kong. Deng Xiaoping then was no longer the young man Deng Xixian who had just returned to China after studying in the Soviet Union. The revolutionary activities in China of the preceding 2 years or more, especially the hardships that he endured after the failure of the Creed Revolution and the revolutionary work under the White Terror, had added to his experience of revolutionary struggle. Since he was transferred to the party's central organs before the August CTH meeting of 1927 and especially since he had become the Secretary General of the Central Committee, he had had opportunities to attend as an observer various top-level meetings of the Central Committee, read the reports on the party's work from all over the country, and take part in the technical work for some major policy decisions of the party. All this exposure enriched his work experience, enhanced his understanding of political and policy matters, and increased his knowledge of and experience in Chinese revolutionary activities. When he went to QNC, therefore, Deng Xiaoping was very experienced in revolutionary struggle and had a high level of political awareness. Father got off the ship in Hong Kong and got in touch with the Southern Bureau of the Communist Party immediately. Located in Hong Kong, the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee was in charge of the party's work in both QNC and Guangdong provinces. Like some districts of Shanghai, Hong Kong was a leased territory and thus provided better cover for the party's activities. The secretary of the Southern Bureau was He Chang, and the secretary of the Military Commission of the Guangdong Provincial Party Committee was Nai Rongzhen. The two couples He Chang and his wife Huang Mulan, and Nai Rongzhen and his wife Zhang Ruhua lived close to Feng Guangtai by the Hong Kong race course. As soon as he arrived in Hong Kong, Father got in touch with them. Huang Dinggui recalled, "At the time my husband and I lived together with Rongzhen and Ruhua. After he arrived in Hong Kong, Comrade Xiaoping lived in a hotel. He came to our residence once, discussing the party's work in QNC with both Comrades Li Chang and Nai Rongzhen. He had dinner at our residence, which was prepared by me and Ruhua. Later on He Chang went to QNC and attended the meeting held by the QNC Provincial Party Committee, at which both he and your father made speeches. A few days later He Chang came back from QNC.
H3 44
To maintain contact with the local party committee, the Central Committee sent Kong Yinbing of the Special Branch to accompany Deng Xiaoping to Guangxi. Gong brought with him the cipher yield and took charge of the infidential work there. At the same time, the party sent dozens of political and military cadres who, through various channels and connections, tried to work in the provincial government led by Yu Ziuobai and the troops under Li Mingrui. They did so either with the help of various Canadians or by using different names. None of them revealed their true identity as communists. In this way, communists into Guangxi quietly, one after another, on the instructions of the party. In September of that year, Father and Gong Yinbin reached Nanning. Only in Nanning, Father first got into with Lei Jingtian, secretary of the Guangxi Special Party Committee. On September 10, Deng Xiaoping, representative of the Central Committee, presided over the first Congress of the Communist Party in Guangxi. More than 30 delegates from Nanning, Wuzhou, and the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas attended the Congress, at which Father spoke about the urine situation and tasks. Participants adopted a series of important resolutions on unfolding the agrarian revolution, establishing workers' and peasants' armed force, and preparing for armed uprisings. Father recalled, after we arrived in Nanning, I met with Yu Ziuobai several times and did some united front work according to the guiding principles formulated by the Central Committee. Meanwhile, I carefully assigned those cadres sent by the Central Committee to suitable posts in U.S. government. After he arrived in Guangxi, Father operated in the open as secretary of the Guangxi provincial government, under the assumed name of Deng Bin, while as the representative of the Central Committee he led the party work in Guangxi. Father was soon cooperating closely with Yu Ziuobai in Guangxi. Under the influence of the Communist Party,
反斜杠 U
Ziuobai and Li Mingrui first released a group of political prisoners. These political prisoners, members of the Communist Party, members of trade union and peasant associations, and progressive youths during the Great Revolution had been arrested by the Guangxi warlord elite after the April 12th massacre of
1927.
This group, a special of the Idras of the Communist Party and the Youth League, later became mainstays in the Red Army in Guangxi. Drawing on past experience, Li Mingrui was very eager to expand his army and military strength after he seized military power in Guangxi. The troops he brought back from Wuhan numbered only some
3万，
whereas a incomparable number of troops of the former warlords in Guangxi remained. The latter had undergone a nominal reorganization, but they were still not ready to accept Li Mingrui's command. Because Li Mingrui wanted to establish an army under his own control, the Guangxi garrison detachment, composed of two new reorganized groups, the 4th and the 5th, was established. Going to Guangxi
145。
In view of the situation, Father and others proposed to Li Mingrui through Yu Ziuyu that the General Training Corps be set up to train junior officers. The party sent more than
100
communist cadre trainees to this corps and trained and educated nearly
1000
progressive youths from Li Mingrui's army. Some trainees were admitted into the party. After consultations with the Communist Party, a group of communists were assigned to the newly established garrison detachment. Zhang Yunyi, a party member, served as the commander of the 4th group, and Li Qian, another party member, as the deputy commander. Yu Ziuyu and Shi Yurong, both party members, were made commander and deputy commander of the 5th group, respectively. As instructed by Deng Xiaoping, Zhang Yunyi and others appointed more than
100
party members as company or platoon commanders. They also strengthened the revolutionary ideological education, punished the bitterly hated officers of the old army, and recruited large numbers of workers, peasants, and progressive students. thus bringing about a change in the composition and ideology of the army. Such volunteers expanded the TH group from
1000 to 2000
men in a short time. In the meantime, UZUU reinforced his TH group with some activists in the peasant movement, and his group also swelled rapidly, to 2000 men. The General Training Corps was also commanded by a Parth member. The newly established army was later to become the basis of the TH and TH Corps of the Red Army. Under the influence of the Communist Party, XIAOPING lifted the ban on the progressive mass movements in Guangxi. As a result, the Provincial Peasant Association could resume its work and convened a representative conference. The progressive organizations, such as trade unions, women's associations, and student associations, resumed their operations one after another, thus immediately bringing about a vigorous revolutionary upsurge across the entire province of Guangxi, a situation similar to that before the Great Revolution. Also under the influence of the Communist Party, XIAOPING eliminated the old forces of Huang Shaohong in the rural areas and appointed large numbers of the peasant movement leaders who had emerged during the Great Revolution as county magistrates. Among them was Vivabakan from Donglan County. On the recommendations made by the Communist Party, XIAOPING also appointed a group of communists and progressive persons as county magistrates in the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas. As a result, more than 20 counties in these areas were controlled by communists and progressive personages. With the support of the Communist Party, XIAOPING and Li Mingrui backed the peasants' armed forces in Donglan County, gave that military body the formal name of the Yujiang Group for protecting businessmen, and gave them a few hundred guns to show their support. As early as the period of the Great Revolution, the Donglan peasant movement in the Yujiang area was well known both inside and outside the province, thanks to a prominent leader of the Guangxi peasant movement, Wei Bacon.
Age 6.
Born into a wealthy family, Wei Bacon was patriotic from an early age and joined the Communist Party of China in
1925.
In 1926, the peasant movement led by Wei Bacon in Donglan and Fengshan in the Yujiang area of Qinghai province spread like a raging fire, and the area became one where the peasant movement was the most highly developed in the whole country. Wei Bacon not only established peasant associations but also organized and expanded peasant armed forces for self-defense. After the April 12th massacre of
1927,
the revolutionary struggles in Qinghai went underground. Only the peasant armed forces of Donglan led by Wei Bacon persisted under the White Terror in open armed struggle. Wei Bacon was the hero whom the vast number of peasants in Qinghai were proud of. The solid foundation laid by him in the Yujiang area provided very favorable conditions for the Red Army to establish the Yujiang Revolutionary Base area. Besides their work in the army, Father and the Qinghai Special Party Committee made great efforts to restore and expand Qinghai's disorganized local party organizations. As a result, the local party organizations at all levels established their contacts. Meanwhile, study classes were organized for party members, and party journals were published. Nanning was different now. A new revolutionary upsurge had developed rapidly in Nanning and other parts of Qinghai. At a time when the revolution was at a low ebb and the White Terror prevailed across the country, Qinghai alone was in a new revolutionary upsurge. The new developments encouraged the revolutionaries and the progressives. Li Zonggren, the head of the Qinghai clique, cried out in alarm, XIAOPING La Mingrui, after returning to the south, put wings onto the tiger, giving rise to communist peril. Quanxi province has now become the southwestern base of the Communist Party. After father and the other comrades sent BV, the Central Committee arrived in Quanxi and took charge of the party's work there. Their work quickly provided results. However, people in Quanxi then did not know Deng Xiaoping. On the instruction of the Central Committee, and according to his experience in secret work over the years, father did not appear in public in Quanxi. ILE worked only in the party and maintained contacts with all of a very few people. Besides his party work, Kaiather Onov met with FUZUA by a few times. Father maintained close contact with the Central Committee so as to report his work or ask for instructions. IHC developments in INZ had long drawn the attention of many different kinds of people. Although the Communist Party did not operate openly, the lively revolutionary atmosphere attracted the close attention of the counter-revolutionaries. Some alarmed outsiders were already shouting, "UZUOPINL, I Mingrui have been creating troubles," resulting in the red upsurge across the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas and in the rebirth of the former communist bandits in El Anglan. Chiang Kai-shek, who had supported UZUOPIN Li Min going to Guangxi
147
in overthrowing the Guangxi clique, naturally paid close attention to the developments in Guangxi. Chiang Kai-shek was known for his subtleness and adeptness in scheming. When he cooperated with UZUOPIN Li Mingrui to overthrow the Guangxi faction, he sent one of his men, Zheng Jimin, to become the director of the political department of Li Mingrui's EUTH division, so as to keep watch on him. Naturally, all the events that took place in Guangxi were reported to Chiang Kai-shek by Zheng Jimin. Chiang Kai-shek, of course, was not happy with what was happening in Guangxi, but at the moment he had no brilliant scheme to contain UZUOPIN Li Mingrui. The developing situation, however, soon gave Chiang Kai-shek an opportunity to eliminate UZUOPIN Li Mingrui. In August
1929
Wang Jingwei, who had always been at odds with Chiang Kai-shek, attempted to unite with Feng Yuxiang, Yan Zishan, Tang Shenzi, and some other military groups discontented with Chiang Kai-shek's conduct in a joint effort to oppose and topple him. Wang Jingwei sent his men to Nanning to persuade UZUOPIN Li Mingrui to oppose Chiang Kai-shek jointly. At the time, UZUOPIN Li Mingrui felt that, although it was their goal to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek, their military and political power was not yet solid enough, and they were very short of funds for military expenditures and soldiers' pay and provisions. So they hesitated to oppose Chiang Kai-shek at that time. Knowing that UZUOPIN Li Mingrui remained undecided, Wang Jingwei repeatedly sent telegrams to urge them to launch an anti-Chiang Kai-shek campaign quickly. At the same time, Wang sent his men to give them a large amount of Hong Kong dollars as a bait. When the news reached Nanjing, Chiang Kai-shek was shocked. Chiang stepped up his efforts to persuade UZUOPIN Li Mingrui and personally sent a telegram to Li Mingrui in September denouncing Wang Jingwei. Urged repeatedly by Wang Jingwei and under the threat and coercion by Chiang Kai-shek, UZUOPIN Li Mingrui resolved to oppose Chiang. On October 1,
1929
UZUOPIN Li Mingrui organized in Nanning an oath-taking rally against Chiang Kai-shek and sent an open telegram announcing that they were serving as the commander-in Chief and Deputy Commander-in-Chief, respectively, of the Southern Route Expeditionary Army against Chiang Kai-shek. Soon after that, Yuan Li conducted operational deployments of their troops. Li Mingrui himself went to the front to direct the attack on Guangdong. After Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui sent the anti-Chiang Kai-shek open telegram, the Central Daily in Nanjing cried out in alarm that Yuan Li were colluding with the Communist Party to oppose Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang analyzed the situation in Guangxi and decided to disintegrate the forces of Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui by buying them out. Chiang Kai-shek was indeed an unscrupulous and ambitious man. His adeptness at analyzing a situation, making use of contradictions, and using any means to deal with his opponents,
148.
enabled him to maneuver among various volatile groups and realize his ultimate goal of dictatorship. Among Li Mingrui's troops, only the 15th and 57th were divisions he could trust. The Limouinder formerly belonged to the Guangxi clique and were difficult to control. Chiang Kai-shek made a move first to buy out the men of the former Guangxi clique, and even a brigade commander trusted by Li Mingrui, by offering huge amounts of money and high posts to them. Li Mingrui had just arrived at the front and was preparing to direct the battle when he learned unexpectedly that his 3 main divisions and 1 brigade had turned to the side of Chiang Kai-shek. Li Mingrui lost almost all his military strength in an instant. The anti-Chiang Kai-shek expedition failed in less than 10 days. Finding that nothing could be done to reverse the situation, Li Mingrui had to go back hurriedly to Nanning with only a few of his followers. When Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui decided to join in the anti-Chiang Kai-shek campaign by sending the open telegram, the Communist Party made an objective analysis of the situation and came to the conclusion that the campaign was doomed to failure, because Li Mingrui had only 3 divisions, all handicapped by internal disunity. He had been in Guangxi of a short time, and his political and economic foundation was very weak. Since Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui sent the open telegram without heeding the advice of the Communist Party, Father decided to leave behind the 30th and 50th groups, as well as the general training corps that had been controlled by the party, to protect the rear, so as to preserve the strength of the revolutionary forces and guard against eventualities. Thanks to the persuasion and insistence of Feather and others, Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui finally agreed to this plan. As soon as Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui set off with their troops, Father and Zhang Yunyi started to prepare for contingency. They dispatched to the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas 2 battalions, 1 each from the 30th and 50th groups, to get everything ready. In Nanning, because Zhang Anyi was also commander of the Nanning garrison, the troops controlled by the part took over the provincial ordnance depot and some other organs in his name and seized 5,000 to 6,000 rifles as well as mountain guns, mortars, machine guns, transceivers, and piles of ammunitions. At the same time, steamboats were re-added by the river banks. So everything was ready. Let it not been for the farsightedness of Father and other communists, Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui would have completely lost their troops in the anti-Chiang Kai-shek campaign and, instead of staging a comeback later, would have had nowhere to shelter themselves. Soon after their hasty flight back to Nanning, Yu Ziuobai and Li Mingrui planned to flee to the Zhuojiang area. Father, in consultation with other comrades, promptly decided to stage a mutiny. He planned to pull the troops out of Nanning for the Zhuojiang and
反斜杠
Lujiang areas with a view to establishing a new base v
反斜杠
with both NLX Zhu as its centers. A here decision was reported going to Guangxi
149
through a secret radio station to the Central Committee in Shanghai, which approved it. The situation was pressing and brooked no delay. One mid-October day, at nightfall, gunshots were heard in Nanning proper. The mutinous troops went into action suddenly, opening the ordnance depot and seizing all the arms and ammunitions. After that, the TH and WTH groups and the Central Training Corps quickly withdrew from Nanning. The TH group and a small part of the Central Training Corps, led by Zhang Yunyi, withdrew up the Yujiang River toward the Bose area in the northwest, while the WTH group, led by Li Mingrui and Yu Ziyu, headed for the Longzhou area in the southwest along the Zhuojiang River. Leading the comrades of the local party organizations engaged in secret work. Father directed the steamboats loaded with arms and the security forces up the Yujiang River toward the Bose area. Su Fengxiang, who took part in the mutiny, recalled. One misty morning in mid-October at the pier of the Nanning Customs, our comrades were busy loading all the big and small boats with weapons, ammunitions, and other material in an orderly way and then boarded the boats themselves. I boarded a steamboat. The last to get on the boat was a comrade who was short but strong, in his 20s and full of energy. As he boarded the boat, he greeted with a smile those comrades already aboard. I was about to ask the other comrades about him, for I didn't know him, when someone cracked a joke. There comes the secretary. Let us make room for him. So that was the top leader of our mutiny, Comrade Deng Xiaoping. His public capacity was secretary of the Guangxi provincial government. Yuan Renai Yuan, a former political instructor of the General Training Corps, also recalled. Comrade Xiaoping directed the steamboats loaded with arms and the security forces to advance toward the Yujiang area by water. Coincidentally, Shi Hui and I were on the same boat with Xiaoping. We had only known that our leader was Xiaoping, but we had never met him. That was the first time I saw him. He had the assumed name of Deng Bin then. That first encounter left an unforgettable impression on us. Xiaoping treated unexpected events cool-headedly and calmly and was a resourceful and resolute man. He was approachable, easygoing, talkative, and sometimes humorous. The fleet led by Father sailed upstream, pressing ahead and sending ripples across the river. The soft October breeze of the south touched the faces of the revolutionary fighters. In their hearts, they were as clear as bright daylight about the significance of their action. Their thoughts were as thrilling as the surging river. The journey was smooth, and they soon reached the Yujiang area. Zhang Yunyi had long heard about Deng Xiaoping, the representative of the Central Committee, but had never met him because of the secret nature of their work. After the troops arrived in Tiandong, Zhang Yunyi saw Deng Xiaoping for the first time. He wrote in his memoirs, "The boats with ordnance arrived not long after we got there." A moment later, I caught sight of Yajis Wang, who was accompanying a comrade whom I didn't know toward the headquarters of the group. That comrade was of medium build, in his 20s, glowing with health, and radiating vigor and had an easy manner. We hurried to meet them. Introducing him to us, Yajis Wang said, "This is Deng Xiaoping." "So you are Deng Xiaoping?" I cried out. In the past 3 or 4 months I had been getting many valuable instructions on our work, which enabled us to solve many difficult problems we faced. But I had never had the chance to meet him. Deng Xiaoping was very excited, too, and grasped my hands. Our hearts were filled with such comradely feelings that we forgot to talk for quite some time. When we sat down, we were joined by Lei Jingtian and several other comrades of the Special Party Committee. We introduced one another, talking and laughing excitedly. At this moment, Deng Xiaoping suggested that we go to Bose the following day, take with us most of the ordnance, and conceal those heavy weapons and ammunitions not needed for the time being in the mountains of Donglan and Tiandong. All of us agreed to this plan. So we began to implement it immediately. We continued marching for 2 more days before arriving in Bose. From then on, Deng Xiaoping and I lived together thus, under the earful arrangements and organization of the representative of the Central Committee Deng Xiaoping and other communists. The loyal party organizations in QNC's wake fully preserved revolutionary strength by moving the troops to the Bose and Longzhou areas. As a result, the Bayesian conditions were erected for the Red Army and the revolutionary base areas to be established under the Red Banner in the near future. The Bose and Longzhou uprisings. On a map, Guangxi resembles a flat and broad mulberry leaf. Its water comes from the Hongshui River, and its soil is red. On the red soil, all the mountains and fields are green, the exuberant green of mulberry leaves. The capital, Nanning, is situated in southwestern Guangxi. Liuzhu, a city of strategic importance in the north, leads to Hunan and Guizhou provinces. Wuzhou, the passage to Guangdong province, lies in the east, and the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas are to the west. To the west of Nanning, the Yangjiang River is divided into 2 rivers, one in the south and the other in the north. The river in the northwest leading to Bose is named the Yujiang River, and the other in the southwest leading to Longzhou is named the Zhuojiang River. The delta between the 2 rivers is called the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas. Bose is over 210 kilometers from Nanning. It is not the hinterland of Guangxi. There are no big towns nearby. Yunnan province is in its west. Longzhou is about 150 kilometers from Nanning. It adjoins Jiananguan, a fort in southwestern China. The distance between Longzhou and Vietnam on the opposite side is only about 10 kilometers. The Yujiang area is where the 3 provinces of Guangxi, Yunnan, and Guizhou border. It is a multinational area where the Zhuang, Han, Yao, and other nationalities live in compact communities. During the Great Revolution, WTI Pekin established Peasants' Revolutionary Armed Forces in the 2 counties of Donglan and Fengshan in this area. Here the revolutionary struggle led by the Communist Party of China never stopped, not even during the White Terror after the failure of the Great Revolution. Wei Pekin and his comrades in arms established a solid mass base in the Yujiang area, thus creating favorable conditions for the arrival of the revolutionary armed forces led by Deng Xiaoping and Zhang Yunyi. Father recalled, the Yujiang area in Guangxi had a fairly solid mass base. In that area there was the outstanding and prestigious leader of the peasants, Comrade Wei Pekin. In the areas of Donglan and Fengshan, Comrade Wei Pekin worked for a long time, and the areas were a very good revolutionary base area. It was greatly conducive to the establishment and activities of the TTH Corps of the Red Army. As soon as Father and his comrades arrived at Bose, they immediately began political and organizational work and the work of planning armed uprising. UN Ramvun, XIAOPING, and others recalled. Comrade Deng Xiaoping held a meeting of the party committee. It decided to further mobilize the masses and propagate the propositions of the 6th National Congress, to reorganize and expand the army units, to establish the system of political work, to organize soldiers' committees, to practice equality between officers.
151.
I52 and men, to arm the peasants, and to wage struggles against local tyrants and the evil gentry through local organizations. The revolutionary activities in the Yujiang area developed day by day. In early November, the Central Committee approved the plan of armed uprising in the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas, gave the designations of the TTH and BATH Corps of the Red Army, and appointed leading cadres. In accordance with the directive of the Central Committee, Comrade Deng Xiaoping immediately drew up an overall plan and prepared for the armed uprising. UN Renayuan recalled, after we arrived at Bose, we started our work, in accordance with the directive and plan of Xiaoping. First, we propagated the propositions of our party among the army units and the masses to mobilize the masses. Second, we controlled the political power and dismissed some reactionary county magistrates, who were replaced by our own men in the areas where our power could reach. Third, we reorganized the army and expanded the armed forces. Our army units were originally the old-style units of Li Mingrui with a complex class status. To transform this old-style army into a revolutionary army, we purged, first of all, some reactionary officers. We neither arrested nor killed them. Instead, we gave them traveling expenses and sent them away in a courteous way. Then in the army units we carried out a democratic revolution, set up soldiers' committees, practiced equality between officers and men both politically and in daily life, prohibited hitting or cursing, and established the system of political work. Fourth, we established party organizations and recruited new party members. Fifth, we wiped out the armed forces of landlords and bandits and consolidated the base area. Sixth, we trained cadres. Xiaoping attached great importance to this work. He gave lectures himself. He remembered that he gave us lectures on such topics as the resolution of the 6th National Congress, the 10-point program, and Soviet political power. In his lectures, he explained profound knowledge in simple terms. His lectures were easy to understand and integrated theory with practice. I were well received. Su Fengxiang recalled that in Bose I worked with Comrade Deng Xiaoping. At that time, we constantly received letters and telegrams addressed to Secretary Deng by our comrades who had been sent to different places in the Yujiang area, which told us about the cruel oppression by the old regime, all kinds of outrages perpetrated by local tyrants and evil gentry, and the warm welcome extended to our army by the people. Whenever I sent these letters and telegrams to Comrade Deng Xiaoping, he paid great attention to the news transmitted back from various places. To prepare for the uprising, Comrade Xiaoping worked day and night. In the daytime, he talked with comrades, attended meetings, and gave instructions about the work, while at night he discussed important questions and planned matters concerning the uprising with Zhang Yunyi and other cadres. Soon our army wiped out the reactionary 3D garrison group, mobilized the masses of workers and peasants, and continued to reorganize and transform our army. Right at this time, Gong Yinbin, who had returned to Shanghai to ask the Central Committee for instructions on the work, came back to Bose and calmed the Bose and Longzhou uprisings. Communicate to father and others the instructions of the Central Committee. The Central Committee approved the proposal put forth by father and others and asked them to establish a base in the area of the Zhuojiang and Yujiang rivers and to found Red Army units. The designation given was the TTH Corps of the Red Army. Zhang Yunyi was appointed commander, and Deng Xiaoping political commissar. The units in the Zhuojiang area were organized into 3 columns constituting the TTH Corps of the Red Army. Father and his comrades must have been very inspired by the decision of the Central Committee. They immediately sent Gong Yinbin back to Shanghai to report to the Central Committee on the withdrawal of the troops of the Yujiang area and stated, "We will carry out the directive of the Central Committee resolutely and finish all preparations in about 40 days. Then we will announce the uprising at once." Deng Xiaoping called a meeting of the party committee immediately, communicated the directive of the Central Committee, and decided to step up preparations, announce the uprising, and establish the TTH Corps of the Red Army and the Yujiang Soviet on December 11, the day of the second anniversary of the Guangzhou uprising. On December 11, 1929, the red flag of armed uprising was hoisted high on top of the city wall of Bose, and the establishment of the TTH Corps of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army was officially declared. The first conference of representatives of workers, peasants, and armymen of the Yujiang area was held at Pingma on the next day. Through election, the Yujiang Soviet government was established, with Lei Jingtian as chairman and Wei Bican, Chen Hongtao, and others as members. After the TTH Corps of the Red Army was founded, a front committee was set up, with Deng Bin, representative of the Central Committee, as secretary and Zhang Yunyi, Chen Flaoren, Lei Jingtian, and others as members. The committee exercised a unified leadership over the work of both the army and the localities. On the eve of the Bose uprising, that is, in late November, father suddenly received a telegram from the Central Committee in Shanghai asking him to go to Shanghai to report to it on the work. After he planned the work with Zhang Yunyi and others, father left Bose several days before the Bose uprising, that is, in early December. Accompanied by a guide and disguised as a businessman, father planned to go to Longzhou first to give instructions and check on work there in preparation for the Longzhou uprising and the founding of the TTH Corps of the Red Army, and then to leave Longzhou and to sail to Hong Kong, Haiphong, Vietnam, and then on to Shanghai. Father started off from Bose with Yuan Renaiyuan and Shi Hui and stayed in Tiandong that night. They had a chance to meet with Li Mingrui on the way the next day. Li Mingrui and Yu Ziyu had arrived in Longzhou to raise soldiers' pay, 54 and provisions and reorganize the troops at the same time. Yu Ziyu had already left Guangxi for Hong Kong by then. Toward the end of November, Li Mingrui intended to launch a counterattack on Nanning by taking advantage of the political chaos in Guangxi and the vulnerability of Nanning. He had ordered Yu Ziyu to lead the troops in the Zhuojiang area to Gongshan to await orders, and he crossed the Yujiang River personally to discuss the joint attack on Nanning with the troops stationed in the Yujiang area. The day after Deng Xiaoping's stop overnight in Tiandong, Li Mingrui and the Central Committee representative met. Deng Xiaoping and Li Mingrui had known of each other for a long time, but this was their first meeting. After they became acquainted, father and Li Mingrui forged a profound comradeship and started their long-side, by side fight in revolutionary struggle. Yuan recalled that when they met, XIAOPING talked with Li Mingrui for a short while, and they decided to return to both together. Father had found out from talking with Li Mingrui that Li Mingrui and Yu Ziyu were still hesitating about raising the red flag, though they had no alternative. He recalled. When Li Mingrui had a chance to meet with Comrade Deng Xiaoping on the way, they went back to both. Comrade Deng Xiaoping did political and ideological work on Li Mingrui. Li told Li the revolutionary truths and pointed out the harms of internecine warfare among warlords. Furthermore, he explained to Li that the party planned to establish the Zhuojiang and Yujiang revolutionary base areas, prepare for the uprisings in Bos and Longzhou, and found the TTH and BATH Corps of the Red Army. Then asked him to be the commander-in-chief of the two corps and hoped Li would follow the party to take a revolutionary road. Comrade Li Mingrui accepted with pleasure the advice of Comrade Deng Xiaoping and took the revolutionary road resolutely. After making up his mind, Li Mingrui went back to Longzhou at once. Deng Xiaoping started again on his journey to Shanghai. When Li Mingrui was on his way back to Longzhou, he found that the deputy group commander, Meng Hiren, had rebelled in Longzhou when the troops led by Yu Ziyu marched to Gongshan. After Li Mingrui joined with Yu Ziyu, they decided immediately to recover Longzhou. After their troops blockaded and encircled Longzhou, Meng Hiren was defeated and fled. Longzhou Li was recovered by the BATH group on December 3. Huang Piping, an old soldier of the TTH Corps of the Red Army, recalled that when Li Mingrui arrived at Longzhou after the failure in the struggle against Chiang Kai-shek, under the pressing situation, he had to support the revolution. Deng Xiaoping and Zhang Yunyi talked with him many times, recommended revolutionary hooks like the Communist Manifesto to him, pointed out the future of the revolution and the Bos and Longzhou uprisings 155 way out, encouraged him to raise the red flag and join the revolutionary ranks, and trusted him politically by making him the commander-in-chief of the TTH and BATH Corps of the Red Army. Under the influence of the party's policy, Li Mingrui witnessed the increasing growth of the Red Army forces in the Yujiang area and the warm support given by the people of all nationalities to the party and the Red Army, and realized consequently that his only way out was to follow the party and to join the revolutionary ranks. During this period, Chiang Kai-shek sent his trusted special agents many times to Longzhou and other places to lure Li Mingrui and his kinsfolk with certificates of appointment as the governor of Guangxi province and the commander of the THH Corps and a huge sum of money. But Li Mingrui was not lured and gave a flat refusal. He recalled. After the recovery of Longzhou, Comrade Deng Xiaoping immediately led Yan Min, He Shisheng, Yuan Jinwu, and others to come to Longzhou. There he studied with Li Mingrui, Yu Ziyu, and other comrades the work plan and specific arrangements for the Longzhou uprising, and then left for Shanghai via Vietnam to report work to the Central Committee. The revolutionary enthusiasm ran high in the Zhuojiang area. Efforts were made to restore order rapidly, establish local governments, found the workers' and peasants' red guards, organize the masses, and conduct propaganda and education. In accordance with the important instructions given by Comrade Deng Xiaoping on army transformation and the lessons drawn from the past in particular, efforts were stepped up to reorganize the WTH group and transform it into reliable revolutionary forces. On February 1, 1930, the revolutionary uprising by the people of the Zhuojiang area of Guangxi broke out in Longzhou. A red flag with the hammer and sickle was hoisted on the city wall of ancient Longzhou. Longzhou was seething with excitement. At every corner of the city, red flags could be seen, the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and songs were sung loudly and clearly. The Internationale resounded through the air, and the procession of parading workers, peasants, students, and Red Army units was full of power and grandeur. The Ba'Th Corps of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army was officially founded. The corps commander was Yu Ziyu, the corps political commissar was Deng Bin, and the corps encompassed 2 columns. The Zhuojiang Revolutionary Military Committee, the Committee for the Suppression of Counter-Revolutionaries, and committees for workers, peasants, and women were all set up. After the Longzhou uprising, the Ba'Th Corps of the Red Army dispatched units to wage the struggle against local tyrants and suppress bandits, exterminated the despots who had been guilty of the most heinous crimes and incurred the greatest popular indignation, and established democratic regimes of workers and peasants in 8 counties. The people of Longzhou, while establishing the Red political power, waged a heroic struggle against French imperialists under the leadership of the Communist Party. Longzhou had been a French sphere of influence since the late Qing dynasty. After the Longzhou uprising, the French imperialist forces were in a great panic. They went so far as to slander the Red political power in a note they sent and dispatched aircraft into Longzhou airspace to pose armed threats. The Ba'Th Corps of the Red Army denounced sternly the French slanders and threats, stating clearly its determination to eliminate all privileges of imperialism in China. The unjustifiable acts of the French imperialists enraged the people of Longzhou, who had suffered much under imperialist aggression. Tens of thousands of people held demonstrations, encircled the French consulate in Longzhou, the custom house, and the Catholic Church controlled by the French, confiscated the weapons, transceivers, and other military materiel the French had planned to use in unleashing a riot, captured 15 万 silver dollars, and expelled the French consul and missionaries. Li Listen, then the leader of the Central Committee, gave this appraisal of the anti-imperialist patriotic struggle waged by the people of Longzhou. Within a few days, the regime achieved what the government of the Kuomintang warlords could not and did not dare to achieve in decades. It carried out the political program of the Communist Party of China of fighting imperialism and ushered in a new era of the Chinese Revolution. Through the Bo's and Longzhou uprisings, Chinese communists heroically held high the fluttering red banner in southern China, thereby shocking the reactionary forces and heightening the morale of the revolutionaries. After the Bo's and Longzhou uprisings, the 20 counties in the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas with a population of over 1 million became one of the Red Revolutionary base areas and attracted nationwide attention. In accordance with the appointments of the Central Committee and the Central Military Commission, Li Mingrui served as the commander-in-chief of the TTH and Ba'Th Corps of the Red Army and Deng Bin as the general political commissar of the 2 corps and concurrently as secretary of the Front Committee. Li Mingrui was 33 years old at that time, and Deng XIAOPING was TWCNTV, FIVC. State affairs, family affairs, and personal grief. When father, as instructed by the Central Committee, returned to Shanghai in January 1930, he first reported to the Central Committee and the Central Military Commission on the work in Quincy. An article entitled "A Discussion on the Work Arrangements of the Red Army in QNC" was published in the second issue of Military Bulletin, which is now kept in the Central Archives. All those in the article have been given assumed names. I think the reporter must be Deng Xiaoping and the participants in the discussion must be the leaders of the Central Committee and the Militarv Commission. Military Bulletin added an editorial note to the article. H A
P T E R 3 0 I 下划线 R
Originally we did not intend to publish all the records of the discussion. It is precisely because this change in QNC is the best organized and best intentioned mutiny in the country that we published the records, so that mutiny could be launched across the whole country. It is very important to disseminate the lessons and experience gained from this mutiny to all local party committees. Therefore, we publish all records. The reporter discussed at great length the work of the previous period in QNC and proposed the future work there. His report stated the need to continue the agrarian revolution, to set up Soviet revolutionary regimes through direct election by the masses, and to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the army. He proposed that the military strategy should be to establish ties between the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas and advance toward the border area between Hunan and Guangdong provinces so as to try to join forces with Zhude and Mao Zedong. During the discussion, the participants made many comments and suggestions on the work in QNC, some of which apparently showed a strong tendency toward left deviation. For instance, some held the view that the Red Army in QNC should advance to Liuzhu and Quilin. Several speakers showed an utter lack of trust in and rejection of Li Mingrui. After all the speeches were made, the reporter's additional remarks considered the views of the participants, reiterated some focal points of the work, and explained their views and misunderstandings. As to Li Mingrui, he was an officer of the old army, but he was also a famous general in the Northern Expedition, a brave opponent of Chiang Kai-shek, and one of the leaders of the Boos and Longzhou uprisings. Moreover, under the influence of the Communist Party, he had made a firm and resolute commitment to the revolutionary ranks. Father thought he knew Li Mingrui better than anyone and had the greatest trust in him. Since the opinion of some
157 158
leaders of the Central Committee and the Military Commission differed from his OV
反斜杠 N
Father explained very sincerely, of years, it is right to place the emphasis of our work on the mobilization of the local people, but we cannot neglect the establishment of the ties of work at the higher level. Father told me later, the purpose of the Central Committee to send me to QNC was exactly to do the United Front work. I am convinced that this unnamed reporter was Father because daring to uphold the truth in the face of fallacy and to air views in the presence of superiors who hold wrong views are acts that exactly conform with his co-city and character. Toward the end of the discussion, a leading comrade of the Military Commission made a concluding statement. Although his statement failed to deviate from the then leftist policy of the Central Committee, it made an objective and realistic analysis of the situation in QNC by and large and gave instructions on the future work of the Red Army in QNC. This statement was quite different in style and content from those of the previous speakers. At the time, Zhou Enlai had taken charge of the work of the Militarv Commission, so you would guess that it was he who made this concluding statement. The question of Li Mingrui was not mentioned in the statement. Father said that he proposed to the Central Committee that the recruitment of Li Mingrui as a member of the Communist Party of China be approved, and that this proposal was approved by the committee. On March 2, soon after Father reported to the Central Committee and the Military Commission, the Central Committee issued a directive to the Front Committee of the TTH Corps of the Red Army, in care of the Guangdong Provincial Part Committee. It read: Comrade XIAOPING has come here and made a detailed report on the previous work and changes in the army in QNC. In addition to many specific questions that were discussed at length with Comrade XIAOPING, who would tell you personally, more instructions are as follows. As for the current situation, the crisis of imperialist attack on the Soviet Union is more serious, and chaos has resulted from the internecine warfare among warlords across the country, which has accelerated the crisis of the ruling class. The TTH Corps of the Red Army was founded under the objectivized conditions of the whole country and under the influence of the struggle waged by the masses of QNC. Although it emerged in remote QNC, its great role and importance cannot be belittled. IHC directive summed up the strong and weak points of the previous work of the TTH Corps of the Red Army and pointed out clearly the main line of its future work, to carry out agrarian revolution thoroughly, to extend guerrilla warfare, to destroy feudal forces completely, and to set up Soviet regimes on the basis of the trust of the masses. The future of the TTH Corps is to advance in the direction of the border area between Hunan and Guangdong provinces and state affairs, family affairs, and personal grief
159.
the central part of Guangdong province and to establish contacts with the Red Army units led by Zhu and Mao as well as the rebellion in Beijing so as to try to win victory in Guangdong or several provinces first. The directive approved the list of 7 members of the Front Committee of the TTH Corps, with Deng Xiaoping serving as secretary. Zhang Yunyi was appointed commander of the TTH Corps, and Deng Xiaoping political commissar. This Central Committee directive pointed out the future tasks and orientation of the TTH Corps. It contained many very important points, but its contents were still imbued with left adventurism, especially the propositions that the TTH Corps should defend the Soviet Union, attack big cities, and win victory in one or several provinces first, as well as some leftist policy measures. It was precisely these leftist instructions and their spirit that set a most arduous and dangerous path for the TTH and TTH Corps of the Red Army to traverse. After he finished reporting to the Central Committee in Shanghai, Father was busy with his family affairs because he had suffered a misfortune in his private life. As soon as Father finished reporting on the work, he hurried to see his wife. At that time, Zhang Ziwang was in Beilong Hospital in Shanghai and was going to give birth to a child. The birth should have been a happy event, but, unexpectedly, it was a difficult labor. Not only did Zhang Ziwang have a hard time giving birth to the child, but she contracted puerperal fever. Although she was in the hospital, medical conditions were very poor. Father, suffering the greatest anxiety, stayed in the hospital to be with his wife day and night. Unfortunately, Zhang Ziwang passed away several days later. After the baby was born, it was entrusted to the care of the family of Su Ping and Zhang Xiaomei. The baby, a girl, died a few days later, too, probably because of the difficult labor. He heard from Mom Deng Yingchao that Father was deeply grieved by the death of Zhang Ziwan. However, even the greatest misfortune was personal misfortune at most, and even the greatest grief had to be buried deep in the heart. The military situation on the front was pressing and required urgent action. After the unfortunate death of Zhang Ziwan, father had to stay in Shanghai for several more days. In late January he went back to Guangxi hurriedly, before he had had time to bury his wife. The Central Committee had already approved their plans, and the troops and comrades in Guangxi were waiting for him to give instructions and provide leadership. When father passed through Hong Kong once again, he made contact with the underground messenger of the party there, Li Qiang, who was establishing a secret radio station in Hong Kong. Father asked him about how he could make radio contact with Shanghai when he was back in Guangxi. Li Qiang told father about the call sign and other things. Li Qiang recalled that at
160.
that time they also talked about entrusting the burial of his wife to my care. That was the first time I was acquainted with Comrade XIAOPING. Li Qiang was a staff member of the special branch and was then in charge of burying some comrades of the party. In the spring of
1930,
Li Qiang returned to Shanghai and took charge of burying Zhang Ziwan in accordance with the direction of the military commission. After father was sent to work in JQNC, he was under the leadership of the military commission. The secretary of the military commission was Zhou Inlei. Uncle Li Qiang told me, we buried Zhang Ziwan in the cemetery at Jiangguan, Shanghai. The name used on her tombstone was Mrs. Zhang, Neizhou, but the name used for cemetery registration was the true name, Zhang Ziwan. Pseudonyms were mostly used for the burial of such comrades at that time. For example, the pseudonym used for Lu Yunang was Baizhu, and that for Su Zhaozheng was Yao Weiking. Among those who took part in the funeral procession were Comrade Deng Yingchao and her mother, as well as a girl. After the burial, we held a memorial ceremony in accordance with the custom of the times. Later I got to know that the girl who went with us was Zhang Xiaomei, the younger sister of Zhang Ziwan. My second uncle, Deng Ken, recalled that he went to Shanghai for study in
1931
and in May found his elder brother there. Father led his younger brother to visit the grave of Zhang Ziwan in the Jiangguan cemetery. Deng Ken remembered that the name on the tombstone was not father's real name. That was the requirement of their underground work. After Shanghai was liberated in
1949,
father immediately made efforts to find the grave of Zhang Ziwan. The graves of many martyrs could not be found as a result of the chaos caused by war and the construction of an airfield by the Japanese in the area around the cemetery. But thanks to the help of Li Qiang and his good memory, the grave of Zhang Ziwan was found at last. When my parents went to see the grave, they found it was flooded. So father had the bones of Zhang Ziwan taken out of the grave and put into a small coffin. This coffin and another with the bones of Su Zhaozheng were placed downstairs in the house where Arthur lives in Shanghai. Ahead was the house used by the LIG Society. Father soon left Shanghai to lead his troops to march southward and westward and into southwestern China until the last remnants of Chiang Kai-shek were driven out of the mainland of China. I.e. coffins of Zhang Ziwan and Su Zhaozheng were stored at the site of the Li Society for a long time, and no consideration could be given to them at all when the Cultural Revolution broke out. But curiously enough, the bones of these revolutionary martyrs and others were buried at last in the Shanghai Cemetery of Revolutionary Martyrs in
1969.
and the Cultural Revolution was spreading, father was overthrown as the no-R capitalist ruler. I presume that those in charge of the construction of the Shanghai Cemetery of Revolutionary Martyrs must have known state affairs, family affairs, and personal grief
161
nothing about Zhang Ziwang, and that they buried her even with that of Su Zhaozheng, as they were seen to be placed together. If they had known that this Zhang Ziwang was the wife of Deng Xiaoping, they might not have buried her there. Furthermore, in their deep class hatred, they might have disposed of the bones of Zhang Ziwang in such a way as to indicate their thorough criticism of Deng Xiaoping. Perhaps some supernatural forces protected the bones of Zhang Ziwang during that crazy and chaotic period. Today, the Shanghai Cemetery of Revolutionary Martyrs has been renamed Longhua Revolutionary Cemetery. On the plain tombstone of Zhang Ziwang are engraved the characters "The Tomb of Martyr Zhang Ziwang," and it is also inlaid with her photograph, taken when she was in Moscow. She is now lying serenely and quietly amid fresh, green pines and cypresses with Su Zhaozheng, Yang Xianzhang, Siyu Zhenghong, and other martyrs. When we paid a visit to her grave, we presented quite a few fresh flowers in the hope that their beauty and splendor would accompany her in restful peace there. Father had not yet reached the age of 26 in January
1930.
Before going to Shanghai, he had thought he would have a reunion with his wife and greet his first child, but both his wife and child were dead when he left Shanghai. One can imagine how deeply father was grieved by this unexpected and tremendous misfortune. However, he could not be sunk in his personal grief, nor could he stay in Shanghai long enough to bury his wife and child. He had to hurry back at once to Quincy. The urgent and volatile revolutionary situation in Quincy was waiting for him. Many revolutionary comrades in Quincy were waiting for the return of the representative of the Central Committee and their political commissar. Communists also had emotion and tears. Countless communists lost their kinfolk and comrades, in arms, but they buried their emotions deep in their hearts and forced their tears to dry up, because in their minds the revolutionary interests were above all else. These revolutionaries could give their lives and blood for the cause of liberation of the people and their motherland. What other sufferings could they not endure, and what difficulties could they not overcome? What forces could overwhelm and defeat them? The rise and fall of the THIRD Corps. Of the Red Army. On February
7, 1930,
father returned to Longzhou, Guangxi Province, via Hong Kong and Vietnam. Before he left the territories of Vietnam, he saw from a distance the red flags flying high over the Chinese Pass. He knew instantly that the Longzhou uprising must have been launched and that the THD Corps of the Red Army must have been established. As soon as he arrived in Longzhou, he found that the troops of the THD Corps had been sent to various counties to suppress bandits and local tyrants. Only Wang Danping, commander of the RD column, had stayed behind in the headquarters of the THD Corps. Wang Danping reported to Deng Xiaoping in detail the work of the THD Corps and the situation in Longzhou. Deng Xiaoping found that there were some problems in the work in the THD Corps and in Zhejiang. The Zhuojiang Revolutionary Committee had been set up, but it did not actually operate and its political power was still unstable. The newly formed THD Corps was small in number and equipped with only 1,000 rifles. THD troops were entirely controlled by the officers of the old army, and not many CPC members led troops. The main force of the corps had left, and those who had stayed behind for garrison duty were the unreliable troops of the old army that had been incorporated into the corps. Meanwhile, since the Longzhou uprising, the contradictions between the Red political power and the reactionary forces had intensified, and the original mass base in the Zhuojiang area had not been solidified. The situation in the Zhuojiang area was increasingly difficult. Father learned that right at that moment, the TTH Corps, led by Li Minggrui, commander-in-chief of the TTH and BATH Corps, and Zhang Yunvi, commander of the TTH Corps, was marching toward Nanning. On the way, it fought a fierce battle with nearly 4 regiments of the Guangxi Army in Long'an. At the same time, the BATH Corps, led by its commander You Ziuyu, was preparing, according to plan, to attack Nanning in coordination with the TTH Corps. Father held that, judging from both subjective and objective conditions, the attack on Nanning was doomed to failure and the attacking troops were likely to be destroyed. According to the instruction of the Central Committee to not attack Nanning, Father immediately sent an urgent telegram to Li Minggrui and Zhang Yunyi, asking them to stop the attack on Nanning and, at the same time, asking Tio Ziuyu to lead his troops back to Longzhou. Receiving the instruction from Political Commissar DENG, You Ziuyu hurried back to Longzhou. Soon after that, Father called a meeting of cadres from the Guangxi Military Commission and local part committees. At the meeting, Father delivered
162.
The rise and fall of the BATH Corps
163.
several detailed speeches in line with his report to the Central Committee in Shanghai, pointing out that all aspects of the work in the Zhuojiang area were failing to concentrate on the intro task. Through the discussions at several meetings, participants decided on principles and policies regarding the agrarian revolution, expansion of the Red Army, and other questions. They also decided that the general objective for the BATH Corps was to join forces with the TTH Corps and then concentrate their strength to advance toward the border area between Hunan and Guangdong so as to join forces with the TH Corps, commanded by Zhu De and Mao Zedong. Because the meeting clarified the party's objectives, principles, and policies, significant success was soon achieved in the work in the Zhuojiang area. The integration of the agrarian revolution with the movement against French imperialists, in particular, received warm support from the people. Political Commissar Deng told Yu Ziuyu to heighten vigilance and to move toward the TTH Corps in the Yujiang area when he was unable to gain a firm foothold. But because the BATH Corps relied entirely on the tax revenue from the Longzhou area for its military expenses, Yu Ziuyu hesitated to move close to the Yujiang area. Soon Father learned that the TTH Corps had suffered a defeat in the battle at Long'an in the Yujiang area and withdrawn its main force from the area to an unknown place. The QNC clique, which thus returned to local military and administrative power, sent 4 regiments to invade Longzhou. The BATH Corps had realized that it was impossible to hold on to Longzhou, so it decided to capture the important town of Jingxi, between the Zhuojiang and Yujiang rivers, so as to maintain its contact with the TTH Corps in the Yujiang area. Having assigned tasks in Longzhou, Father hastily set off for the Yujiang area. On March 10, he arrived at Liping, where the EST column of the BATH Corps was stationed. Zhou Ji, an old soldier of the BATH Corps, recalled. Under the direct command of General Political Commissar Deng Bin, our EST column of the BATH Corps of the Red Army, totaling over 1,000 men, left Longzhou for Jingzi. He was then an orderly in the 2D Battalion. During our march, Political Commissar DENG crossed over mountain after mountain and shared weal and woe with us. His straightforwardness, amiableness, and revolutionary optimism left a deep impression on us. During the journey, he inquired about the ideology and living conditions of the troops with great interest. He encouraged us to be good at fighting and doing propaganda work among the people and to persevere in the struggle no matter how difficult the situation might be. Political Commissar Deng's teaching greatly educated and inspired us on March Yi. The EST column surrounded the enemy in Jingzi. He Jiarong recalled.
164.
Political Commissar Deng came to the front and directed the battle together with me at our position outside the south gate. 4 days later, we were still unable to take the besieged town. As Political Commissar Deng could not stay in Jingzi for too long, he sent the BATH company, led by its commander Tianjin, to escort him across the Yujiang River. Before his departure, he instructed the commanders of the EST column to spare no effort to take Jingzi so as to remove the obstacle to the contact between the Zhuojiang and Yujiang areas and at the same time, keep an eye on the developments in Longzhou. Political Commissar Deng, escorted by the soldiers of the BATH company, arrived safely at the place where Comrade Wei Beacon was while in Jingzi. Father learned that along the banks of the Yujiang River, Kuotwa was still controlled by the TTH Corps of the Red Army. So he left the EST column of the BATH Corps to go to the Yujiang area to convey the instructions of the Central Committee. Before he left, he sent a telegram instructing the troops in Longzhou to move rapidly toward the Yujiang area in accordance with the established principle of establishing liaison with the TTH Corps. After Father left the BATH Corps, its EST column mounted repeated attacks but was unable to capture Jingzi. When it withdrew toward Longzhou, it fought a fierce battle with the enemy at Taikiao, and more than 400 officers and men heroically laid down their lives. At this moment, the enemy attacked Longzhou with massive numbers of troops. Outnumbered by the enemy, the BATH Corps of the Red Army abandoned Longzhou after putting up a brave resistance, and led by Corps Commander Yu Ziyu, it retreated to Pingxiang. The enemy pursued it. The commander of the RD column and others laid down their lives, and Corps Commander Yu had only 700 men left. The morale of the RD column of the BATH Corps was shaken. This column suffered heavy losses after fighting several fierce battles with the enemy. Some political workers had to leave the column, and men of Red Army and Peasants' Army soldiers died in action. Regiment Commander Lu Ziding betrayed the revolution, and as a result, the RD column of the BATH Corps was dissolved. The occupation of Longzhou by the enemy marked the failure of the BATH Corps of the Red Army and the revolutionary regime in Longzhou. Yu Ziyu, commander of the BATH Corps and a CPC member, went to Ilongkong to contact the party organization. But unfortunately, he was betrayed by a traitor, arrested, and then escorted back to Quanzhou. On August
18, 1930,
Corps Commander Yu Ziyu was executed at Ilonghuagang, Quanzhou, on the order of Chen Jitang. Yu Ziyu was on of 3rd. After the BATH Corps was defeated, its EST column, which had attacked Jingzi and was under the leadership of Commander He Jiarong and Chief of Staff Nan Jinwu, a CPC member, made several attempts to establish contact with the TTH Corps of the Red Army. but it failed to do so because of the rise and fall of the 8th Corps 16's strong converging attacks by the enemy. The EST column retreated to the border area of Gishu but continued to fight. This troop of the Red Army suffered innumerable hardships and fought in the border areas between Yunnan and Guangxi, and between Gishu and Guangxi, for several months. After half a year, in September, the remaining 300 or so soldiers, led by Chief of Staff Yuan Jinwu, eventually joined forces with the 7th Corps, commanded by Li Mingrui and Zhang Yunyi, in the Hechi area in Guangxi. When Yuan Jinwu grasped Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui's hands, the eyes of the two fighters brimmed over with warm, excited tears, as if they were kinsfolk meeting again after a long separation. The remaining troops of the EST column of the 8th Corps of the Red Army were incorporated into the 7th Corps and participated in the reorganization at Pingma. The rise of the 7th Corps of the Red Army and the Yujiang Red Revolutionary Base Area. In March 1930, Father and a company of the EST column of the 8th Corps rushed to the Yujiang area from Jingxi. By then, the entire area along the Yujiang River had been occupied by the enemy, and the 7th Corps had retreated to Donglan. Father managed to break through the enemy's tight encirclement and arrived in Donglan in a roundabout way in late March. Great changes had taken place in the Yujiang area since the Bo's uprising in December 1929, and the situation there was excellent. Despite the favorable revolutionary situation, however, the Front Committee, instead of focusing its work on in-depth mobilization of the masses to carry out agrarian reform, decided to attack Nanning and suffered a defeat on the way there, with heavy casualties. As they retreated to Pingma, the troops again suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the pursuing enemy. The main foray of the 7th Corps broke away from the enemy's pursuit before entering the areas of Donglan and Fengshan for rest and reorganization in mid-February. About half a month later, the Front Committee decided to conduct guerrilla warfare outside their areas. The ESTNRD columns, led by Corps Commander Zhang Yunvi, were to move to Hechi in the north, while the 3D column, led by XIAOPING, stayed in Donglan of the Yujiang area. In early April the ESTNRD columns arrived at Xin. They suffered a minor setback when the QNC army launched a surprise attack on them. Afterwards, they climbed over the Miaoshan mountains and arrived in the Rongjiang area in Qiushu province. Toward the end of April 1930, the 7th Corps took Rongjiang and captured large quantities of weapons, ammunition, and other material, thus enhancing its morale. After a short rest and reorganization in Rongjiang, the ESTNRD alums of the 7th Corps returned to the Tojiang area of QNC province. One day in April 1930, Father arrived in the Wuzhuang district of Donglan County. Here he found Huang Sailun, who was working in the Count W. Oman's association. Huang Mailun recalled that it was drizzling. At dusk, a smart and vigorous young man, who was holding a walking stick, wearing a bamboo hat, having his trousers rolled up over his straw sandals, and followed by a Red Army soldier, came to my door. He was Deng Bin, the political commissar. Huang Sailun immediately led political commissar Deng to meet Weibican. When the two men met, they greeted each other warmly. Weibican arranged for political commissar Deng to change his wet clothes. After sup,
166
the rise of the TTH Corps of the Red Army.
167
He sat beside the brazier, which was characteristic of the Zhuang nationality, and began chatting for a long time. Early the next morning, Wei Bekan led Political Commissar Deng to the Kuxinglu building. The Kuxinglu building, formerly a place for worshipping the god of literature, Kuxing, had now become the office building for the Peasant Association and the Soviet government. After Political Commissar Deng came to Westwin, Bekan put up a bamboo bed and an old square table on the second floor for him as his office and study. From then on, the light in the Kuxinglu building was often on late into the night. Father had two tasks in Westwin: trying to get in touch with the main force of the TTH Corps, which was marching north, and, together with Wei Bekan, investigating the agrarian revolution and experimenting with it in selected places. Deng Xiaoping and Wei Bekan often called meetings attended by military and administrative cadres and key members of the party leadership to discuss and formulate principles and policies concerning the agrarian revolution. He briefed the leading party cadres in the 3D column on the agrarian revolution conducted by the TTH Corps and asked them to hold serious discussions. He often went with Wei Bekan to the countryside to propagate the policies guiding the agrarian revolution and arrange for the work in that area. A lack of competent cadres made it difficult to do the work in the Yujiang area. So Father not only provided guidance on the specific work but also organized training classes for poor peasants and farm laborers. Zhang Maosheng, an old soldier of the TTH Corps, recalled, in April
1930
Comrade Deng Xiaoping, secretary of the Front Committee, organized a training class for party members in Westwin, Donglan County. He compiled teaching materials and gave lectures himself, explaining, in clear and simple language, the fundamental tenets of Marxism, Leninism and the party's principles and policies. Father once said that some of the methods he applied to the agrarian revolution in the Yujiang area arose from the experience he had gained working on the Central Committee in Shanghai, specifically, from the reports of the TTH Corps, led by Mao Zedong and Zhude, and from the oral reports made by the comrades from the TTH Corps to the Central Committee. Yuan Renaiyuan, Wei XIAOPING, and others said in their recollections of this period that Comrade Deng Xiaoping, together with Comrade Wei Bekan and others who commanded the 3D column, made great efforts to carry out the agrarian revolution in the base area of Donglan County. Comrade Deng Xiaoping briefed the cadres on the situation and experience in the agrarian revolution in the Jinggang Mountains and elaborated on the importance of the agrarian revolution to expanding the Red Army and consolidating and developing the worker, peasant democratic regime. Comrade Wei Bekan was a well-known leader of the peasants in QNC. Their work proceeded very smoothly.
168
Father stayed in the Kuxinglu building in Westwin for about 2 months. Toward the end of May, he decided to go to the Fleki area to look for the TTH Corps, which was believed to have moved there. Yamiwen, who was sent by Wei Bekan to escort Political Commissar Deng, recalled that, as they came to Deng's place, they saw the 25-year-old Deng dressed in a grey uniform, wearing a red army cap and a pair of sandals. His face was aglow, and his eyes very kind and intelligent. In the early morning sunlight, Father and his party bid farewell to Wei Bekan and set out on horseback to look for the TTH Corps. On the way, they climbed mountains and crossed rivers and had only solid food to eat and spring water to drink. They spurred their flying horses to full speed for the search, On the fourth day, they learned that an army unit that held a huge red banner bearing the hammer and sickle had arrived in Hechi. On the sixth day, Father hurried to Hechi and met with Li Mingrui and Zhang Yunyi at last. Once in Hechi, Father called a meeting attended by the leaders of the TTH Corps to convey to them the directives of the Central Committee. They also discussed whether to lead the troops back to the Yujiang area. In Hechi, Father also called a meeting attended by party members, at which they decided to move the troops back to the Yujiang area, to carve out the agrarian revolution, to transform the Red Army, and to take it as the general objective to expand the base area rapidly. They also decided that the TTH Corps should exploit the victories it had won on the wave back from Quizhu, march toward Bose, and recover it without let up. After the meeting, the morale of the TTH Corps was very high, and all the officers and men were ready to set off. When he returned to QNC, Father did one more important thing. He admitted Li Lingrui into the Communist Party, with the approval of the Central Committee and on La's own request. As soon as Father Ari
反斜杠
met in Longzhou, the decision was announced. Fus, Li Mingrui had turned from an old-style commander with patriotic and democratic ideas into a revolutionary fighter who had firm faith in communism. Li Mingrui's transformation was extraordinary as well as rather common. In the tortuous course of Chinese history, many people had gone through struggles, setbacks, hesitation, and perplexity before awakening and choosing the road to truth, the only road that could save the Chinese people from the hell of their sufferings. Only the revolution led by the Communist Party of China could truly break away from the influence of the warlords and foreign forces, could be carried out for the real benefit of China and the Chinese people, and could be called a genuine people's revolution. Many people like Li Mingrui took the revolutionary road delineated by the Communist Party of China. Zhu De, Peng Dehui, He Long, Yi Jianing, and Lu Bachun, the future marshals of the People's Republic of China, all traversed this course, as did countless others from the depth. The Chinese workers and peasants' Red Army was established to the rise of the TTH Corps of the Red Army
169
the time of the 3-year War of Liberation. They joined the revolutionary ranks neither for high positions nor for handsome pay. So what did they strive for? They knew only that they had found the truth. They were proud to devote their lives to the future destiny of China and the 400 million Chinese people. In so doing, they became heroes of the revolution and of the people. Although he had known Li Mingrui for hardly 1 year, Father established a true friendship and trust with him. Many people distrusted Li Mingrui because of his background as an old-style military officer. The leftist Central Committee, led by Li Listen, had even gone so far as to ask party members repeatedly and clearly to have no illusions about Li Mingrui. It issued a clear directive on being firmly opposed to admitting him into the party and even gave an order to drive him away from the base area. Because of poor communication between QNC and the Central Committee, Father was not aware of its attitude. Even if he had known of it, however, Father would have withstood the pressure and firmly, warmly, sincerely, and courageously welcomed Li Mingrui into the revolutionary ranks, because he had the fullest understanding of the situation in QNC and of Li Mingrui. He knew that Li Mingrui needed the revolution, and the revolution needed Li Mingrui. Father has always been like that. As a party member, he has a very strong sense of organization and discipline, and at the same time, he never gives in to mistakes. He dares to uphold the truth, to seek it from the facts, and to assume responsibility. In early June
1930,
the TTH Corps, led by Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui, Political Commissar Deng Xiaoping, and Corps Commander Zhang Yunyi, advanced toward Bose. On June 8, its ESTNRT columns launched an attack on Bose and succeeded in recovering it. After Bose was recovered, the Front Committee decided to exploit the victory. The TTH Corps carried on fighting and took the county towns along the Yujiang River, including Fenji, Inlong, Silin, and Kuat, thus recovering the entire lost Soviet areas along the Yujiang River. While the TTH Corps won this series of military victories, it continued to conduct the agrarian revolution, expand the mass base, and consolidate the Red Revolutionary Base area in the Yujiang area. A thriving scene prevailed in the entire Yujiang area. In early April, the major war of the Central Plains between Feng Yuxiang, Yan Zishan, Li Zongren, and Zhang Zuoliang on the one hand and Chiang Kai-shek on the other started. The QNC clique was on the anti-Chiang Kai-shek side. Li Zongren, Bai Kongzi, and Huang Shaohong led the main forces of the QNC army up into Hunan province so as to join the decisive battle on the Central Plains. It was when the warlords were involved in internecine war and the main forces of the QNC army had moved north that the TTH Corps was able to achieve these victories and consolidated the Yujiang Revolutionary Base area. However, the raging red flames in the Yujiang area had long perturbed
170.
Chiang Kai-shek. In early July, when the situation on the battlefields of the Central Plains had just begun to be favorable to Chiang Kai-shek, his government in Nanjing immediately ordered the Yunnan Army commanded by Long Yun to attack Nanning along the Zhuojiang and Yujiang rivers via Longzhou and Bose. This scheme was designed to kill two birds with one stone and to reap the spoils of the contest fought by others. The attack on QNC mounted by the Yunnan Army was designed to assault the rear of the QNC Army, which was moving north, so as to contain its expedition against Chiang Kai-shek and at the same time to attack the Red political power in the Yujiang area. Sending the Yunnan Army into QNC to attack both the QNC Army and the Communist Party was a well-devised, cunning scheme that, by playing off one power against another, would not diminish Chiang Kai-shek's strength. In view of this situation, the TTH Corps withdrew from Bose and retreated to Silin. The Yunnan Army was well known for its bravery and combat effectiveness. The three divisions led by Commander-in-Chief Lu Hong marched into QNC, with Asian Commander Zhang Chong leading his division to spearhead the attack. The powerful
20,000
strong Yunnan Army advanced menacingly. As soon as they arrived in the Yujiang area, they took Bose and became all the more arrogant. But to their surprise, on the way to Nanning, Zhang Chong's troops were ambushed by the TTH Corps at Kuatwa near Pingma. A fierce battle broke out, and between
500and 600
Wannan troops were killed or wounded. This battle dealt a heel blow to the truculent Yunnan Army, which did not dare to attack the red areas and more. In
1986,
we accompanied Father on his trip to Quilin, QNC province. On an excursion on the Jiang River, Father mentioned this ambush of the Yunnan Army when he was recalling his combat experience in QNC. The Yunnan troops were good at fighting only, but each soldier had 2 guns, a rifle plus a pipe for opium smoking. opium smokers couldn't walk for a long distance, so the Chinese troops were not good at fighting defensive battles. I fought a battle against Zhang Chong near Pingma cast of bows. Zhang Chong was a combat commander. XIAOPING troops actually intended to attack QNC with only 3 divisions. Later Zhang Chong joined the revolutionary ranks. He belonged to the Yue nationality. He died after liberation. After fighting the Winnan troops, the TTH Corps also suffered over
200
casualties, so it moved to Pingma for reorganization and training. From the beginning of the founding of the TTH Corps, importance was attached to transforming the troops, recruiting party members, and establishing party organizations. Meanwhile, soldiers' committees were set up and the warlord style eradicated in the army units. While conducting political, ideological, organizational, and military education and training, the TTH Corps cooperated with the local party committees to the rise of the TTH Corps of the Red Army
171
carry on the agrarian revolution. Because of that revolution, the poor peasants were delighted and inspired and showed enthusiasm for sending one group of young peasants after another to join the army. As poor young peasants became new recruits in the army, the composition of the TTH Corps changed greatly, bringing about a new general attitude. The TTH Corps stayed in the Yujiang area for about 3.5 months. While undergoing reorganization and training, it also fought the armed forces of local tyrants and bandits. Father said that hardly a day passed without military operations during that period. To safeguard the fruits of the agrarian revolution and protect the autumn harvest, the TTH Corps decided to wind up its reorganization and training and move to the Hachi area in early October. MAO Wenhua, an old soldier of the TTH Corps, recalled, "When the reorganization and training ended, the agrarian revolution in the base area had been basically accomplished successfully. Politically, the poor peasants had become masters of their own fate and had stood up economically, thus greatly arousing their enthusiasm for revolution and production. Many emancipated peasants asked to join the Red Army or the Red Guards. Several thousand peasants signed up for joining the Red Army, thus expanding it from 3 to 4 columns, with a total of 8,000 men. The Red Army was then well trained and powerful and was fully prepared to fight new battles and open up new prospects. In Father's words, it was the heyday of the TTH Corps of the Red Army. In September
1930,
after 6 months of fighting from one place to another, the remaining troops of the TTH Corps, led by Yuan Jinwu, eventually arrived in Hainan and successfully joined force with the TTH Corps. From then on, the TTH and the TTH Corps were combined into a valiant armed foray in the revolution in QNC and started a new journey. After Father reported on the work in QNC to the Central Committee in Shanghai in February
1930
and left to return to QNC, for various reasons the Central Committee lost contact with QNC. On June
16,
the committee sent a letter of instruction to the Southern Office of its Military Commission and to the Front Committee of the TTH Corps. With respect to the TTH Corps, the Central Committee has not received any reports since Comrade XIAOPING returned to the TTH Corps. The Central Committee learned from some comrades who had come to Shanghai to report work about the defeat suffered by the troops in Longzhou since they withdrew from Longzhou and Bose, but heard nothing about the whereabouts of the main forces after they withdrew from Bose. Some foreign newspapers in Shanghai recently reported that they were now in the vicinity of Liuzhu, but no detailed information was available either. In this letter, the Central Committee reiterated the
反斜杠
point of the Lee-Listen line, that it is most likely that the world revolution will begin in China.
172
And demanding that victory in the revolution be won first in one or several major provinces, that in southern China efforts be made to achieve victory in Guangdong, and that resolute actions be taken to attack Liuzhu and Guilin held by the enemy, with a view to advancing to the Zhejiang and Beijiang areas in Guangdong. The letter also criticized the Front Committee of the TTH Corps for its approach to Li Mingrui and Yu Ziuyu, noting that it was a very erroneous and dangerous case that was contravening the correct directive of the Central Committee, resulting in the opportunistic defeat. We can see from the letter that the Central Committee in Shanghai, dominated by Lee-Listen, was not only unhappy about some practices of the Front Committee of the TTH Corps but very worried about having lost contact with it. To make sure that its leftist policies were implemented in Guangxi, the Central Committee sent a special representative to Guangxi, DENG, to guide the work there. On September 30, DENG, representative of the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee, came to the TTH Corps of the Red Army. On October 2, the Front Committee of the TTH Corps held a meeting at Pingma at which DENG briefed the participants on the guidelines of the Central Committee. The Front Committee of the TTH Corps decided to reorganize its 4 columns into 3 divisions, of which the 19th and 20th divisions were to move north to Hechi, where a military parade of the whole corps would be held for the representatives of China's success so as to boost morale and through a conference for all party members a vote be consent. The 21st Division, commanded by WEIBECON, aid us to remain in the Yujiang base area to persist in the struggle there. On October 4, the main force of the TTH Corps, 7,000 strong, marched north in a mighty formation toward the Hechi area in the Guangxi-Guizhou border region. These Red Army troops are full of vigor and high in morale, but they did not notice that their political commissar and the secretary of their front committee, Deng Xiaoping, swerved. DENG had relaxed the next guidelines of the Central Committee, that is, that a next revolutionary's high tide had come and victor must be won first in one or several provinces so as to proceed to establish national revolutionary political policy. OHTH Corps was ordered to attack Liuzhu and Guilin, accentually to take Guangzhou, and to capture Wuhan in cooperation with the THIRD Corps. The objective is to join forces in Wuhan and to sack the horses in the Yangtze River. In addition to making arrangements for military operations, Deng Clmg also conveyed the Central Committee's criticism of the agrarian reform policies implemented by the Yujiang Special Part Committee in the Yujiang base area of Guangxi Province, stating that those policies follow the right, aiding rich, peasant line. The Central Committee's next strategic military arrangements and its criticism of agrarian reform policies in the area concerned Father Gurkhatov. His on the rise of the TTH Corps of the Red Army 173 was based in his different view of the revolutionary situation and the revolutionary tasks at hand. Moreover, he was worried about the fate of the more than 7,000 soldiers of the TTH Corps. Victory in one or several provinces first, then establishment of national revolutionary political power and the arrival of a revolutionary upsurge. This was Lee-Listen's strategic concept. How did it take shape and develop? A detailed explanation needs its own chapter. The origin of Lee-Listen's left, ADVENTURISM. During one of my interviews with veteran revolutionaries, an old revolutionary grandma sighed after telling me so much about the history of the party. At that time, the party was still in its infancy, and it vacillated now to the left and now to the right. That is quite true. A human being has to go through the ignorance of infancy before he becomes an adult. Likewise, a party necessarily grows from small to big, from weak to strong, from vacillation between the left and the right in its infancy to a firm, strong, mature position.
From 1921,
when the Communist Party of China was founded,
to 1935,
when the Zunyi meeting was held, the party went through several historical periods characterized by the leadership of, among others, Chen Duxiu, Chu Kai-wu-bai, Li Lisan, and Wang Ming. In the course of the 14 years of struggle, the Communist Party and Chinese Communists, through heroic and indomitable fighting, achieved great and brilliant revolutionary results. However, because of repeated changes in the party's lines and policies, the mistakes that some party leaders consistently made in their decision-making and understanding, and the improper influence of the Communist International, the Chinese Revolution experienced many twists, turns, and dangers and suffered deplorable losses. Father once said that the party never formed a genuine nucleus of leadership before the Zunyi meeting. Between
1921and 1934,
the ranks of the Communist Party steadily swelled. It founded Red Armed Forces and established Red Revolutionary regimes. It also suffered the mistakes and setbacks caused by Chen Duxiu's right, capitulationism, Chu Kai-wu-bai's leftist putschism, Li Lisan's LCFT, adventurism, and Wang Ming's leftist opportunism. From July
1921,
when the CPCV
反斜杠
was founded, its membership increased from some 50 to approximately
6万
at the time of the Creed Revolution. In
1927,
the Creed Revolution ended in failure because of the betrayal of the revolution by the right-wingers of the KMT and the erroneous right-capitulationist line followed by Chen Duxiu, the General Secretary of the CPC. At that time, the party membership dropped sharply to a little more than
1万
Chen Duxiu's right-capitulationist line was discarded, and the CPC reshuffled its Central Committee. It fought doggedly under the harsh conditions of the
反斜杠
High Terror. It rapidly and effectively restored party organizations to conduct its work. By the 6th National Congress in June
1928,
its membership had grown to over
4万
Under the leadership of the CPC, many armed uprisings were launched. In those uprisings, red flags were hoisted openly, the Chinese workers and peace.
174
The origin of Li Lisan's left, adventurism,
75
and Red Army led by the CPC was founded, and the Soviet Red regimes and Red revolutionary base areas were established. While waging the revolutionary armed struggle, Chinese communists launched the agrarian reform movement in the Red areas. The emergency meeting of the Central Committee held in Wuhan on August
7, 1927,
corrected in time Chen Duxiu's right, capitulationism and established the guiding principle on agrarian revolution and red armed struggle. However, when the Central Committee opposed the right, deviationist mistakes, it opened the way for the leftist mistakes. In early November
1927,
the Central Committee held an enlarged meeting of the Provisional Political Bureau presided over by Chu Kai-wu-bai. The meeting held that the revolution at that time was still on the rise. The party should therefore oppose retreat and continue to attack. Its general tactic was carrying out armed uprisings and integrating rural and urban uprisings. At the enlarged meeting of the Central Committee, the leftist putschism represented by Chu Kai-Wu-bai dominated the leading bodies of the Central Committee and received the firm support of P. Lominets, the representative of the Communist International. Under the leadership of wrong leftist putschism, the main task of the Central Committee was implementing the general tactic of staging a general uprising throughout the country. The Central Committee organized one uprising after another in the cities, including Yuxing, Wuxi, Shanghai, Wuhan, and Changsha. Because of the lack of a mass base, each of those uprisings failed, causing severe damage and losses to party organizations and revolutionary forces. Chu Kai-Wu-bai's wrong guiding principles met with criticism and resistance from many comrades in the party. The Communist International also criticized the CPC and its own representative who made the mistakes. As a result, Chu Kai-Wu-bai's leftist putschism came to an end in less than 6 months, lasting only from November
1927 to April 1928.
To steer clear of the dangerous conditions under the White Terror in China, the Communist Party of China held its 6th National Congress in Moscow between June and July
1928.
The 6th National Congress made basically correct policies. It correctly summed up the experience and lessons of the revolutionary work, opposed both right and left tendencies, correctly analyzed the nature of Chinese society and the Chinese Revolution, and correctly assessed the political situation in the Chinese Revolution. It also decided on the various tasks of the party. However, the Congress lacked a correct understanding of the protracted nature of the Chinese Revolution and the importance of the rural base areas. Since it did not correct the leftist mistakes once and for all, the possibility of making leftist mistakes in the future remained. The 6th National Congress elected a new Central Committee and Political Bureau. Under the influence of the Communist International, the Congress placed excessive emphasis on the composition of workers in the party leader.
176.
Ship. As a result, Xiang Zongfa, a man of working class origin who was incompetent for the job, was elected chairman of the Standing Committee of the Central Committee. After the 6th National Congress, party organizations became less disorganized and expanded further. By September
1930,
CPC membership had increased to over
12,300,000.
The work in the White area underwent rectification and development. The party's work in some key cities, including Wuhan and Quanzhou, was restored. The party further extended its influence among the masses, and the membership of the Red Trade Union grew to over
10,000,000.
By
mid-1930,
the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, under the leadership of the CPC, had expanded rapidly and established and consolidated revolutionary base areas in the countryside. The regular Red Army troops throughout the country had more than 10 corps and totaled some
10,000,000
men, including the local armed forces. They had established a dozen revolutionary base areas in the countryside. The warlords set up separate regimes and were involved in internecine warfare among themselves, so they had no time to attend to other matters. This gave the CPC an opportunity to expand the Red Revolutionary base areas and the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army throughout the country, especially in the border areas of the southern provinces, where the warlords' strength was weak. A single spark was going to start a prairie fire, which would soon light up the vast land of China. As soon as the revolutionary regimes were set up, the agrarian revolution was conducted. China at that time was a poor and backward agricultural country, its national industry was rather weak. Therefore, to win victory in the revolution, it was imperative to first emancipate the tens of millions of poor peasants and to mobilize them to form the backbone of a massive revolutionary army. In effect, the Chinese Revolution was first and foremost a peasant revolution. After the poor peasants got the land and gained their personal freedom, their revolutionary enthusiasm was considerably aroused. Fev supported the Red Revolutionary regime by vying with one another to join the Red Army. The excellent revolutionary situation in the base areas greatly strengthened the Red Army and consolidated those base areas. To the end, the revolutionary situation developed and the revolutionary forces expanded. Some Central Committee leaders became conceited. The leftist ideas that had not been completely eliminated in the party began to prevail again. Moreover, those ideas developed further into left adventurism. In June
1930,
the Political Bureau of the Central Committee held a meeting that was presided over by Xiang Zongfa. With Li Lisan playing the predominant role, the meeting adopted the resolution on the current political asks, drafted by Li Lisan. This resolution overestimated the situation and strength of the Chinese Revolution, denied the unevenness of the development of the Chinese Revolution, insisted on the theory of making cities the center of the origin of Li Lisan's left adventurism
177
the Chinese Revolution, and put forward the party's general tactical line, that is, to start a great workers' struggle to push the revolution immediately to an upsurge, to stage armed uprisings so as to win victories first in one or several provinces around Wuhan, and further, to establish a national revolutionary regime. The left adventurism represented by Li Lisan was thus born. Taking the left adventurist line, the Central Committee made a series of plans for armed uprisings in key cities, with Wuhan as the center, and ordered the workers' and peasants' Red Army to attack those key cities. The order of the Central Committee was, the
3D
Corps was to attack Wuhan, the EST Corps was to attack Nanchang and Zhejiang so as to seize the whole of Jiangxi province, the RD Corps was to coordinate the attack on Wuhan and Changsha, the EST Corps was to cut off the Beiping, Hankou Railway and to approach Wuhan, the SHTH Corps was to attack Zhejiang, and the QTH Corps was to attack Liuzhu and Quilin and finally seize Quanzhou. The ultimate objective was to realize the adventurist plan of joining forces in Wuhan and watering horses in the Yangtze River. At the same time, plans for staging general strikes and armed uprisings in the major cities in the wide area were drawn up. Those comrades in the party who held different views were suppressed and criticized. Some were even punished by expulsion from the Central Committee and dismissal from their posts. These practices led to the growth of factionalism in the party. To guarantee effective implementation of the general tactics of Li Lisan's adventurism, the Central Committee sent many special representatives to all Soviet areas and Red Army units to direct and supervise the work. The representative sent to the QTH Corps of the Red Army in Quanzhou was DENG Kang. The experience of the QTH Corps. In the autumn of
1930,
more than 7,000 fighters of the QTH Corps of the Red Army, led by Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui, Political Commissar Deng Xiaoping, and Corps Commander Zhang Yunyi, arrived at the He area in the Quanzhou border region in northern Quanzhou. On October 10, the Front Committee of the QTH Corps held a party Congress of the EORPS. At the Congress, Deng Kang, representative of the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee, insisted on implementing the instructions of the Central Committee and demanded that the CTH Corps first attack Liu's Hu. Among CTH Corps personnel, both Chief of Staff Gong Chu and the Director of the Political Department, Chen Haoran, strongly supported this view. Father Elierly expressed his disagreement. Father Oni said that he was very excited to hear the view of the Central Committee, conveyed by its representative, that there was a national revolutionary upsurge. But he was also soberly aware that Li Zonggren and Bai Kongzi of the QNC elite had restored their rule in QNC. Although the CTH Corps had established base areas in the Yujiang area and expanded its force, it had only several thousand men. It was difficult for the CTH Corps to capture both. It had no guarantee of victory in capturing any larger cities, such as Guilin, Liu's Hu, or even Guangzhou. But the Central Committee ordered the CTH Corps to attack Liu's Hu, so it had to carry out the order, with resolution. What was to be done? Father exchanged views with some comrades and found that a consensus had not been reached on the question. Some comrades did not believe such a plan was feasible, others did not express their
反斜杠
views at all. In the end, Father suggested at the meeting that since it was difficult to capture Los Hu in the southeast from Yilihi with a wide river in between, it would be better to attack Guilin in the northeast first before capturing Liu's Hu. The suggestion was APPR1BV the majority of the delegates. Although Fat Liar and other comrades expressed different views, the HI meeting dominated by DENG accepted the law-listen line in its entirety and defined the tasks of the CTH Corps as to take Liu's Hu, Guilin, and Guangzhou, so as to accomplish the
反斜杠
cohesion in the south. The meeting also erased the
反斜杠
previous mistakes made by the Front Committee of CTH Corps. On November 3, all the officers and men of the CTH Corps held a military parade in Hai. More than 7,000 red-armed men, in high spirits and full of vitality, were reviewed. On November 9, the CTH Corps got ready and advanced eastward. When this proud and enthusiastic revolutionary foray was marching to the front to implement the leftist resolutions of the Central Committee, it was not aware that the third plenary session of the Party's Sixth Central Committee,
178
the experience of the CTH Corps
179
had been held in Shanghai at the end of September, that is, 2 months before the CTH Corps set off and not long after DENG had arrived in Guangxi to implement the leftist line of the Central Committee. At that plenary session, the left, adventurous mistakes made by Li Listen and others were criticized and corrected. The convocation of the meeting stopped many erroneous adventurous actions that were still underway and lessened in time the losses caused by left adventurism. It was indeed a crucial meeting for the Chinese Revolution. Nevertheless, the CTH Corps, far away in southwestern China and cut off by one mountain range after another, did not know anything about this crucial party meeting and the important change in the principles and policies of the Central Committee. It set off to carry out the instructions of the former leftist Central Committee 2 months after the committee had corrected its leftist mistakes. Dressed in army uniforms, wearing army caps with a red star, and holding high the red flag, they valiantly set out. They did not know that a series of unwinnable battles were waiting for them. They did not know that they were going to encounter untold hardships along the way. They were not being deliberately mocked by history. History is history, and no one can rewrite it. On the second day after it set off, the TTH Corps captured a small town, Huayuan. There were two different opinions in the front committee of the TTH Corps. Some people proposed to cross the river to attack Qingyuan in the south, while political commissar Deng Xiaoping and Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui held that, as Qingyuan was a strategic town of the enemy, it would be difficult to take it, so they should proceed to Ducal in the east at once. After the TTH Corps abandoned its plan to attack Qingyuan, it skirmished with the enemy in Siba before coming to a stalemate with the enemy for 3 days near Tianhe. By now, it had been several days since the TTH Corps left Hechi, and it had moved forward only 50 or 60 kilometers, won some bad TLES, and suffered defeat in others. The TTH Corps turned north and reached Sanfang. Sanfang was located in the Damiashan Mountains and was free from enemy harassment. Because it was raining, the TTH Corps had a rest for a few days. It was at this time that Deng Gongchu, Chen Haoran, and others accused Deng Xiaoping of violating the order of the Central Committee and insisted on their plan to attack Liuzhu first. A meeting of cadres at and above the battalion level was held in Sanfang to discuss the matter. A heated argument followed, and in the end most of the participants expressed their obedience to the instructions of the representative of the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee. Deng Xiaoping felt deeply isolated and thus offered his resignation from the post of Secretary of the Front Committee and proposed that the representative of the Central Committee or someone else take his post.
180.
But Deng Gonggu and Gan Haoran objected to this proposal, and Deng Xiaoping had to comply with the decision of the meeting. In the long and hard journey, arguments never ceased within the front committee of the TTH Corps, and the differences were never ironed out. In Father's words, they quarreled every day and all the way. Soon after the meeting in Sanfang, the TTH Corps moved southeast and prepared to attack Liuzhu. While advancing on Gang'an by the Rongjiang River halfway to Liuzhu, the TTH Corps discovered that Gang'an was guarded by 2 enemy divisions. On December 15, the main force of the TTH Corps, led by Li Mingrui, launched an attack on the town of Gang'an. But they were unable to storm the town because of the enemy's strong fortifications and heavy fire. The battle lasted for 5 full days, and the TTH Corps suffered several hundred casualties. The TTH Corps decided to pull out of the battle. After it withdrew from Gang'an, the TTH Corps was compelled by reality to give up its plan to attack Liuzhu. However, Deng and his followers abandoned neither the Li-Lisan line nor their plan to take Guilin. Owing to the enemy's defense preparations, the TTH Corps could move nowhere but north, so as to maneuver back to Guangxi from Hunan to attack Guilin. So the TTH Corps moved straight north, crossed over mountain after mountain, and captured the small town of Suning in southwestern Hunan on December
21.
The news of the TTH Corps' entry into Hunan and occupation of Suning was soon reported in the enemy's newspapers and in the Communist Party's official organ. Red flag. But the TTH Corps read none of these news reports. Nor did it know anything about the military deployments of the enemy. X.
反斜杠
FTCR a short rest in Suning. The TTH Corps advanced northeast again. Since it had left Gang'an, the TTH Corps had trudged more than
200
kilometers to reach the strategic town of Wuyugang in the southwestern border region of Hunan. TTH Corps originally had planned only to raise some funds in the Wuyugang area, not to capture Wigang. It learned, however, that only a local armed corps, not regular troops, guarded the town. So it decided immediately to take Wugang. To the surprise of the TTH Corps, it was unable to capture the town after several days of repeated attacks. By the fourth day, it had suffered considerable casualties and continuing the attack was becoming untenable. When it was about to make readjustments, the Hunan enemy reinforcements arrived unexpectedly. So the attempt by the TTH Corps to capture Wugang failed, and it had to withdraw. During the Battle of Taigong, more than 200 men of the TTH Corps were killed or wounded. Not only was troop morale lowered but quite a few got lost in the retreat. TTH Corps reassembled its troops and decided to move southeast immediately. Eventually, it returned safely to Guangxi and arrived at the town of Guangzhou in the border region between Hunan and Guangxi. Leading cadres of the TTH Corps held a meeting in Guangzhou to discuss the future of the corps. Since it started off from Yilaki in early October, in only the experience of the TTH Corps 182 months the strength of the TTH Corps had dropped from more than 7,000 to somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000. Defeatism prevailed among the troops, and many deserted. It was already winter, and the troops were still short of food and clothing. Moreover, the Hunan enemy force in the north were eyeing their prey covetously, while the Guangxi enemy troops in the south were fully prepared to wait for the TTH Corps. It was by no means easy to attack Liuzhu and Guilin and then to water their horses in the Yangtze River under such difficult conditions. Grim reality forced the TTH Corps to thoroughly abandon the left, adventurism inspired by Li Lisan, and the plan to take Liuzhu and Guilin was not mentioned again. After the meeting, DENG asked to return to Shanghai and report on the work to the Central Committee. He then left the TTH Corps. Soon after, his supporter Chen Haoran, director of the Corps Political Department, also left. Father said that Chen Haoran left quietly after a battle without telling anyone, and no one knew where he had gone. After the Li Lisan line lost its influence in the TTH Corps, Deng Xiaoping, Li Mingrui, and Zhang Yunyi regained command of the corps. Deng and Chen Haoran had an unshirkable responsibility to implement in the TTH Corps the adventurous directive of Li Lisan's Central Committee as well as responsibility for the series of defeats the corps suffered. They did not formulate the erroneous line, they only resolutely carried it out. Therefore, although they could be held responsible for the setbacks of the TTH Corps, the main responsibility lay with the Central Committee. After the meeting in Guangzhou, the TTH Corps felt an urgent need for rest and replenishment. So it stayed there for 3 days and raised some pocket money funds for the officers and men. Then, having learned that the Guangxi enemy troops were advancing toward Guangzhou, the TTH Corps decided to move southeast and enter the area of southern Hunan. After capturing Daizhu, the TTH Corps organized a mass rally to educate the masses of the people and to heighten its morale. The TTH Corps had stayed in Daizhu for barely 2 days when it learned that the Hunan enemy troops were approaching from 3 directions. So it had to advance southward to Jianghua in the Hunan border region. It was midwinter and exceptionally cold all the way, with heavy snowfalls and a chilly wind. The troops plodded along on their 45-kilometer journey. They lacked clothing and pay, and some wore only unlined clothes and sandals or even shorts. They were miserably cold and hungry. In one day quite a few Red Army soldiers died of cold. When they arrived at Jianghua, they found that, with no party organization or mass base, the local conditions were even worse than in Daishu. So they had to move again toward Lianzhou, Guangdong. Once more they crossed over the Laomian Mountains in the border region of the three provinces of Hunan, Guangxi, and Guangdong and fought the armed forces of the landlords.
182.
Before eventually arriving at the Guiling Mountains in the Guangxi border region in mid-January
1931.
the TTH Corps stayed in the Guiling area for 4 days of rest and reorganization. By now the TTH Corps was down to less than 4,000 men. After consulting with Li Mingrui and Zhang Yunyi, Deng Xiaoping decided to reorganize the troops by changing the 2 former divisions into 2 regiments. To boost army morale, the chief commanders were to serve concurrently as regiment commanders. Thus, the former 19th Division was changed into the 55th Regiment with 2 battalions each
1200
strong. Gong was its commander, and Deng Xiaoping was concurrently its political commissar. The former
20T
Division was changed into the 58th Regiment with commander, in, Give Li Mingrui as its commander. It had 2 battalions totaling over
1300
men. The corps also had units of more than
800
men under its direct command. It had 6 heavy machine guns and 3 mortars. With such a reduced establishment, the corps was well organized. The corps commanders became regiment commanders, the former regiment commanders became battalion commanders, and battalion commanders became company commanders. So the corps had enough officers and restored to a certain extent its combat effectiveness. It also got some food and clothing, heightening the morale of the troops. The Guiling area was located in the important juncture of the 3 provinces of Guangxi, Hunan, and Guangdong, and the NMY situation was rather complex. The TTH Corps decided to move to the Lianzhou area of Guangdong Province. Not long after its departure, the TTH Corps crossed the border between Guangxi and Guangdong. When it arrived at Dongpi, some 30 kilometers away from the city of Lianzhou, on January 19, it discussed whether to attack Lianzhou. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, it decided not to attack Lianzhou. Instead it decided to move north into Hunan, as suggested by Gonggu. The TTH Corps learned on January
17, 1931,
when it arrived in Xingzi, 40 kilometers away from Lianzhou, that Yiqian Hunan NM troops had organized a defense on the route to Ilunan, so the corps turned back to Lianzhou. When the TTH Corps arrived, the NM in Lianzhou was extremely frightened and set fire to the city in an attempt to stop the advance of the TTH Corps. On hearing the news, the TTH Corps rushed into the city to put out the fire, thus preventing the city from being completely destroyed. The Red Army's courageous efforts to put out the fire greatly moved and agitated the residents of Lianzhou. Residents and businessmen raised funds and grain for the TTH Corps of their own accord and also arranged for medical treatment for some 100 wounded fighters of the Red Army. While in Langzhou, the TTH Corps still wanted, according to its general plan, to go up north into southern Hunan so as to gain a firm foothold there. The experience of the TTH Corps
183
establish the Soviets, carry out agrarian revolution, and make new Red Army recruits. So it once again turned north. Toward the end of January, the TTH Corps passed through Xingzi, Guangdong Province, and arrived at Maihua village, Ruyuan County, Guangdong Province, on January
30.
It was still midwinter, the season when winter sweet was in blossom. Right after the Corps was settled at Maihua village, a messenger sent by the Lecheng County Party Committee in Hunan brought to the Corps the circular of the third plenary session of the party's 6th Central Committee and other documents. It was only after reading these documents that Father and the Front Committee of the GTH Corps learned that the Central Committee had repudiated left adventurism and put an end to the Li-Listen line as early as September
1930.
Even the GTH Corps was still in Hechi. Between September
1930
and January 1931, the GTH Corps had plotted hundreds of kilometers and fought one battle after another. It lost not only its revolutionary base area but also two-thirds of its strength. The enormous responsibility, the great losses, and the grave mistakes could not be more shocking in retrospect. It was lost, and the GTH Corps had no time to retrieve the losses. It had been at Maihua village for only 5 days when it learned, on February 3, that one regiment of Guangdong enemy troops was coming from Xingzi. The Front Committee of the GTH Corps, considering it an excellent opportunity to wipe out the enemy since only one regiment would be engaged, prepared the troops for battle. As soon as the battle began, the GTH Corps found that the enemy's strength was by no means only one regiment but 3, of which had come from Lecheng. Incorrect information led to incorrect decisions, and incorrect decisions led to defeat. In the fierce and brutal 5-hour battle, the GTH Corps wiped out more than 1,000 enemy troops. At dusk, it pulled out of the battle because it also had suffered heavy casualties. More than
200
men were wounded. The commander of the
20T
Division, Li Qian, and the commander of the 55th Regiment, Zhang Jian, died heroically, and the Corps Chief of Staff, Gong Chu, the commander of the 59th Regiment, Yuan Jinwu, and a battalion commander of the 58th Regiment, Li Xian, were wounded. With over half of its cadres killed or wounded, the GTH Corps now had only 2,000 men left. The battle at Maihua has remained deeply fixed in Father's memory. When he went to Guangdong in
1992,
he mentioned with emotion his combat experience there. He said that, regrettably, in the battle at Maihua many important cadres had laid down their lives. The battle at Maihua village ended on February 5,
1931.
The GTH Corps buried its dead comrades in arms and then retreated into the mountains. After suffering heavy losses in the battle, the GTH Corps was both exhausted and dispirited. The Front Committee of the GTH Corps decided to abandon its plan to
184.
establish a base area in the border region between northern Guangdong and southern Hunan and to leave Lecheng immediately for Jiangxi province to join forces with the Central Regular Red Army in the Central Soviet area. Having made arrangements for the more than
200
wounded soldiers, the GTH Corps, led by Deng Xiaoping, Li Mingrui, and Zhang Yunyi, marched west and crossed the Lecheng River. At noon, Deng Xiaoping and Li Mingrui, leading the 55th Regiment, crossed the Lecheng River first. To their surprise, the enemy had transported troops by truck from Lecheng and Shaozhou to prevent the GTH Corps from crossing the river. Only one company of the 55th Regiment, led by Zhang Yunyi, was able to cross the river before it was cut off by enemy artillery fire. In the battle at the Lecheng River, the TTH Corps was cut into the Wu-th Regiment advanced toward Jiangxi province, while the Wu-ba-th Regiment continued to make detours in the Hunan, Guangdong border region before eventually crossing the Lecheng River and heading also for Jiangxi. The two regiments lost contact and heard nothing about each other until mid-April, when they finally rejoined forces at Yangzin, Jiangxi province. The Wu-th Regiment broke through the NM's encirclements. The Yiqian troops advanced northward into Jiangxi via northern Guangdong. On February 8, they arrived at Niliang, where, to their pleasant surprise, they met the Kongnan guerrilla forces under the leadership of the Hunan, Jiangxi Border Region Special Committee of the Central Committee. Jiangxi was indeed the birthplace of the first revolutionary base area of the Communist Party. There were party organizations there, a solid mass base, local armed guerrilla forces, and the Central Regular Red Army. It was so different from Guangxi. The troops of the TTH Corps met their own comrades, even just a small local guerrilla force, as soon as they entered Jiangxi. Being with their own comrades warmed their hearts. Although it had suffered setbacks and lost its strength, the TTH Corps still had a widespread reputation as a valiant, battle-worthy force. Therefore, as soon as it entered Jiangxi, the enemy newspapers carried a series of news reports. Li Mingrui leads the TTH Corps of the Red Army to enter the Hunan, Jiangxi border region. Li Mingrui leads the Red Army to at NCL over Lecheng and Renhua bypaths, and Red Army's TTH Corps enters Hunan to attack Jiangxi in two directions. By then, the enemy was still keeping a close watch on the TTH Corps of the Red Army and did not dare to take it light off. With the help of the guerrilla forces, the TTH Corps made appropriate arrangements for the wounded and was briefed on the situation in Jiangxi. It learned that the place was still a guerrilla area with a relatively poor mass base, that the county town of Kongai 30 kilometers away was occupied by the enemy, but that the enemy's strength was rather weak there. The TTH Corps decided to advance 30 kilometers northward and take Kongai. The experience of the TTH Corps I-85. Kongai, located in southwestern Jiangxi and in the juncture of the three provinces of Hunan, Guangdong, and Jiangxi, was about 100 kilometers away from the Jinggang Mountains and in the periphery of the Red Army's Hunan-Jiangxi base area. With strong combat effectiveness and overwhelming force, the TTH Corps quickly captured the county town. In light of local conditions at the time, the TTH Corps decided to conduct revolutionary work in Kongai. Although it was cut into two troops when it crossed the Liheng River, the TTH Corps did not engage in any battles in its eastward advance and thus suffered little loss. When the Wu-th Regiment arrived at Kongvi, it had more than 1,000 men, nearly 800 guns, 1 mortar, and 5 machine guns. During its stay in Kongvi of more than 20 days, the TTH Corps rapidly established several district Soviet regimes, thus creating a red area in the county. At the same time, the question of distribution of land was raised, and the relevant work went on smoothly. With a short rest, the troops largely restored their combat effectiveness. During this period, New Year's Day 1931 of China's lunar year fell on February 17. All the households in Kongai rang out the old year and rang in the new and celebrated a peaceful new year. All the officers and men of the TTH Corps, who had gone through many hardships in the old year, shared with the local people the joys of a happy festival. After the New Year holiday, the TTH Corps learned that the enemy troops were ill at ease with the Red Army in Congai. The secretary of the Front Committee of the TTH Corps, Deng Xiaoping, discussed the situation with Li Mingrui and Suzhou, who were also on the committee, and decided to move the troops to the Xinfen area as suggested by the Party Committee of the Administrative Region of Southern Jiangxi. While in Congai, Father learned from the comrades of the Party Committee of the Administrative Region that the party's 6th Central Committee had held its 4th plenary session and Wang Ming had taken over the leading position of the Central Committee. The news somewhat shocked Father because he had never had a good opinion of Wang Ming. Father had had no contact with the Central Committee since he left it to travel to Guangxi in
1930.
Now that the TTH Corps had arrived in Jiangxi, the enemy situation was not serious and the local party committee of the administrative region had a reliable communication route to the Central Committee in Shanghai, so he could go to Shanghai to report on the work to the Central Committee. Father, Li Mingrui, and Suzhou held a front committee meeting, which unanimously agreed that Deng Xiaoping should go to Shanghai to report on the work and ask for instructions. Deng Xiaoping nominated Suzhou to be the acting secretary of the front committee during his absence. He exhorted the TTH Corps again and again not to operate in isolation and said that only by securing the support of
186.
the people in areas with a solid mass base allowed the TTH Corps gain a firm foothold and accomplish its tasks, and that if necessary, it allowed move toward the revolutionary base area of the Jinggang Mountains. Then Father left Congai after bidding farewell to Li Mingrui, the Yamrad, in arms with whom he had founded the TTH Corps and established the Zhuojiang and Yujiang revolutionary base areas. Father never thought that his parting with Li Mingrui would be their final parting. Father and Suzhou first went to a town 15 to 20 kilometers away from Convi to see over 100 wounded fighters and to discuss with the Yamrads of the party committee of the administrative region and make arrangements for establishing base areas. There they decided to have a messenger from the Yamidi escort Father to Shanghai. W10 Father said goodbye to Suzhou. Shots allowed be heard far off in the distance. Father told Suzhou only again to move the TTH Corps toward the Jinggang Mountains if necessary. Then, disguised as a mountain protege Smearhand and accompanied by the messenger from the party committee of the administrative region, Father walked for several days before reaching Nangxiang, Guangdong province. Nangxiang was then a major liaison station of the Communist Party managed by a couple named Li. Father stayed there overnight, then another messenger from Guangdong, sent by the couple, escorted him on foot to Shaoguang, where he boarded a train for Guangzhou. After spending half a day in a hotel in Guangzhou, Father, with a steamer ticket bought by the messenger for the sea journey from Guangzhou to Ilongkong and then to Shanghai, left Guangzhou the same night for Mongkong. Once in Ilongkong, he boarded a ship and arrived in Shanghai safely. Eternal glory to the TTH Corps. After Father left the TTH Corps for Shanghai to report on the work to the Central Committee, Li Mingrui and Suzhou were ready to set off for Xinfen in the east. At that moment, the enemy troops were quickly, and unexpectedly, approaching the city of Convi. Because of poor intelligence, the TTH Corps did not know about the enemy's three-pronged attack until they approached the city. There was a dense fog at the time. Deploying a deceptive battle array to mislead the enemy, Li Mingrui ordered the TTH Corps to withdraw from the city. It attacked now northward and now southward and withdrew from the city while fighting. Very soon, the TTH Corps disappeared in the dense fog, like divine troops, while a bloody battle was fought between the enemy troops. When they found that they were fighting themselves, it was already too late. The TTH Corps had advanced northward to Sichuan near the Jinggang Mountains long before. In March
1931,
Li Mingrui led the TTH Corps even further north and reached Yangzin. There the Corps met a unit of the
3D
Corps of the Red Army led by Tang Daiwen. That was the first time the TTH Corps had met friendly Red Army units. The TTH Corps joined forces with the Red Army units in Jiangxi. In Yangzin, while doing its work among the masses, the TTH Corps continued to inquire about Corps Commander Zhang Yunyi and the 58th Regiment. One bright spring day in April, at about
下午4点整，
Li Mingrui and Su Zhou were leading an army unit to cross a river, hoisting a red flag. An army unit suddenly approached. It turned out to be the lost 58th Regiment. Grasping each other's hands, Li Mingrui and Zhang Yunyi were so excited that tears ran down their cheeks like two boys. The 55th and 58th regiments of the TTH Corps of the Red Army joined forces in Yangzin at last. 2 months before, in February
1931，
most units of the 58th Regiment, the Corps Training Unit, the Special Task Company, and some non-combatant units of Corps detachments, had failed to cross the Lecheng River. Led by Corps Commander Zhang Yunyi, they at last crossed the river elsewhere and came to Linxian County, Hunan Province, in the Itunan, Jiangxi Revolutionary Base area. In April, after fighting many bitter battles, they had arrived at Yangzin, Jiangxi Province. During a battle, they found a copy of the Kuomintang's newspaper, the Central Daily, on which a line of large characters caught their attention: remnants of communist bandit Li Mingrui's troops fleeing toward Sichuan. They had learned the orientation of the main forces of the TTH Corps at last. Zhang Yunyi and his troops were very happy and immediately moved toward Sichuan. On a small wooden bridge at the river mouth to the east of Sichuan, the 55th and 58th regiments and Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui and Corps
187、188。
Co-nomenclator Zhang Yunyi met at last after suffering innumerable hardships and being separated from each other for more than 2 months. On top of the city wall was flying high the red banner that read, Headquarters of the TTH Corps of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army. A rally of more than
2500
officers and men of the TTH Corps was held there to celebrate their triumphant rendezvous. Everywhere there was laughter. Every face revealed unadulterated joy. On the rostrum, Li Mingrui and Zhang Yunyi were sitting upright jubilantly. Suddenly there was the deafening sound of fireworks and the sound of a bugle call. In his speech, Corps Commander Zhang Yunyi reviewed the arduous course of struggle waged by the TTH Corps under the leadership of the PARTF. He pointed out that after undergoing harsh struggle, the TTH Corps had become even stauncher and its triumphant rendezvous showed that it could stand any test. Commander-in-Chief Li Mingrui and leading members of the Yangzin County Soviet also spoke at the rally. The whole meeting was like a jubilant ocean. Not long after, the TTH Corps received an order from Central Political Commissar of the Central Red Army Mao Zedong and Commander-in-Chief Zhu De to establish the Hexi Central Flat Quarters, with Li Mingrui serving as the Commander-in-Chief. After days of rest in Yangzin, the men of the TTH Corps, full of energy and with high morale, went into action to smash the second counter-revolutionary campaign of encirclement and suppression launched by Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang troops against the central Xia area. The TTH Corps operated in the areas of western Jiangxi and eastern Hunan, took part in main battles, cooperated with the Central Red Army to crush the second counter-revolutionary campaign, and expanded the Hunan, Jiangxi Revolutionary Base area. In mid-June 1931, on the order of the Central Red Army, the main forces of the TTH Corps crossed the Kanjiang River in the east and advanced to Xinguo County to join forces with the Central Red Army. Old soldiers of the TTH Corps emotional recalled. During the more than 10 months from September 1930 when the TTH Corps of the Red Army left the Anjiang area to July 1931 when it joined force with the Central Red Army, it fought its way through 4 provinces of Nangxi, Iliman, Guangdong, and Liangxi, heroically crushed the enemy's encirclement, pursuit, blocking, and interception, overcame unimaginable hardships, and realized its dream of joining force with the Central Red Army headed by Zhu and Mao at last. From then on, the TTH Corps became part of the Central Red Army and fought south and north under the direct command of Chairman Mao and Commander-in-Chief Zhu in months of tortuous fighting and a march of 3,500 kilometers that was the crooked but glorious path traversed by the TTH Corps, the dauntless unit of the Chinese workers and peasants Red Army. In November 1931 the eternal glory to the TTH Corps 189 First Conference of the Representatives of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers of the Chinese Soviet Republic was held in Rujin, the red capital of the Central Soviet area. The TTH Corps sent 5 representatives to the conference. To commend the revolutionary spirit and outstanding merits of the TTH Corps, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Provisional Central Government, personally presented a silk banner to the TTH Corps at the closing ceremony. On the banner were written 4 large Chinese characters, Zhuangzhang Qian Li. Father recalled that even in the 1970s, Mao Zedong told him several times that the TTH Corps of the Red Army was really good at fighting. The history of the TTH Corps is moving and tragic, a history of momentous revolutionary fighting. It contains both chapters of glory and victory and chapters of tragedy and defeat. The TTH and BTH Corps of the Red Army started from scratch and developed quickly, and the Zhuojiang and Yujiang revolutionary base areas expanded from small to large. For all this, the Chinese workers and peasants Red Army gained great fame and prestige throughout Guangxi. Like other brotherly troops of the Red Army, they will go down in the history of the revolution. The revolutionary and military practices of the TTH and BTH Corps gave Father good opportunities to temper himself. Experience and lessons, victories and defeats, all of it enriched his experience and was valuable for his revolutionary career in the following years, making him more mature. In the ranks of the TTH and BTH Corps, many revolutionaries fought heroically, advanced wave upon wave, and even laid down their lives for the revolution. Many others later became high-ranking officers of the Revolutionary Army. Li Mingrui was a militant general during the Northern Expedition. He gave up his superior social status. He rejected the high post and handsome salary offered by Chiang Kai-shek and resolutely chose the arduous revolutionary road. He joined the Communist Party of China. In the face of rigorous trials, he never wavered. He had both courage and cunning as well as the art of command and made indelible contributions to the TH and BATH Corps of the Red Army. Unfortunately, Li Mingrui was killed in cold blood under the rule of the left, opportunist line followed by Wang Ming in October
1931.
He was only 35. Later, his good name was restored and he was made a revolutionary martyr by the party's Central Committee at the 7th National Congress in
1945.
The old soldiers of the TH Corps felt both joyful and grievous when they learned that their commander-in-chief had been exonerated at last. If Li Mingrui had not been killed, how many more meritorious deeds he would have performed in his revolutionary career. A vigorous and courageous general, he would also have received his due honor and position from the party and the people. In
1986,
when father went to Guangxi, he recalled the TH and BATH Corps. He especially mentioned Li Mingrui.
190.
I first met Li Mingrui on the way from Bos to Longzhou. I was the one who went to Slianghai to ask the Central Committee to approve the admission of Li Mingrui into the party. We took WN all the way to Jiangxi. Li Mingrui was the commander-in-chief of the TH and BATH Corps of the Red Army, and I was the chief political commissar. Lei Jingtian was the chairman of the Soviet. The BATH Corps was destroyed, but the TH Corps was good at fighting. XIAOPING fled to Hong Kong, but Li Mingrui remained firm. Father also inquired about Li Mingrui's kinsfolk and descendants. Phi has always missed Li Mingrui over the decades. He said that in the
1970s
he told Mao Zedong on several occasions that Li Mingrui had been killed wrongly. To this day, father feels aggrieved whenever he mentions Li Mingrui. Wei Bekan was born in a family of the Zhuang nationality in Guangxi. After the May 4th movement of
1919,
and under the influence of progressive ideas, he participated in the revolution led by Dr. Sun Yat-sen. In
1929,
he joined the Communist Party of China. The following year, when the TH Corps was ordered to march northward, he served as the commander of the
21st
Division. He said good bye to the main forces and undertook the arduous task of staying behind in the Yujiang Revolutionary Base area. He led the people and the revolutionary armed forces in the Yujiang area to persist in struggling under very harsh conditions. Many of the fighters of the TH Corps laid down their lives in the Yujiang area. Many of the revolutionary people in the Yujiang base area were killed. Wei Bekan's younger brother and son were killed, and his mother was driven by the reactionaries up the mountain and starved to death. The enemy offered a reward of
1,400
silver dollars for the capture of Wei Bekan. He not only persisted in struggle but also led the Red Army to crush two campaigns of encirclement and suppression launched by the Guangxi warlord clique against the base area. However, on October
19, 1932,
he was murdered by a traitor during the third counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression. He was then 38. He people in the Yujiang area risked their lives to bury him in the land of Guangxi. Wei Bekan was a famous peasant leader in Guangxi and a hero in the eyes of the people of Guangxi. He once wrote these lines, "In the Red Army and as men of the Red Army, all are fighting for the cessation of the people. You die first, ye die later, and all of us lay down our CS for the revolution." W had a fearless revolutionary spirit to fight on in that cruel and harsh environment. That is the hero of the people's revolution and a Chinese communist. Bather never forgets the mountains and rivers in Guangxi, and he will never forget the revolutionary comrades, in arms of the Qth and Ba-Th Corps. In Nanhu Park in Nanning, capital of the Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region, a monument was erected in memory of the martyrs Li Mingrui and Wei Bekan. On the monument, Father wrote, "In memory of comrades Li Mingrui and Wei eternal glory to the Qth Corps
191
Bekan and others. Eternal glory to the revolutionary martyrs who laid down their lives in the Bo's uprising." The Qth and Ba-Th Orps were a heroic people's army. In their years of struggle, they trained many outstanding fighters who became commanders and leading eras in the later periods of the anti-Japanese War, the War of Liberation, and the reconstruction of New China. The former commander of the Qth Corps, Zhang Yunyi, once said, "There are no fewer than 50 high-ranking commanders from the Qth Corps of the Red Army." How many battles made one high-ranking commander? How many battles altogether made those 50? In 1955, the Chinese People's Liberation Army introduced the military rank system. Among those upon whom was conferred the rank of general, 19 were from the former Qth and Ba-Th Corps of the Red Army, including 1 senior general, 2 colonel generals, 4 lieutenant generals, and 12 major generals. Although they had a revolutionary history of only several years, the Qth and Ba-Th Corps were indeed staunch contingents of the Chinese Revolutionary Army and made tremendous contributions to the Chinese Revolution. The Bo's uprising and the Longzhou uprising will go down in history as two important revolutionary uprisings of the many led by the Communist Party of China during the period of the Agrarian Revolution. X changes in the early
1930s. P. T. E. A. 3. 6.
In about February 1931, Father returned to Shanghai from Jiangxi through the secret communication line of the party. According to the address given him by the liaison station, he soon came into contact with the underground messenger of the Central Committee and reported for duty to the committee. With the help of the underground messenger, he first lived in the old Fluishong Hotel for some days and later moved to a garret. After arriving in Shanghai, Father requested through the underground messenger that the leading comrades of the Central Committee hear his report on the work of the Qth Corps. By April
29,
while waiting to be received by the Central Committee, he had completed a written report, entitled "The Report on the Work of the Qth Corps." In this work report, Father gave a detailed account of the course of struggle of the Qth and Ba-Th Corps, the party work, and the work of agrarian revolution done by the Qth Corps in the Zhejiang area of Qincy, throughout the
500
kilometer march and in Kongvi, Jiangxi. He earnestly analyzed the experience and lessons of the work of the Qth Corps during this period. He held that the primary weakness of the work of the Qth Corps was an overemphasis on military questions instead of on the work among the masses. As it neglected the work among the masses, it was in a passive position throughout the march and unable to gain a foothold, so it had to march to southern Jiangxi. Second, in his analysis, the Qth Corps should have left the Zhejiang area quickly, because it had played a very small role there, and when it arrived at Maihua village, it should not have tried to gain a foothold there and should have quickly moved to Jiangxi. If it had, it would not have fought the cause of battle at Maihua village. Third, under the influence of the leftist line, the TTH Corps made mistakes and suffered setbacks on several occasions by assaulting heavily fortified positions, so the attack on Lanzhou, Quilin, and Quanzhou became empty talk. Moreover, in fighting operations the TTH Corps was weak in its intelligence work and tended to take the enemy lightly. It also did not do enough work to transform the officers and men from the old army. TTH Corps was composed of these old army members and a number of new recruited peasants. The weak foundation plus the implementation of the Li-Liaison line made the TTH Corps suffer many setbacks. There were also many weaknesses in its party and political work, and its work did not proceed well because it failed to carry out the agrarian revolution thoroughly. The report included more than
16,700
Chinese characters and was a serious summary of the political and military work by a leading member of the
192
changes in the early
1930s 193
party. It should have drawn great attention from the Central Committee. But 6 months passed. The Central Committee did not hear Father's report. Living in Shanghai, Father received funds for living expenses from the underground messenger only once a month. His only contacts with the Central Committee were the periodic visits from the underground messenger. In Shanghai, Father soon met with some acquaintances, including Li Weihan, He Chang, Li Fukan, and Nai Rongzhen. He also stayed overnight in the homes of Li Weihan and He Chang. Gradually, Father learned that considerable change had taken place in the Central Committee and the party work from the summer of
1929,
when he left the Central Committee for Guangxi, up to his return to Shanghai. The implementation of the left adventurism followed by Li-Liaison had caused not only serious damage to the TTH Corps but also losses to the party's cause and armed struggle in other areas. The mistakes of left adventurism aroused great resentment and opposition from vast numbers of cadres in the party. The Li-Liaison line lasted for only 3 months before it ended in failure. In September
1930,
according to the instructions of the Communist International, Chu XIAOPING Enlai presided over the third plenary session of the 6th Central Committee. It criticized Li-Liaison and others who made leftist mistakes, stopped their adventurist plans, and reorganized the Central Committee. Li-Liaison admitted his mistakes and left his leading post on the Central Committee. This marked the end of the Li-Liaison line. In its early development, the Communist Party of China was not very lucky. It suffered time and again from interference and sabotage by erroneous lines. At that time, the young CPC was not mature enough to control its own destiny. It needed the support of the Communist International, which often interfered in its work and gave wrong orders. After Li-Liaison's left putschism ended in September
1930,
Pavel MIF was sent by the Communist International to directly handle the affairs of the Communist Party of China and the Chinese Revolution. By taking advantage of Wang Ming, MIF issued arbitrary instructions and acted autocratically. This led to a more theoretical and more perfect left adventurist line through Wang Ming. Wang Ming, whose original name was Chen Xiaoviu, was born in Jinzhai, Anhui Province. He joined the Communist Party of China in
1925.
The same year, he went to study at Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow. In
1927
he returned to China with MIF, the vice president of the university. He then took up the posts of secretary of the propaganda department of the Central Committee and editor of the party organ, TZE Guide. After the Great Revolution failed, he returned to the Soviet Union to work in Sun Yat-sen University. While there, he became a favorite of MIF. When he led the party branch at the university, he carried out factional activities with the support of MIF and attacked and persecuted those Chinese comrades who opposed him. In 1929 he 19-1 returned home and engaged in underground work. Originally, he was a supporter of Li Lisan's leftist views, but when he heard that the Communist International criticized the third plenary session of the Sixth Central Committee, he turned around to attack the plenary session and the new Central Committee. He openly unfurled the banner of supporting the line of the Communist International and demanded a thorough reshuffling of the party's central leadership. Why did the Central Committee tolerate their wanton acts? Because it was being manipulated behind the scenes by MIF from the Communist International. At that time, the CPC still lacked a strong leading nucleus and its own leader and backbone. Therefore, it had to comply with and obey the views of the Communist International. On January 7, 1931, the fourth plenary session of the Sixth Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held secretly in Shanghai. The meeting was still presided over by General Secretary Yang Zongfa, but in name only. Actually, it was MIF who ran the show. Heated disputes prevailed throughout the meeting. MIF and others criticized the Li Lisan line, but their real purpose was to reorganize the central leadership of the Communist Party of China and prop up Wang Ming to assume power. Manipulated by MIF, the meeting held that the main danger in the party now was right deviation, and it decided to re-elect the Central Committee and its political bureau. The list of the new political bureau was drafted by the Communist International in advance. The General Secretary was still Yang Zongfa, who played only an insignificant role. Wang Ming became a member of the political bureau and in fact led the Central Committee. Thus, Wang Ming, who could only plot petty tricks and lacked practical work experience, Xing Hao became the master of the Communist Party of China, with the support of MIF. Wang Ming called himself 100% Bolshevik, but in reality he dogmatized Marxism and deified the experience of the Communist International and the Soviet Union. He continued to stress nationwide revolutionary upsurge and the party's offensive line across the country. He practiced factionalism within the party and often waged excessive struggles against people who held different views or even resorted to ruthless struggle and merciless blows. With the support of the Communist International, and because of the overarching dogmatism and leftist tendencies within the party, very soon Wang Ming's LCFT, anti-interest line took shape, a line more serious and more arrogant than the Li Lisan's adventurism. In April 1931, Cu Shenzhang, a member of the political bureau of the Central Committee, was arrested and turned traitor. In June, General Secretary Yang Zongfa was arrested and turned traitor, too. As the Central Committee in Shanghai was destroyed, a provisional Central Committee was formed, with Bo Siyu as the general leader. Wang Ming went to Moscow to act as the CPC changes in the early 1930s as 195 representative to the Communist International. But, in fact, he still controlled the party through Boku. Wang Ming's left, adventurist line lasted for 4 years, causing tremendous losses to the Communist Party of China and the Chinese Revolution. While Wang Ming's left, adventurist line was holding sway in the party, another major event took place in China in the early 1930s. an event that almost threw the Chinese nation into an abyss of national subjugation and genocide. That was the aggression against China perpetrated by its eastern neighbor, Japan. In the second half of 1929, the capitalist world was plunged into an unprecedentedly large scale and grave economic crisis. It started in the United States and very soon spread to the whole of the capitalist world. From 1930, the total industrial output of all major capitalist countries dropped by 44%, and the number of unemployed came to about 20 million by the end of 1933. This economic crisis aggravated the domestic contradictions of all capitalist countries and the contradictions between imperialism and the colonies, because the capitalists tried to shift the losses caused by the economic crisis onto the people in the colonies. In September 1931, when Britain, the United States, and other countries were busy with their own internal affairs and China's Chiang Kai-shek was going all out to conduct the campaign of encirclement and suppression against the Red Army, the Japanese militarists stepped up their war of aggression against China. On September 18, the Japanese invaders launched an attack against northeastern China. But the Chiang Kai-shek government in Nanjing went so far as to issue a no-clash order, prohibiting the northeastern army, led by Gen. Zhang from putting up resistance. As a result, the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Northeastern Army retreated to areas south of the Shanhaiguan Pass without firing a single shot. Zhang had to bear the blame and was cursed by the Chinese people as a general of non-resistance. In less than 5 days, the Japanese army occupied almost the whole of Liaoning and Jilin provinces. And in the short span of 3 months, all the 3 provinces in northeastern China, Liaoning, Jilin, and Heilongjiang, had fallen into the hands of the Japanese troops. After occupying northeastern China without fighting a battle in January 1932, the Japanese troops became more brazen and even went so far as to attack Shanghai. On March 3, they captured the city. On May 5, Chiang Kai-shek signed the Truce Treaty of Wusong and Shanghai, permitting Japan to station troops in Shanghai, promising to ban the nationwide anti-Japanese movements, and ordering the anti-Japanese 19th Route Army, which resisted the Japanese troops in Shanghai, to leave for Fujian to suppress the Communist Party. To Chiang Kai-shek, Japanese imperialists were not his principal enemy, and the fall of the vast land into Japanese hands meant nothing. The enemy in his heart was the Communist Party and the Red Army it led.
196.
On November 30, 1931, when the Year was in Illimity, Chiang Kai-shek proposed that to resist foreign aggression, it is essential to achieve stability at home first, meaning, the Communist Party had to be eliminated before China would resist foreign invaders. What a strange logic! The September 18th incident astonished the whole nation and aroused widespread condemnation. Workers and students went on strike, demanding that the government resist the Japanese invaders. On September 28, students in Nanjing were so indignant that they destroyed the building of the foreign ministry of the Kuomintang government. Toward the end of the same year, students from Beiping, Tianjin, Shanghai, Hankou, and Quanzhou demonstrated in Nanjing and presented petitions to the government. But Chiang Kai-shek dispatched troops and police to suppress them, killing more than 30 students and seriously wounding more than 100. The perverse acts of Chiang Kai Shek's Kuomintang government suppressing the students in cold blood instead of resisting the Japanese invaders aroused even greater indignation among the people. In September 1932, the Provisional Central Committee of the Communist Party of China called on the people of China to arm themselves and resist the aggression by the Japanese imperialists. Under the leadership and influence of the Communist Party of China, the mass movements to demand resistance to Japan were waged in Shanghai and other places one after another. When the national contradictions became the principal contradiction, the CPC should have seized the opportunity and done everything possible to mobilize support and unite all A-allied forces to wage the anti-Japanese struggle. However, under the control of Wang Ming, the Central Committee headed by Bo Siu wrongly sized up the situation and put forward the slogan of defend the Soviet Union with arms. At home, it advocated down with all. It held that the conditions had been ripe for seizing key cities, and it put forward the adventurous proposition of attacking cities and waging general strike. Because of these erroneous propositions and slogans, the party lost the opportunity to maintain close contact with the anti-Japanese masses, its supporters and sympathizers. On the other hand, Chiang Kai-shek took the opportunity to suppress large numbers of party members. EHEV were arrested and killed, and the party was greatly weakened. In the W-Height area, party organizations were almost completely destroyed. By early 1933, even the Provisional Central Committee controlled by leftists was unable to stay in Shanghai and had no choice but to move to the Central Soviet area in Jiangxi. Later, its radio station was destroyed and unfortunately, the Central Committee even lost contact with the Communist International. In the long history of China, this chapter, the Year of 1993s, was marked by national humiliation and party mistakes. In early 1931, when the country faced calamity and the party made mistakes, father returned to Shanghai, under these complex circumstances. For 6 months after his return to Shanghai, the Central Committee and its changes in the early 1930s 197 Military Commission did not hear his report or meet with him. But he did not know that before he completed his report on the work of the GTH Corps, 2 others from the GTH Corps, Chen Feioren, former director of the Political Department of the GTH Corps, and Yan Heng, an officer of the GTH Corps, had already finished their reports to the Central Committee, on May 9 and April 4, respectively. Apart from giving a detailed account of the experiences of the GTH Corps, they analyzed the successes and failures of the EORPs from a leftist point of view, especially Yan Heng. The Central Committee controlled by Wang Ming was more leftist than Li Lisan's committee. While paying no attention to Deng Xiaoping, the political emissary of the GTH Corps who had Yomi to report on the EORP's work, it sent a letter to the Front Committee of the GTH Corps on May 14, making arbitrary criticisms of the work of the GTH Corps, in an overbearing and extremely stern tone from its leftist point of view. The letter attributed the defeat of the GTH Corps heavily to its lack of analysis and denounced the line followed by the GTH Corps as an obviously putschist, adventurous line of the Li Lisan-ism. It fully shows the right, opportunist and rich, peasant line under the cover of that line. The letter was sent to the GTH Corps in Jiangxi. Political Commissar Deng Xiaoping was in Shanghai, consigned to limbo and with no knowledge of the Central Committee's severe criticisms of the work of the GTH Corps and discontent with him. But Deng Xiaoping felt in his heart the obvious coolness shown toward him by Wang Ming's Central Committee. Father once said that he occasionally met with his old friends and they voiced their discontent, and that this period was the most difficult one in his political career. How could he, a communist, stay idle, doing nothing all day long? He requested permission from the Central Committee, through the underground messenger, to go back to the TTH Corps, but the request was turned down on the grounds of lack of communication and liaison. Later, he again requested permission to work in the Soviet area, and in about June 1931 he received that permission from the Central Committee. Before leaving for the Soviet area, between May and June, the Central Committee instructed Father to inspect the work of the Anhui Provincial Party Committee in Wuhu. So he went, together with an underground messenger who was a native of Anhui. After arriving in Wuhu by ship, Father was at a restaurant while the underground messenger went to contact the Anhui Provincial Party Committee. The messenger soon returned, telling Father that the secret sign of the Anhui Provincial Party Committee had disappeared, indicating that it had been discovered by the enemy. As the situation was very dangerous, they immediately bought tickets and returned to Shanghai by ship that very day. Father reported their experience to the Central Committee, having accomplished his task, in his words. In mid-July Father left Shanghai by ship for Jiangxi via Guangdong. He was
198.
accompanied by a woman comrade, named Jin Weiying, or Ajin, as she was called Haiao. Jin Weiying, whose original name was Jin Iking, was born in Daisheng, Zhejiang Province, in
1904.
She was the same age as Father. She joined the Communist Party of China in
1926
and had been engaged in the workers' movement.
In 1930,
She was the leader of the United Action Committee of the trade unions in Shanghai. Father and Ajin came to know each other in Shanghai in
1931.
Both were sent to work in the Central
Soviet
area in Jiangxi, and later they married. That was Father's third departure from Shanghai. The first was in the summer of
1929,
when he was 25 years old. With lofty ambitions, he was instructed by the Central Committee to go to Guangxi to organize armed uprising. The second departure was at the end of January
1930,
when he came and left all in a hurry. Me had come to Shanghai to report to the Central Committee, only to be confronted with the loss of his wife and daughter. His grief, however, had to wait while he hurried back to the battlefront, where the military situation was very pressing.
411
third departure was in July
1931.
When he went south again by ship, the situation was quite different. The tortuous
500
kilometer march of the TTH Corps still lingered in his mind, and he was doubtful about the future and destiny of the party. But he longed to work in the Central Soviet area. Only 2 years had passed. It seemed to him that they were both very short and very long. Those 2 years had witnessed armed life and battles, both victories and defeats. Time was passing, and men were changing every car, and each their THCV became more mature. Deng Xiaoping at this time was about 20, and ILE had gained rich revolutionary experience and become deeper and more mature. Ile's future would be filled with even more militant enthusiasm that would rage like a fire. Ruijin and the Central Soviet area. In mid-July of
1931,
Father and Ajin arrived in Shantou from Shanghai by ship and found the liaison station. AM Rad from Guangdong led them northward and they smoothly entered Yongding, Fujian Province, via Dapo at the Guangdong, Fujian border, the territory of the Central Soviet area. They continued their journey northwestward through Shanghai and Mzhu and turned westward across the border of Fujian and Jiangxi and arrived in Rujian, Jiangxi Province. By then, it was August
1931.
Rujian was the center of the Central Revolutionary Base area. In the month after the Nanyang uprising failed in August
1927,
Mao Zedong had led the autumn harvest uprising in Hunan. After that uprising, Mao Zedong thought it was impossible to keep Cherkavites at that time and that the armed force should move to rural areas, where enemy rule was relatively weak, so as to preserve military strength, persist in struggle, and expand the revolutionary force. He decided to marry the troops into the mountains on the Hunan, Jiangxi border and establish a revolutionary base in the Jinggang Mountains. Mao Zedong held that the GPG and its army should combine armed struggle with the agrarian revolution and the establishment of revolutionary base areas. The Jinggang Mountains are located in the border area between Jiangxi and southern Hunan, far away from the key cities controlled by the enemy, and being steep, they harbor many advantageous strategy positions, for both defense and attack. Under the influence of the First Revolutionary Civil War, the people there were politically sound, and loyal party organizations and armed force had already been established. It was the most suitable place for establishing a revolutionary base area. The establishment of the revolutionary base area in the Jinggang Mountains kindled the sparks of an armed independent regime of workers and peasants, a great turning point in the seizure of power by revolutionary armed force. From the end of
1927to 1928,
the troops that had participated in the Nanyang uprising led by Zhu, the Guangzhou uprising, and the Pingzhang uprising led by Peng Dehui, all came to the Jinggang Mountains, one after another, to join force with the autumn harvest uprising force led by Mao Zedong. Together, they succeeded in establishing a vast revolutionary base area there and red revolutionary political power. In April
1928,
with the approval of the Central Committee, Mao Zedong, Zhu, and Geng Yu founded the Th Corps of the Guyanese Workers and Peasants Red Army, with Zhu serving as the Corps commander, Mao Zedong as the party representative, and Geng Yu as the director of the political department. The Corps had 3 divisions and 9 regiments, totaling more than
1,000
men. The establishment and expansion of the Jinggang Mountain Revolutionary CIH AI
PI T E A 3I7 199 200
base area terrified Chiang Kai-shek. Toward the end of
1928,
the enemy set up the bandit suppression headquarters for Hunan and Jiangxi and mustered 25 regiments, about
2,000
strong, to launch fierce, 5-pronged attacks on the Jinggang Mountains. To thwart enemy suppression, in January
1929,
Mao Zedong and Zhu led the main forces of the Th Corps,
3,600
strong, toward southern Jiangxi, while Peng Dehui stayed in the Jinggang Mountains with the Th Corps of the Red Army. The Th Corps advanced to western Fujian first and then turned to southern Jiangxi, capturing a number of counties on the way. In June the Th Corps conducted guerrilla warfare in the border area between southern Jiangxi and western Fujian and, at the same time, mobilized the masses to carry out an agrarian revolution and expand the Red Army and local forces. It established Red political power in more than 10 counties. In early 1930, the Western Fujian Revolutionary Base area expanded to cover an area a couple of hundred kilometers in circumference, with a population of
85万.
Land was distributed to
80万
peasants in the Agrarian Revolution, and so
反斜杠
Iat Red Power was established in all counties. In June
1930,
according to the directives of the Central Committee, the Front Committee of the 4th Corps reorganized the 4th and 6th Corps into the EST Corps, with Zuda serving as the commander-in-chief and Mao Zedong as the political commissar. In a year and a half, the Red Army had established new base areas in southern Jiangxi and western Fujian, forming a solid Central Revolutionary Base area, or the Central So
反斜杠
Iat area. In October
1930,
Chiang Kai-shek ended his major battle in the Central Plains with Yan Zishan and Feng Oxiang and turned around to encircle and suppress the Red Army with concentrated force. In November, the
10万
Kuomintang troops started their first campaign of encirclement and suppression in the Central Soviet area. Adopting a flexible strategy and tactics, Mao Zedong and Zuda first lured the enemy troops deep into the area, then broke through their middle and defeated them 1-1. BV December 30, the Red Army had wiped out more than
9000
enemy troops and captured the enemy command corps in Shikf, Zhanghuizan, winning the first counter-campaign against the enemy's encirclement and suppression effort. PACN After this disastrous defeat, Chiang Kai-shek did not stop and arrogantly boasted that he would wipe out the communist troops within 3 months. In February
1931,
he ordered He Yinkin to assemble
20万
troops to launch the second campaign of encirclement and suppression against the Central Soviet area. This time, Mao Zedong formulated the strategy of concentrating forces to attack the weak enemy troops and annihilate them 1-1 in mobile warfare. Over
3万
Red Army men marched over 350 kilometers, won 5 major battles in 15 days of fierce fighting, and captured more than Rujan and the Central Soviet area
201 20.000
weapons, thus crushing Chiang Kai-shek's second campaign very swiftly. Flustered and exasperated, Chiang Kai-shek immediately assembled
300.000
troops. With a number of military advisors from Germany, Japan, and Britain, he assumed personal command in Nanchang, the capital of Jiangxi province, to launch the third campaign of encirclement and suppression against the Central Soviet area, in July
1931.
Facing a grave situation, Mao Zedong adopted the strategy of avoiding the enemy's main force and striking at its weak forces. The Red Army effectively annihilated the enemy by circling around, making a feint to the east but attacking in the west, and maneuvering skillfully. The enemy was so confused that it did not know where the main forces of the Red Army were. The exhausted enemy troops pursued the Red Army but were attacked repeatedly by the main forces of the Red Army and local armed forces. After 3 months, the Red Army had wiped out more than
3万
enemy troops and captured more than 2万 guns, forcing the enemy to retreat in the end. The enemy's third campaign, led personally by Chiang Kai-shek, also ended in failure. After these 3 successful counter-campaigns against the enemy, the revolutionary base areas in southern Jiangxi and western Fujian were combined to form the Central Soviet area, which included 21 counties with a population of 2.5 million. Chiang Kai-shek's smug calculation that he would achieve stability at home before resisting foreign aggression, regardless of public feelings and the humiliation of the nation, had come to nothing before the invincible Red Army. Father arrived in Rujin, Jiangxi province, in August
1931
during the third counter-campaign. Rujin was at the rear of the Central Soviet area. After Father arrived, he found that the party and government leadership of Rujin County had been usurped by counter-revolutionaries. Many revolutionary cadres and people had been killed. On just one hill opposite the county town, more than
100
people had been killed. The local people and the cadres were in low spirits. All aspects of revolutionary work had stopped in the county. At that time, XIAOPING from the Red Army was in Rujin, and Yu Zihong, sent by the Central Committee in Shanghai to work in the Central Soviet area, had also arrived. They had no contacts with the higher authorities then. They met with Deng Xiaoping and elected him secretary of the party committee of Rujin County. After he became secretary, Deng Xiaoping, together with XIAOPING and Yu Zihong, first quickly punished counter-revolutionaries and rehabilitated the revolutionary cadres. Then he called the Soviet Congress of the County, established Red revolutionary political power, and mobilized the masses. The enthusiasm of the cadres and people in Rujin was soon aroused, especially that of local peasant cadres. With the support of the local people and the cadres who had close connections with the masses, a great change took place in the work of the county. After the enemy's third campaign was crushed, the center of political power
202
in the Chinese Soviet moved to Rujin, we being renowned throughout the whole country as the Red Capital. A mass rally of 5,000 was held in the Red Capital of Rujin to celebrate the brilliant victory of the third counter-campaign. Father told me that, because of the very poor material conditions, there were no loudspeakers and the rally had to be held separately at 4 or 5 sites. Father presided over the celebration rally and accompanied Mao Zedong to all the sites to deliver a speech. All of Rujin County became a sea of red flags and streamers. It was a scene of jubilation as people shouted slogans and cheered. Since he had gained work experience in the QNC revolutionary base areas, Father worked skillfully in Rujin. Everything went well. Me often mentioned his experience in Rujin, though he lived there for only a short time. One day in
1992
when our whole family was sitting together at a dinner table, he saw the 6-year-old son of my younger brother eating ravenously because he was too hungry. He chuckled, saying, when we were formulating policies for land distribution during the agrarian revolution in Rujin, some people said that children should not get land. He told them that, as a Sichuan saving goes, a 3-year-old son may eat more than his father can afford. Children could eat very much, and so they, too, should get shares of land. They accepted my view. Look, Xiaodi is just like what he said. We all laughed. He told father, it should be that a grandson of 6 may eat more than his grandfather can afford. Father must have many stories in his mind, but he is reluctant to tell about his past. If he could tell more stories like this one, he would have had more rice straws to clutch, and this book would have been more vivid. For less than a year father served as the secretary of the Rujin County Party Committee. In May
1932
Jiangxi Provincial Party Secretary Li Fukan transferred Piether from Rujin to the post of Party Secretary of the Iluiqian County Party Committee in the south of Rujin. In the autumn of
1972
when father had become a target of attack during the Cultural Revolution, he was banished to Jiangxi. My parents got permission to make investigations and studies in Jiangxi, THEV set off from Nanchang and went south to the Jinggang Mountains, where they paid a visit to the Revolutionary ruins of the Jinggang Mountain Revolutionary Base area. Then they turned southeast to Rujin, Iluichang, and Sungwu. When Pather arrived in Rujin, it had been 41 years since he was party secretary there. Although he was still the capitalist road in the country and had not been reinstated, the cadres and people of the old revolutionary base area in Jiangxi warmly received him. He comrades of Rujin County told him, "You are our old secretary of the Rujin County Party Committee." Pather was deeply moved by these words. He was still remembered by the people of the old base area when he suffered injustice. While the third counter-campaign was being launched in the central Soviet area, Wu Engming was gradually implementing his left, adventurist line in the Rujin and the Central Soviet area, 203 Central Soviet area and other revolutionary base areas. In June 1931, the Central Committee, dominated by the erroneous leftist line, gave instructions to the Red Army and all loyal party organizations, stating that the pressing task of the party was to win victories in one or more provinces and to link up all the Soviet areas in Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, and asking the Red Army to attack the much stronger enemy troops, regardless of the conditions. After the September 18th incident, the Central Committee made the wrong decision that the Red Army should concentrate its forces to pursue the retreating enemy troops and capture one or two key cities or smaller ones. The Central Committee controlled by Wang Ming even pointed out bluffingly that the main danger in the party was still right, opportunism. To practice left, adventurism, the leaders who made leftist mistakes developed factional organization. On those who suspected or resented leftist policies or did not actively support and implement them, they imposed the labels of right, opportunism, rich, peasant line of conciliation, or double dealer. Comrades so labeled suffered ruthless struggle and merciless blows organizationally and personally, and even in the way the party dealt with the enemy. In April 1931, the Central Committee in Shanghai sent a delegation to the Central Soviet area. As soon as they arrived, they ordered people about like overlords and made arbitrary criticisms. They charged at the very start that the Front Committee of the First Front Army and the Central Soviet area had made many serious mistakes. In November 1931, the First Congress of the Central Soviet area of the Communist Party of China was held in Rujin, Jiangxi Province. Under the control of the Central Committee delegation, the Congress criticized those people in the Central Soviet area who had made mistakes in many areas. The Congress attacked Mao Zedong's line of agrarian revolution as a rich, peasant line and a right, opportunist mistake and criticized those in the Red Army who did not discard the traditions of guerrillism. The Congress erroneously urged the party to wage a struggle between the two lines and concentrate firepower on the current main danger in the party right deviation. On the question of the Red Army, the Congress stressed the need to build the Red Army on the basis of large-scale operations. The Congress excluded in the end the correct leadership of Mao Zedong and others over the work of the party and the Red Army in the Central Soviet area. At the same time, in November 1931, the First National Congress of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Soviet was held in Rujin. That Congress elected Mao Zedong chairman of the Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic. The First National Congress should have been a meeting of tributes to heroes and celebrations of victories, but because it was controlled by the Central Committee delegation, high-handed leftist pressure cast a deep shadow over the meeting.
2.
Attended the meeting. Deng Xiaoping, Luo Pinhan, and others spoke, and the Huichang Central County Party Committee was formally set up, with Deng Xiaoping serving as the secretary. The office of the committee was at Zhengmenling.
In 1932,
in accordance with the resolutions adopted by the Central Committee and the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee on expanding the Red Army, the three counties, under the leadership of the Huichang Central County Party Committee, discussed in detail the very important task of expanding the Red Army and made assignments related to this task to various districts. At that time, the Red Army mainly recruited peasants and workers between the ages of 16 and 25. The principle was to conduct political mobilization with patience and heighten the awareness of new recruits without resorting to coercion or commandism, deception or bribery. Cadres and party members were encouraged to take the lead. Propaganda was conducted widely, and relatives were encouraged to persuade relatives, neighbors to persuade neighbors, parents to persuade sons, and wives to persuade husbands. In September, a drive of Red Army expansion was launched. Thanks to the party's thoroughgoing work and the growing awareness of the masses, young people asked to join the Red Army one after another. In just 3 months, from July to September
1932,
more than 1,000 people joined the Red Army in Huichang County alone. While expanding the Red Army, the Huichang Central County Party Committee paid full attention to recruiting party members to expand the party organizations. Party members in the three counties totaled nearly
6,000.
Under the leadership of the County Party Committee, party membership increased rapidly. Party organizations were very sound and active. To consolidate Soviet political power, Secretary Deng Xiaoping of the County Party Committee called and presided over many meetings attended by the chairman of the Soviets and leading members of the departments in the three counties. The main tasks of the local Soviets were to expand the Red Army through organization and mobilization, sell government bonds, distribute land
208.
completely, improve conferences of representatives in urban and rural areas, fight corruption and slackness in work, and start to hold formal elections in some places, according to the election regulations promulgated by the Central PEOPLES government. Under the leadership of the Huichang Central County Party Committee, the people showed great enthusiasm, particularly for production. In May
1932,
the County Party Committee set up spring plowing production committees at the county, district, and township levels to organize the season's work. That year the peasants in the county reaped a good harvest. The County Party Committee also restored and developed the handicraft industry and ran small ordnance factories in Huichang and other places. To increase revenues, the County Party Committee also established a tariff office at Zhengmenling and abolished all the exorbitant taxes and levies while practicing the system of unified progressive taxation. It also set up an external trade bureau to deal on behalf of the county government in salt, cloth, medicine, tobacco, paper, cereals, and other important goods. It found various ways to break through the blockade imposed by the enemy so as to ensure a steady flow of materials. The Huichang Central County Party Committee paid great attention to expanding local armed organizations. It attached importance to setting up the Communist Youth League, the Trade Union Commission, and the Committee of Guidance for Women. It also gave much consideration to education. Oxer 90% of the children in the 3 counties went to school. Father told us that when he was in the
5O 反斜杠
IAT area, he traveled all over the
反斜杠
AST area of Ruijin and Huicheng on horseback with a bodyguard who also acted as the horse tender. His horse died before climbing the snow-capped mountains during the long march, and his bodyguard was also changed before the march. Father does not like ostentation and extravagance and opposes hair-splitting. His habit of keeping 1 horse and 1 bodyguard lasted until the beginning of the anti-Japanese war. Even after he took on much higher positions, he still lived a simple life. During the whole period of the anti-Japanese war and the War of Liberation, he had no private secretary. From post-liberation deaths up to the start of the Cultural Revolution, he had only 1 secretary. To him, the number of people one employs does not matter, if what is important is efficiency. Father is a man of action and a man of daring and resolution. Wherever he effort, he could soon open up next prospects, either in the Zhuojiang and Wujiang areas, Guangxi, or in Ruijin and Huicheng, Jiangxi, because he was resolute and firm and did his effort in a well-organized manner. His boldness and resolution and his ability grasped with his experience. These qualities, plus his extraordinary foresight and sagacity, enabled him to create a completely next situation for China decades later. Even the destiny of the entire nation was in his hands. Between
1932 and 1933,
even Father effort in this area of Huicheng, he not only thoroughly changed the face of this border of the red area but also left the first secretary of the party committee
209
a deep impression on his comrades, in Arians. Zhong Yaqing, who was the former commander of the 3rd operational sub-area of the Jiangxi military area in Huicheng, recalled. In September
1932
he fought a battle with the several hundred troops led by Zhong Xiaoping in Dongliu, Fujian. He was wounded again in Yidian. Then the troops were led by my chief of staff, and I was taken to Gaikang. Because he was bleeding so much, I was taken again to Lutang district in Huicheng for medical treatment. The following day he was moved again to the medical collecting center of the Guangdong, Jiangxi military area at Zhengmenling. When Comrade Deng Xiaoping learned from the battlefield report that he was seriously wounded, he himself immediately made a call to inquire about my condition. As he was unable to receive the call, the head of the center, Luo Tianguang, did it for me. He told me that Comrade Xiaoping urged me time and again to go by boat to Huicheng for medical treatment the next day. I asked Luo to tell Comrade Xiaoping that he was so seriously wounded that the wound bled whenever I moved and I could not go to Huicheng, at least not for a few days. During that period, Comrade Xiaoping made a call every day to ask about my condition. I felt very poorly, and so after 4 days in the collecting center, when he was a little more energetic, I was taken to Huicheng by a small boat. The afternoon of the following day, Comrades Deng Xiaoping and Luo Pinhan came to the hospital to see me. Comrade Xiaoping cordially comforted me. "He read your report from the battlefield. The affairs on the front have been handled by somebody else, and you need not worry. Have a good rest." No sooner had he finished saying that than he took out $50 silver and gave them to me to buy food. I took the money and was unable to calm down for a long time. He was moved to tears because Comrade Xiaoping was very busy, yet he took time to see me and, furthermore, gave me so much money under very difficult financial conditions.
He stayed in the Huichang hospital until March 1933.
Right after I left the hospital, he went to the office of the Huichang County Party Committee, where he met Comrade Luo Pinhan but not Comrade Deng Xiaoping. I was so disappointed. 50 years have elapsed in an instant since then. What a great change in these 50 years. Comrade Luo Pinhan heroically laid down his life in battle long ago. Fortunately, Comrade Deng Xiaoping is still in good health and is leading us in the drive for modernizations. Whenever he recalled the past and how Comrade Deng Xiaoping devoted himself to the revolution, with his foresight and industriousness and his consideration for other comrades, he feel very excited indeed. Zhou Yaqing did not meet Deng Xiaoping, secretary of the Huichang Central County Party Committee, when he left the hospital in March
1933,
because Deng had already been transferred from Huichang after being criticized by the leftist element. The Deng, Mao, Xiet, NGU incident. W. Tingming's left, adventurism and factionalism prevailed in the Central Soviet area, in the Central Red Army, and in all the revolutionary base areas. In October
1932,
the Central Bureau of the CPC in the Central Soviet area held a meeting in Ningtu, Jiangxi Province. At the meeting, the left, adventurists strongly insisted on attacking big cities. They accused Mao Zedong of being slack in work and disrespectful of their leadership and of making the right, deviationist mistake of waiting for enemy attack. Because of his resolute struggle against the leftist mistakes at the meeting, Mao Zedong was dismissed from his military post of General Political Commissar of the First Front Army of the Red Army and was transferred to a post where he was to do special government work. As a matter of fact, he was deprived of his military authority. By January
1933,
owing to the wrong policies of the left, adventurists, the party work in the White area had suffered a nearly total failure. The pro-Regional Political Bureau of the Central Committee had to move from Shanghai to Ruijin in the Central Revolutionary Base area, thus enabling the pro-Regional Central Committee, which had been implementing Ming's line, to exercise even more direct leadership over the work in the Central Soviet area. After the September 18th incident, Chiang Kai-shek's government in Nanjing had adopted an absolute policy of non-resistance to the Japanese imperialists. As a result, the Japanese aggressors brazenly occupied China's 3 northeast provinces and in
1932
established the Manchukuo, the puppet state under Japanese control. The Japanese army established ruthless colonial rule over northeastern China, frenziedly suppressed anti-Japanese organizations, and slaughtered innocent civilians, thus driving the Chinese there into an abyss of misery. In January
1933,
intensifying their aggression, Japanese troops forcibly occupied Shanghai Guan, the communication center of northern China, killed Chinese soldiers and civilians wantonly, and began to target their aggression at China's RCHE proxies. In early March, Japanese troops seized Chind, the capital of Rehe Province, arrived at various passes along the Crete Wall, and prepared to launch a large-scale attack on China's central plains. In the face of the national calamity caused by these powerful enemy aggressors, Chiang Kai-shek, in spite of the strong opposition of all kinds of Chinese XIAOPING, went so far as to assemble a total force of
65,000,
which included
81 divisions,
29 brigades,
and 39 regiments,
and launched the fourth campaign of encirclement and suppression against the Red Army. Ili assumed personal command in Wuhan and appointed himself commander-in-chief of the bandit suppression headquarters and concurrently commander-in-chief of bandit suppression in the three provinces of Henan, Hubei, and Anhui. Between February and March 1933, Chiang Kai-shek arrogantly employed 500,000 troops to attack the Central Soviet area. By this time, MAO 210, the DENG, MAO, Xiet, and GU incident 211, Zedong had already been pushed out of the Red Army. While resisting the leftist obstructions of the Central Bureau of the CPC of the Central Soviet area, Zhou Enlai and Zhu De were adhering to Eorid's strategies and tactics. Using ingenious tactics, the Red Army smashed the enemy's fourth campaign. In these battles, 3 divisions of the enemy's EST column were totally wiped out, and the commanders of the 25th and 59th divisions, as well as over 1,000 guns and enemy troops, were captured. The victory won by the Red Army in its fourth counter-campaign was described by Mao Zedong as unprecedentedly glorious and great, whereas Chiang Kai-shek, in his letter to Chen Cheng, lamented it as the first secret anguish in my lifetime. As a result of the battles of the fourth counter-campaign, the Central Soviet area expanded to cover areas in the 4 provinces of Hunan, Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong and was linked up with the Soviet areas in Fujian, Jiangxi, and Zhejiang. The Central Red Army had swelled to 10,000 men. The Red Army men and members of the Communist Party numbered 30,000, respectively, throughout the country. The victories won in the first, second, third, and fourth counter-campaigns were possible because the Red Army adopted flexible, correct, and suitable strategies and tactics. Victory was also possible because, while Red revolutionary political power was being established in the Central Soviet area, the agrarian revolution was being carried out. The correct land policies of Mao Zedong and others resulted in the distribution of land to vast numbers of poor peasants. People of all strata showed unprecedentedly great enthusiasm for production. With the support and cooperation of the people, revolutionary base areas were increasingly consolidated, and the Red Army grew daily and won one victory after another. However, there is no easy path to victory under heaven. Wherever there is truth, there is falsehood. The two are as inseparable as negative and positive numbers. Truth can show its radiance only in the struggle against falsehood. The history of mankind has always been tortuous and is full of ups and downs. Sometimes truth stays on, and sometimes falsehood prevails. In early 1933, when the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee moved to the Central Soviet area, some left adventurists, represented by Bogu, opposed the policies followed by Mao Zedong and others in the Soviet area. They not only deprived Mao Zedong of his leadership over the Red Army but also tried to squeeze out and attack other comrades who resisted leftist policies. At the same time, practicing large-scale factionalism, they dispatched representatives to all Soviet areas to carry out the so-called anti-rightist struggle and to reform the party's leadership at all levels. In February 1933, Luo Ming, acting secretary of the Fujian Provincial Party Committee, did not agree to erroneous leftist policies and was accused by the leftist leaders of making opportunist mistakes and of taking pessimistic 212 views on the revolution. This was the so-called Luo Ming's line. Luo was dismissed from his post and suffered many disciplinary edicts. In March, the struggle waged by the Provisional Party Central Committee was directed at Jiangxi Province. On March 12, the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee sent letters of instruction to Luoqiang, Songwu, and Anyuan counties, accusing the party and league organizations there of making mistakes of opportunism similar to Luo Ming's line and the purely defensive military line. It had all started with the Songwu incident. In 1932, while the fourth counter-campaign was underway in the Central Soviet area, Wang Ming and other left adventurists who placed undue emphasis on expanding the Central Red Army organized some of the local armed forces of the three counties into the regular Red Army, thus greatly weakening the local armed forces in the southern border district of the Soviet area. Then they ordered the Red Army units that were defending the southern front of the Soviet area to move north, thereby further weakening the military strength in that area. In November 1932, the NM troops launched a large-scale attack. Owing to the great disparity in strength, the county town of Songwu, which was situated in the border area of Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Fujian provinces, fell. Leaders of Wang Ming's leftist policies made use of the Songwu incident. They accused the Luoqiang Central County Party Committee of panicking and attempting to run away before the NM attack and implementing the purely defensive military line. This became the prelude to the campaign against the Jiangxi's Luo Ming's line in the counties of Luoqiang, Songwu, and Anyuan. The Songwu incident was only a pretext. LHC campaign was actually the result of the struggle between leftist and anti-leftist policies. It was a strategic move by Wang Ming's leftist leadership to carve out factional attacks on those comrades in the party who held different views. Although Mao Zedong's rich peasant line was criticized and he was removed from military leadership during the First National Congress and at the Ningtu meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in the Soviet area, many party members and cadres in the Central SOX ICT area and the Red Army did not agree with Wang Ming's leftist policies and firmly resisted them. PHE struggles as represented by Luo Ming in Fujian and Deng Xiaoping in the Central SOX area. On a series of questions, the Yaon Party Committee, with Deng Xiaoping serving as secretary, earnestly implemented the correct policies proposed by Mao Zedong. It conformed to the actual conditions in the border areas. The committee resolutely resisted, in both theory and practice, the mistakes of Wang Ming's dogmatism in an attempt to reduce the losses those mistakes inflicted on the party. As the committee had become a major obstacle to the Deng, Mao, Xie, and GU incident 213 general implementation of leftist policies in the Central Soviet area by Wang Ming and other left adventurists. When father was in the TTH Corps of the Red Army, he resented but had passively implemented left adventurist policies. This time, in the Central Soviet area, he unhesitatingly took the lead in offering clear-cut resistance to leftist mistakes. The experience of the TTH Corps and the losses incurred by the party and the revolution had given large numbers of communists like father a sober understanding of the mistakes of the left adventurism. They were not scared by Wang Ming's labels of dogmatism and factional arrogance. They started to fight, and to fight conscientiously. An intensive campaign was now launched to criticize Deng Xiaoping, Mao Zedong, Xie Weihun, and Cu Bai. In February 1933, these four were criticized by name in an article entitled Oppose Luo Ming's Line in the Struggle, the official organ of the Central Bureau of the Central Soviet area. They were described as the leaders of Jiangxi's Luo Ming's Line. In another signed article entitled What is the Offensive Military Line?, the Huichang Central County Party Committee was criticized by name for making the mistake of holding a purely defensive military line. The article accused the counties of Yongfeng, Jian, Taihe, Huichang, Songwu, and Anyuan of getting stuck in the mud of a purely defensive military line for a long time and pointed out the need to fight against all opportunist wavering, flightism, and purely defensive military lines, as well as the compromise between these lines. The leftist leaders instructed the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee to issue repeated directives to the regions and work units where these four people worked to mobilize grassroots cadres and party members to directly criticize and denounce them. On March 12, again in accordance with the intention of the Central Bureau, the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee published instructive documents from the party on the three relevant counties within the party in the Jiangxi Soviet area, accusing the Huichang Central County Party Committee led by Deng Xiaoping of being panic-stricken, retreating and running away, and making the mistake of taking a purely defensive military line. Therefore, the committee was opportunist, in the same way as Luo Ming's line. In late March, Deng Xiaoping, secretary of the County Party Committee, was sent to Wanda, Conglu, and Yongfeng to solve certain problems. At the end of March, at a meeting held at Zhengmenling and attended by party activists from the counties of Huichang, Songwu, and Anyuan, Deng Xiaoping came under converging attacks. After the meeting, Deng was removed from the post of secretary of the County Party Committee and transferred to the post of Director of the Propaganda Department of the Jiangxi Provincial Committee. In April 1933, the leftist factionalists continued to wage ruthless struggles against the four, dealing them merciless blows and instructing them to 214. Make statements and self-erotism. But Deng and the three others did not yield. They did not give in on matters of principle, and they stood up strongly to the leftist factionalists. By writing two statements that explain their views and ideas, they seriously challenged the abuses, attacks, and slanders inflicted on them. Their uncompromising position further enraged the leftist leaders and led to an even fiercer and larger attack on them. At the meeting of the Jiangxi Pro-MAO Party Committee held on XIAOPING to sum up its work, presided over by the representatives from the Provisional Central Committee and the Central Bureau, the Jiangxi Provincial Committee adopted the resolution of the Jiangxi Pro-MAO Committee on the two statements made by the four comrades of Deng Xiaoping, Mao Zedong, XIAOPING Zheng, and Cu Bai. Party disciplinary actions were taken against them. All or part of their responsibilities were removed, and their pistols were handed over in the prison of the party agents. They were instructed to go to the grassroots units to remold their thinking. They were asked to further state and expose their mistakes and to make new self-erotisms, and they were warned that no UPS will be permitted anymore. Deng Xiaoping was dismissed from his post as director of the Propaganda Department of the Provincial Committee and was given a final serious warning within the party. Mao Zedong was removed from all his posts in the Red Army. Xie Weihun was transferred to another post, and Cu Bai was removed from his post and given a final serious warning. In this struggle against Jiangxi's Luoming's line, not only were DENG, MAO, XIAOPING, and CU prioritized and attacked, but all leaders at the provincial, Yantai, and Brain levels who held elite views as representatives of Luoming's line were denounted. This was done in the name of waging the struggle against opportunism in an in-depth way down to the lower levels and in all practical work. Large numbers of leaders were replaced everywhere, and part of members were in panic, thereby causing heavy losses to the work in the revolutionary base areas. Although DENG, MAO, XIAOPING, and CU were erased, denounted, and even dismissed from their posts and punished, they did not give in because they were staunch communists and seasoned revolutionaries. Instead, they adhered all along to their elite position and the truth. For a very long period, they endured humiliation and bore a heavy load for an important purpose. They continued to fulfill the duties that a Chinese communist should perform, and advanced bravely along the rough and difficult road of revolution until their last breath. Some people might ask, why did they act like that? Why did they not give in to the wrongdoing? Why were they not swayed by personal feelings? Why did they stay in the revolutionary ranks in the fear of such unfair treatment? Because they were Chinese communists who had firm faith. They believed that despite occasional twists and turns, their cause was just. IHEV believed that the DENG, MAO, XIAOPING, and GU incident 215, although the party could sometimes be misled, their party was always great. They believed that although there were many dangers and difficulties on the road to save the country and the people, bright prospects always lay ahead. Indeed, they were the truly outstanding CPC members and revolutionaries. After the Central Red Army began to move to western Hunan and went on the Long March in October 1934, Mao Zedong stayed in the Central Soviet area to persist in guerrilla warfare and serve as a member of the Branch Bureau of the Central Soviet area and commander of the Independent Division of the Red Army. In early 1935, he led some units of the Independent Division to Changting, Fujian Province, and served as a leading member of the military district headquarters in the border area between Fujian and Jiangxi provinces. In April 1935, when he led guerrillas in a march, he died a heroic death in the Honglin Mountains in Rujian, Jiangxi province, at the age of 30. After being attacked by leftism, Xie Weihun was appointed an inspector, and took charge of collecting grain and recruiting Red Army soldiers. In this difficult situation, he endured humiliation to carry out an important mission, worked hard, and was not upset by criticism. He took part in the Long March in 1934. After the Zunyi meeting of 1935, he served as secretary of the local work department of the Central Political Department of the Red Army. When he reached northern Shaanxi, he was appointed secretary of the Sanbian Special CPC Committee. While leading troops to advance to Bao'an County, he encountered a surprise attack mounted by bandits and was killed in an intense fight at the age of 27. Cu Bai went on to take charge of grain collection. After the start of the Long March, he stayed behind and served as the commander of the guerrilla column of the Red Army in the Fujian, Guangdong, Jiangxi area. Between the spring and summer of 1935, while leading his units to Longchuan, Guangdong province, he was surrounded by the reactionary civil corps because of information provided by a traitor. He died a heroic death in the fighting at the age of 29. All these three comrades joined the revolutionary ranks in their youth, endured the attacks by leftists in their 20s, and gave their young lives for the revolution before reaching the age of 30. Youth, the 20s and 30s, is the brightest moment in one's life. Everyone cherishes youth and loves life. However, these three revolutionaries were resolutely thrown into the revolution and gave their all to it. Setbacks and difficulties are inevitable. Some people are scared in the face of setbacks or shrink from difficulties. To a revolutionary like Deng Xiaoping, suffering setbacks and difficulties is a common experience. In his long and legendary revolutionary career, every time he overcame them, he took a step forward. More than 2000 years ago, the famous thinker Lao Zi of the spring and autumn period said that good fortune lies within bad, and bad fortune lurks within good. In other words, the relationship between good and bad fortune is 216. Dialectical and interchangeable. An event is rarely absolutely good or bad, and the degree of good or bad fortune in it varies from person to person and from time to time. The attack on Father BV leftists in the Central Soviet area was a heavy political burden to him at that time. However, this event of the 1930s became quite an important factor in his political career 40 years later, and moreover, a good and positive factor. In 1966, the Cultural Revolution broke out in China. 1 year later, Father J was overthrown as the no-R capitalist ruler. In 1971, Lin Biao, handpicked by Mao Zedong as his successor, was too eager to usurp power and failed in his attempt to assassinate Mao. Lin fled and was killed in a plane crash. When Father heard of the crimes of Lin in Jiangxi, where he was under house arrest in 1972, he was most excited and wrote a letter to Mao Zedong, expressing his views on the incident. On August 14, 1972, Mao Zedong wrote the following instruction on Father's letter: Comrade Deng Xiaoping has made serious mistakes, but he should be differentiated from Lu Shaokai. First, he was under attack in the Central Soviet area. He was one of the four guilty persons: Deng, Mao, Xiet, and Gu, the head of the so-called Maoist faction. The materials about him can be found in the History of Struggle Between Two Lines in the two books after the 6th National Congress. Second, there are no questions of a political nature in his history. That means he did not surrender to the enemy. Third, he assisted Comrade Lu Bachan in fighting battles and rendered meritorious military service. Besides, after we entered the cities, we cannot say that he did nothing good. For instance, when he was the head of a delegation to Moscow for negotiations, he did not bow to the Soviet revisionists. He have said these things many times. Now he repeat them once again. This was Mao Zedong's written instructions, which were then regarded as the supreme guide. Starting from these instructions, the downswing in Father's political career began to reverse. Lai finally returned to Beijing in March 1973 and was reinstated in his former position of Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, assisting Premier Zhou Enlai in the day work of the State Council. In 1973, Father was reappointed Vice Chairman of the Military Commission of the Central Committee and, concurrent of, Chief of the General Staff of the People's Liberation Army. After these appointments, Father began to stem the frenzied leftist tide and make general rectifications in every field throughout the country. As for Mao Zedong's reasons for reinstating Father after his second downfall, apart from those stated in his instructions and his wife of father as a rare talent, the DENG, MAO, XIAOPING, and coincident in the 1930s was an important factor to be reckoned with. DENG was attacked precisely for implementing Mao Zedong's policies and practices and for being the head of the Maoist faction. DENG, MAO, XIAOPING, and GU Incident 217. It is imperial ideology to say that there are no other parties outside the party. It would be most odd if there were no factions within the party. This is a famous quotation from Mao Zedong. The struggle in the 1930s put DENG in the Maoist faction. That Mao Zedong would remember that fact for 40 years was not anticipated by Deng Xiaoping at the time. The editor, IN, Chief of Red Star. In May 1933, after father was subjected to the factionalist ereticism of Wang Ming's left, adventurism and dismissed as director of the propaganda department of the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee, he was assigned to the post of inspector at Nankin, Lian County. Less than 10 days after he arrived at Lian, he was ordered back to the Provincial Party Committee. It was said that since Lian was a border area, the left, adventurists were afraid he might cause trouble. Soon father was transferred to the General Political Department of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army to serve as its Secretary General. At the time, the director of the General Political Department was Wang Jixiang, and the deputy director was He Chang. Because Wang Jixiang had been wounded in action, he was in poor health. He Chang was actually in charge of the work of the General Political Department. When He Chang was the leader of the Southern Bureau of the Central Committee, he went with father to Guangxi to prepare for the Bo's uprising. Later, they often met in Shanghai. Father lived in He Chang's residence for some time, so they were very familiar with each other. Many of father's comrades resented the attacks on him by Wang Ming's left, adventurists. Li Chang was very sympathetic to father's bitter experience and freed him from the predicament by trying to transfer him to the General Political Department to serve as its Secretary General. A woman comrade called Zhu Yuqian worked in the General Political Department at the time. Her husband, Huo Buqing, had once worked in the military commission of the Central Committee in Shanghai. While in Shanghai, Huo Buqing and his wife, Zhou Yinli and his wife, father and Zhang Ziwang belonged to the same party group of their branch. Later, when Huo Buqing went to the Central Soviet area in Jiangxi province, he often met with father. Both were natives of Sichuan province and were secretaries of county party committees, so they maintained relatively close relations. Zhu Yuqian told me that Luo Buqing was a native of Qijiang, Sichuan province. He and your father were from the same province. Uliili in Jiangxi, they both carried Mauser pistols and wore straw sandals with leg wrappings. WHC and they sometimes met in Rujin. They went together to eat noodles. At the time, noodles with shredded meat were good food, as they could not have chicken or meat. Although your father was young, he was always cheerful. Many cadres were persecuted under Viviting Ming's line then, and your father took objection to Wang Ming's ultra-leftist line. So Wang Ming attacked your father, punished him by giving him the most serious warning within the party. Luo Buqing was also given the punishment of warning within the party. But your father did not mind the punishment in the least. He continued to chat.
218.
The editor, IN, Chief of Red Star 219 and laughed and remained optimistic without looking worried. Both of them were responsible to the party and the people. In September 1933, XIAOPING died of illness. Chen Tankaiu, secretary of the Fujian Provincial Party Committee, transferred me to the Central Political Department. Your father was the secretary general of the Central Political Department, taking charge of everything. At the time, XIAOPING had just died, and I was pregnant. I felt very unhappy. Your father often comforted me. In view of the lesson of Zhang Ziwan's death, your father let me inform him early of the childbirth so as to make proper preparations. When I was about to give birth to the child, your father sent 3 stretcher bearers to carry me on a stretcher to the hospital more than 10 kilometers away and had his own bodyguard escort me all the way. After giving birth to the child, I had only 2 suits of clothes. I had neither clothes nor diapers for the child, so I had to wrap the child with my own clothes. I wrote a note to Comrade XIAOPING to the effect that I had no clothes or diapers for the child and asked him to help me draw my share from the Red Army's public field so as to buy some clothes. At the time, the Red Army had public fields, and each soldier could draw a share of harvests. Your father replied with a note, saying that we cadres should not draw our shares of the Red Army's public fields, which should be given to the soldiers. He drew for me 10 silver dollars for child bearing expenses and for child care expenses, sent his bodyguard to give me the money, and solved my problem. While adhering to principles, he cared for the comrades under him. But he did not take care of himself. Your father is a very good cadre. Father is just such a man. He worked conscientiously and never gave in on matters of principle. He cared for other comrades very much and did not mention what he had done for them. He was very strict with himself and did not show his feelings too openly, whether they stemmed from joy or misfortune. At the time, father suffered setbacks not only in his political career but also in his private life. After he had been subjected to the leftist criticism, Ajin left him in 1933. The moon waxes and wanes, and humans have their joys and sorrows, their partings and reunions. Ever since ancient times, no complete perfection can be expected. People do not know how many joys and sorrows, partings and reunions, or hardships in their careers and lives they have to experience to complete their asceticism and attain nirvana. Father experienced vicissitudes both in his career and in his life. He lost 2 wives. Politically, the leftist criticism was the first and in fact the smallest hardship he would be faced with. He was to suffer 2 greater political setbacks 30 years later. He was overthrown 3 times and reinstated 3 times, and each of his reinstatements was more glorious and more shocking than the previous one. As many people have commented, his extraordinary rise and fall 3 times has made Deng Xiaoping's life legendary, and people admire him for it. Uli Franz, his German biographer, wrote that Deng Xiaoping 220 has overcome his political rise and fall 3 times and numerous schemes and intrigues with his extraordinary ability and has come 1 step closer to the goal of his life each time. In our century, ye have not seen in either the East or the West such a statesman as Deng Xiaoping who has traversed so tortuous a path in life and accomplished so much. Suffering hardships and setbacks is by no means relaxing, but not experiencing them can lead to an insipid life. Father was about 30 when he suffered setbacks in both his political career and his private life in 1933. Others may be just learning to stand on their own feet by the age of 30. But father at 30 had already experienced a great deal. As a result, he did not fear even great political storms, and he also did not take the unhappiness of his private life too much to heart. Ajin was a capable woman cadre of the Red Army. After she arrived with father in the Central Soviet area, she served as secretary of the Yadu and Shengli County Party committees. She led the part, the government, the army, and the people of the two counties in carrying out economic construction, expanding the Red Army, and supporting the front. After she separated from father, she was transferred to the organization department of the Central Committee to serve as the chief of the organization section, and as the deputy director of the Armed Forces Mobilization Department of the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee the following year. In October 1933, Ajin was instructed to serve as the general leader of the Red Army Expansion Shock Force of Rujin Kampf. She accomplished her task brilliantly, and the Central Committee made a favorable comment on her. 反斜杠 and the Central Red Army started the Long March in 1934. Ajin and over 20 women comrades of the First Front Army were organized into the 2D column of the Central Committee, the Red Armband column. She worked with the local work department and mobilized the masses on the way. Later on, she was transferred to a cadre recuperation company directly under the Central Committee to serve as the secretary of its part branch. After she arrived in northern Shaanxi after the Long March, she served as the chief of the organization section of the organization department of the Central Committee and held other posts. Many women comrades, including Ajin, contracted diseases because of the long years of hard wartime conditions. In 1938, the part 反斜杠 organization decided to send her to the Soviet Union for medical treatment. The war between the Soviet Union and Soviet broke out in 1941. The flames of war soon spread to Moscow. Ajin was receiving medical treatment in a hospital in the suburbs of Moscow, and unfortunately, she died, at the age of 37, in the chaos caused by the war. Father did not hold the post of Secretary General of the Central Political Department for very long. Because he had little work to do, he requested, after 2 or 3 months, a transfer to another post so as to do more practical work. The editor, IN, Chief of Red Star 221. The General Political Department assigned him to the post of assistant in its propaganda department. In addition to ordinary propaganda work, Father edited Red Star, the official organ of the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army during the Second Revolutionary Civil War. It was launched on December 11, 1931, and published by the General Political Department. Father held this post until the eve of the Zunyi meeting during the Long March. Mom Lu Ying, wife of Zhang Wenshan, told me, I came back in 1933 after studying in Moscow and met your father in the Central Soviet area. At the time, he had made mistakes and had been dismissed from his posts. He was editing Red Star in the General Political Department. I was assigned to the post of director of the Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the Youth Communist Party. Our office was very close to that of the General Political Department. There were 3 houses, one each for the Central Bureau, the General Political Department, and the Youth Communist Party. They were all in the same village and very close to each other. There was a group of youths, including us. We had few recreational activities in the countryside, so we paid neighborly visits to each other after supper. We liked to go to He Chang's house to amuse ourselves and to eat with your father because he had more knowledge. He was very optimistic. He Chang told us how your father had been criticized and divorced. Actually, He Chang took charge of the work of the general political department. He was very sympathetic to Comrade XIAOPING. He said Comrade XIAOPING was very capable and had suffered many injustice. Later, I became the leader of the Red Army expansion force and was overzealous about my tasks. Your father told me jokingly, "You don't speak unless you say something sensational." You were reported by Red Star. All the readers of this newspaper were the officers and men of the Red Army and local cadres and people in the Central Soviet area. The educational level of most of these officers and men, who were predominantly of worker, peasant origin, was very low, and many were even illiterate. There were no other newspapers, books, or periodicals, let alone radio or television. Red Star naturally became the source of information and study material for the officers and men of the Red Army and a very good channel for disseminating the party's ideology and cultural knowledge. Over 70 issues of Red Star, all edited by Father, were published between August 1933 and the eve of the Zunyi meeting in 1935. A dozen issues were published after the Zunyi meeting, until August 3, 1935. Publication was stopped because the Red Army had begun to take the arduous Long March. Father was not a member of the cultural circles, nor was he a journalist. But he was familiar with running a newspaper, a revolutionary newspaper in particular. 10 years before, with Zhou Enlai and others, he had run Red Light, the CPC and CCYL journal in France, where he had also won a reputation as a master of mimeography. 111. The young 20-year-old communist in Paris had grown into a mature cadre of the Red Army. Those 10 years had been dazzling. ILE had gone through many experiences, met many people, and had many thoughts. Those 10 years, especially the improvement of his political and theoretical level, enabled him to run the newspaper with skill and ease. When we examine Red Star, we can find Father's handwriting everywhere. Although the newspaper was printed in type, Father often handwrote headlines, apparently to attract attention and diversify the format. Father's handwriting then was quite attractive and forceful. Father told us that he had only a few assistants in editing Red Star, and only 2 for a long time. So he had to select and edit materials, print and write news reports and articles, himself. The headlines he wrote were carved by other comrades on wooden type before being printed in the newspaper. Father said that many unsigned information pieces, news reports, and even many important articles and editorials were written by him. He once showed him the collections of Red Star gathered by the Central Archives and asked him to edit the articles he wrote. Waving his hand, he said, "Quite a lot. How can they be identified?" One editor, in chief and 2 assistants had to publish an octavo newspaper of at least 4 pages an issue every 5 days on average. That was indeed a heavy workload. As the mouthpiece of the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Committee, Red Star carried quite a few resolutions and orders of those 2 bodies. Leaders of the party, the government, and the army, including Zhou Yinlei, Zuda, Bo Siyu, and Luo Fu, wrote articles and editorials for the newspaper. As one of the principal leaders of the military Commission, Zhou Yinlei was the number one contributor. Half of the editorials published in Red Star were signed, and the rest were unsigned. He guessed most of the unsigned editorials were written by the father. We can see from these articles alone that father had made great progress in his political and theoretical development and in his practical experience compared with his experience and level of development when he was studying in France. His articles revealed a mature political ideology, great militancy, and no trace of the naiveness he had shown in France. Apart from reporting news and operations, Red Star published many articles about daily life, for instance, articles on ordnance or disease prevention, even interesting questions, and answers and riddles. We can see from these insignificant pieces that father really devoted all his energy to editing this newspaper. He tried hard to do his job conscientiously and wholeheartedly, paying attention to every sentence and every word. Some old comrades told me that father was always optimistic and could work at either a high or a low level, as required. I think Red Star alone reveals this adaptability of his. Such communists are truly selfless and do not consider the editor, chief of Red Star 223 their own honor, disgrace, or interests. They can command powerful, massive armies, as well as do their jobs well in ordinary posts. In our childhood, we often heard, for the cause of the party and the people, I am of little account. Today some people may consider this sentiment a cliché. But the revolutionaries and Red Army fighters of father's generation truly believed it and acted on it. Thousands upon thousands of revolutionaries besides father also kept their will to fight in the face of difficulties and hardships and lived tenaciously and optimistically. A paragraph from Li Vihan's Recollections and Research gives us a detailed and vivid account of these revolutionary fighters. Life in the Central Soviet area was very hard, and the youths today do not know it very well. The slogan put forth in the Central Soviet area at that time was "All for the front." Actually, the life of the fighters on the front was not good either. The only difference was that they had a little more salt and could eat their fill. We did not know then to engage in production ourselves. Grain was carried on shoulders to Ruzhin. As there was not enough grain, personnel in the rear area could only have 2 meals a day and could not eat their fill. Before each meal, everybody put his or her share of rice in a cattail bag with his or her name on it and sent it to the kitchen for steaming. If the rice was not divided, those who ate quickly could eat more, while others who ate slowly would eat less. When rice was not enough, it did not work to eat from the same big pot. At that time, military communism was practiced, and the supply system applied. At each meal, we had very small servings, with no cooking oil. The dishes were small bowls made of iron, and the servings were so small that they did not cover the bottoms of the bowls. We got very hungry between 上午10点整 and 12点 noon every morning. The same thing happened every evening. When we went hungry beyond endurance, we lay on our beds and rested for a while before getting up to work again. There is a world of difference between the life of the Red Army in those years and the life of the Liberation Army today. As salt could not be transported to the Soviet area then, we had to produce it ourselves. Because of the enemy's blockade, we had difficulties not only in feeding but also in clothing ourselves. The clothes were blue in color. White cloth was dyed to make the clothes, and the color faded easily. Wherever we were, we slept at night without taking off our clothes so as to be ready at all times to march and fight. The bullet supply was more difficult. In operations, the bullet jackets had to be kept for refilling powder. The political and ideological work was well done then. Under those difficult conditions, nobody had any complaints and everyone devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the revolution. The people shared the fruits of victory of the revolution and gained their benefits, thereby giving their great support to the revolution. I saw with my own eyes how the Red Army expanded. Most of those who joined the Red Army were corps militia members. The grand occasion of parents sending their sons and wives, their husbands, to join the Red Army could be seen everywhere. Those who joined the Red Army carried handkerchiefs and straw sandals on their backs. At the time, the party and the Red Army maintained very close ties with the masses and enjoyed very high prestige among them.
224.
True, the life at that time was difficult beyond our imagination, and the struggle against the enemy cruel beyond description. Had there not been the fine tradition of unity between the army and the people, the army fighting for the people, and the people supporting the army, and between officers and men, the Red Army would have been defeated by the strong enemy long before. Had there not been a group of so exceptionally heroic and staunch communists who were always loyal to the people, to the revolution, and to the cause of the party, no matter what the circumstances, it would have been impossible for the Communist Party of China to achieve the final victory in the Chinese Revolution. The failure of the fifth counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression. In the history of both the Communist Party of China and the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army,
1933 and 1934
were the years in which misfortunes did not come singly. For over a year, the party and the Red Army were confronted not only with the enemy's ever more frenzied and cruel campaigns of encirclement and suppression but, at the same time, with Wang Ming's increasingly serious leftist mistakes. By March
1933,
the Japanese invaders had marched north and occupied Chind, the capital of Rihe province. Inspired by the anti-Japanese upsurge across the country, the defending Chinese troops stationed in areas north and south of the Great Wall rose in resistance. The
29th
Corps, commanded by Song Jae-won, fought a bloody battle against the Japanese troops in the area of Xifengao and Luoyang and won major victories. However, in early March Chiang Kai-shek, Generalissimo of the Military Council of the Kuomintang government, issued an order: those who talk glibly about resistance against Japan should be executed without pardon. He gave an order banning the anti-Japanese organizations, such as the Army of Volunteers and the National Salvation Corps, in all parts of Hebei province. Because of the concessions made by Chiang Kai-shek, in May the Japanese army easily captured 7 counties in Shahar province, including Duolun and Zanbei. After capturing the strategic passes along the Great Wall, the massive Japanese army went on to take Yushan, Tongzhou, and other places, encircling Beiping and Tianjin and thus capturing them easily. On May
31,
when the situation in Beiping and Tianjin was critical, the national government sent its representative to sign the Tanggu Agreement with Yasuji Okamura, the representative of the Japanese Kwantung Army, in Tanggu. The agreement stipulated, the Chinese troops would withdraw to the areas west and south of Yanqing, Changping, Kaolinng, Shenyi, Tongzhou, Xianghe, Baodai, Lintingkao, Ningxi, and Lu Tian would not advance across this line hereafter or commit any acts of provocation and harassment. 2. To ensure the implementation of paragraph E, the Japanese Army can make inspections by aircraft and other means at any time, and the Chinese side will provide protection and all conveniences. 3. If the Japanese Army has confirmed that the Chinese Army observed paragraph E, it will not cross the line for pursuing and attacking the Chinese Army and will return to the line of the Great Wall automatically.
225 226
4. The maintenance of public order in the areas south of the line of the Great Wall and north and east of the line mentioned in paragraph E is the responsibility of the Chinese police organs, and no organization of armed forces that may provoke the anti-Japanese feelings should be used in the police organs. According to this agreement, the Kuomintang government surrendered China's 4 provinces to the Japanese aggressors and opened wide the passage to northern China, thus paving the way for the avaricious aggressors to escalate the war. The signing of the Tang Agreement was another shameful betrayal of China, like the national betrayal and humiliation effected by previous unequal treaties, including the Sino-British Treaty of Nanking, the Sino-American Treaty of Wangzhou, the Sino-Franco Treaty of Whampoa, the treaties of Tientsin between China and Britain, France, the United States, and Russia, the Convention of Peking between China, Britain, and France, the Sino-Russian High Treaty, the Sino-British Treaty of Yantai, and the Treaty of Shimonoseki between China and Japan. According to statistics, between
1840 and 1949
China signed with foreign aggressors a total of more than
1100
such treaties of national betrayal and humiliation. The feudal governments signed these treaties, as did the national government. The old warlords signed these treaties, as did the new warlords. Chinese history of the last century has been like a sad melody or a mourning song so plaintive that one cannot bear to listen to it. Because of the sense of national peril caused by the large-scale Japanese aggression and the righteous indignation over the traitorous policy followed by the Kuomintang government, the people of China rose up in a renewed and militant anti-Japanese and anti-Chiang Kai-shek upsurge. The people of Siping, Tianjin, Nanjing, Shanghai, and other cities held rallies and sent open telegrams demanding that the national government declare war against Japan. The Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic and the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army published a declaration proposing that all armed forces conclude a truce agreement on joint resistance against Japan. In Zhangjiaka in Mav
19
Gen. Feng Tixiang, an important official of the National Government, sent an open telegram together with Feng Jinwu and De Longchang and organized the anti-Japanese Allied Army. By July of the same year, all Japanese and puppet troops had been driven out of Shahar province. In November the 19th root army of the Kuomintang, which had been sent from the anti-Japanese front in Shanghai to Fujian to fight the Red Army, together with the Fujian provincial government, started anti-Japanese and anti-Chiang Kai-shek activities. Logician, Chen Mingshu, Zhang Guanmei, CAIE Kai, and others were elected to form PTGN People's of the failure of the Fifth Counter-Campaign
227
which concluded a treaty with the Soviet Central Government on joint opposition to Chiang Kai-shek and resistance to Japan. In the face of the increasingly strong resistance to Japan, Chiang Kai-shek continued to adhere to his policy of putting domestic stability before resistance to foreign aggression, showing not the slightest repentance. He continued to make concessions to Japan, formulated a traitorous foreign policy of no severance of diplomatic relations, no declaration of war, no making of peace and no illusion of treaty, and talked volubly about the doctrine of friendship and good neighborliness, indicating his determination to apply sanctions against impulsive anti-Japanese idioms so as to show his good faith. Making great efforts to suppress the anti-Japanese actions, he first divided, demoralized, and suppressed Feng Yuxiang's anti-Japanese allied army. He concentrated 15,000 troops to launch campaigns of encirclement and suppression against that army. Feng Yuxiang was attacked in both the front and the rear and, very reluctantly, had to leave his post. The famous anti-Japanese general Ji Hongchang was eventually killed by Chiang Kai-shek. In November, Chiang once again concentrated 15,000 troops to attack the Fujian People's Government and the anti-Japanese 19th Route Army. By January the next year, Chiang Kai-shek had put down the 2-month-long rebellion in Fujian and Fort Li Jishan, Zhongguangnei, XIAOPIng Kai, and others to leave Fujian province. Meanwhile, although he had failed in his 4 campaigns of encirclement and suppression against the Central Soviet area, Chiang Kai-shek did not give up his attempt to kill all communists. In September 1933 he started his 5th campaign by concentrating 1 million troops and 200 aircraft to launch attacks on all Soviet areas simultaneously. Changing his previous strategy of driving straight in, he employed the new strategy of advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step in an attempt to reduce the size of the Soviet areas step by step, wipe out the effectives of the Red Army, fight a decisive battle with its main forces, and finally eliminate it in the Soviet areas. Having won victories in its 4 counter-campaigns against the enemy's attacks, and propelled by agrarian reform and economic development, the Red Army had expanded rapidly to 30,000 men before Chiang Kai-shek's 5th campaign began. The peasants in the Soviet areas had obtained land, so their revolutionary, militant enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Under these circumstances, it was more than possible to defeat the enemy in its 5th campaign. However, Boku and other leaders of the Central Committee continued to follow Wang Ming's erroneous leftist line and excluded Mao Zedong and others from the Central Committee and leading military posts. As a result, after a year of arduous fighting, the Red Army and the local armed force and the people in the Central Revolutionary Base area failed to repel the Kuomintang's 5th campaign, and the Red Army was forced to move away in October 1934. In late September 1933, when the 5th campaign started, someone new, 228, arrived in the Central Soviet area. He was the military advisor sent by the Communist International, a Sermon Lite. His original name was Otto Braun, and he was a native of Munich, Germany. He joined the Communist Party of Germany in his early years and went to Moscow to study in the Iran's military academy in 1928. In 1932 he was dispatched by the Communist International to Shanghai to serve as a military advisor to the Central Committee. In 1933 Lite left Beijing, passed through Shanghai, Shantou, and Fujian, and entered the Central Soviet area in late September. After he arrived in Ruijian, He served as an advisor to the Revolutionary Military Commission of the Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic. Thereafter, the Provisional Central Committee of the CPC relied on Li Tei to take charge of military leadership. In this way, Li Tei, a foreigner who had only studied military science in a military academy of the Soviet Union for several years and had no knowledge of China, especially no knowledge of the Central Soviet area, arrogated to himself all powers to command the Chinese workers and peasants' Red Army and control its destiny. As soon as he arrived, Li Tei let it be known that he opposed guerrillism, and he improperly required that the Red Army units be regularized and conduct positional warfare. Regular warfare relied purely on troops, quick strategic decision-making, and tactical protracted warfare, with fixed lines of operation and an absolutely unified command. These military principles were antithetical to the mobile guerrilla warfare that our army had conducted very skillfully in previous battles, and it completely disregarded the enemy's strength and the Red Army's weaknesses. These principles were mechanical, copied from military textbooks, and were nothing more than military dogmatism. Dogmatism had never worked in China, neither political nor military. When dogmatism prevailed within the party, it had only brought major setbacks to the revolutionary cause, as well as great defeat in wars. People wondered when the Communist Party of China, the Chinese or KRS and Peasants' Red Army, and the Chinese people were going to be able to correctly and independently control their destiny. In September 1933, Chiang Kai-shek concentrated 30,000 troops to start the fifth campaign against the Central Soviet area. In late September, enemy troops captured Lishuan in the northern part of the Central Soviet area and prepared to drive directly southward. Li Ich and others first practiced adventurism in the offensive. Hev directed the Red Army to launch attacks on all fronts on the enemy's strong positions and to recover Lishuan, engaging the enemy outside the Soviet areas. Ray ordered the Red Army to attack the enemy position at Xiaoshi, but that attack failed. Then they ordered the Red Army to attack XIAOPING. Once again, the attack failed. By then, the Red Army had landed in a passive position strategically and tactically. At this time, Mao Zedong made a bold proposal on how to conduct the military operation, but it was ignored. The failure of the fifth counter-campaign 229. In January 1934, the Provisional Central Committee of the Communist Party, with Bo Siu and others serving as the key leaders, convened the fifth plenary session of the Sixth Central Committee. The convocation of this plenary session was like adding frost to snow. It was an occasion marked by the culmination of the leftist mistakes. Leadership committed to the erroneous leftist line, which eventually resulted in the failure of the fifth counter-campaign, was consolidated. In the spring of 1934, 11 enemy divisions launched large-scale attacks. Because of the extremely erroneous military leadership of Li Tei and others, the Red Army continued to retreat and suffered heavy casualties. In spite of the Red Army's increasingly passive position in operations and its mounting casualties, the leftist leadership advocated dividing the Red Army troops to defend the passages to the base area. Thus constituted, they found themselves in a completely passive position. They intercepted the enemy in the east and attacked it in the west to cope with the pressing military situation. As a result, many Red Army soldiers died and the base area was diminished. Mao Zedong once again made a proposal that the main forces of the Red Army advance to central Hunan at once so as to draw the enemy troops to Hunan and wipe them out there. But his proposal was rejected by Li Tai and others once again. After a year of fighting, the fifth counter-campaign ended in failure. The hope for smashing the fifth campaign of encirclement and suppression vanished at last, and the Red Army had no alternative but to go on the long march, observed Marshal Lu Bachan of the situation in October 1934. The leftist Central Committee represented by Wang Ming suddenly changed the policy of relying on the base area and ordered the Red Army to leave the Central Revolutionary Base area without conducting thorough ideological mobilization among the cadres and the masses in advance. Li Vihan, who was serving as the director of the Organization Bureau of the Central Committee, recalled, after the Central Red Army failed in the Battle of defending Guangcheng, the enemy troops from all routes began to mount an all-out offensive against the heartland of the Central Soviet area. The situation was very unfavorable to us. It was impossible for the Red Army to defeat the enemy on interior lines. Bogu asked me to go to his office one day between July and August 1934. Pointing to a map, he told me, the Central Red Army is about to move away to Hongjiang in western Hunan to establish a new base area. You should go to the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee and the Guangdong Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee and tell them this. Zion. They should prepare to move away and submit lists of cadres who are to leave or stay behind to the Organization Bureau. Only on hearing what Bogu said did he know that the Central Red Army was about to move away. The Central Committee and local organizations, both military and non-military, secretly prepared for the long march. Only a few leaders knew about it. I knew 230. Only a little bit about it, while the masses knew nothing. Although I was the director of the Organization Bureau of the Central Committee, I knew nothing about the specific plan for the Red Army's movement. They also did not tell me the military situation in the fifth counter-campaign against the enemy's encirclement and suppression. To my knowledge, before the Long March, the Political Bureau of the Central Committee had not discussed this major strategic question that had an important bearing on the success of the revolution. Why did the Red Army have to leave the Central Soviet area? WTAT were the present tasks. W here V 反斜杠 O the Red Army go. No explanation was ever made to the cadres and the vast numbers of officers and men. Although these questions were military secrets that had to be kept, the necessary propaganda and mobilization also had to be conducted. Nai Rongzhen, the political commissar of the EST Corps of the First Front Army of the Red Army, recalled. Before the Long March, the EST Corps attacked Venfeng, Fujian Province, and was then ordered back to Rujin to wait for new orders. I and Lin Biao went back to Rujin one day earlier. Comrade Zhou Enlai had a talk with us, stating that the Central Committee had decided to make a strategic shift. He asked us to prepare secretly without telling the subordinates. He did not tell us where we were moving. At that time, the discipline for keeping secrets was very strict, so we did not ask more questions. Who was to leave and who was to stay behind were 反斜杠 of important questions in a major strategic shift. Li Vihan recalled. When he returned to Rujin, I started to organize formations for the Long March. According to the directive of the Central Committee, the organs of the Central Committee were organized into two columns. The EST column was also called the Red Star column. It was the leading organ as well as the general headquarters. Bo Siu, Luofu, Zhou Yanlei, Mao Zedong, Zuda, Wang Jixiang, Li Tai, and other leading comrades were included in this column.
注册商标符号
Deng Yingchao, Kong Kaking, the staff of the radio station, and the Cadres Corps were also organized into this column. The Cadres Corps had only a few men but strong combat effectiveness. It was actually the security force of the leading organ and played an important role in the Long March. The RD column was also called the Red Armband column. It was composed of the organs of the Central Committee, government organs, the Logistics Department, the Health Department, the Central Trade Union, the Youth League, and the stretcher teams, approximately 1,000 strong. The Central Committee appointed me commander and concurrently political commissar of the RD column, and Deng Fa deputy commander and concurrently deputy political commissar. Li Aicheng was the acting director of the Central Political Department and was also in the RD column. Two women comrades moved with the headquarters of the RD column. They were Cai Cheng, Chen Huiqing, Lao Qian, and Ah Jin. In addition, there was the Transport Corps. It had many porters, whose tasks were very heavy. The organs of the Central Committee did not have many documents or materials, but the organs of the failure of the fifth counter-campaign,
231
the central government had quite a lot. For instance, the central bank had large quantities of silver dollars, and the Ministry of Finance had quite a few Soviet bank notes as well as silver dollars. All these had to be carried by porters. The lithographic press for printing banknotes had to be moved, too. The logistics department of the military commission decided to move the machines for ordnance production, which had to be lifted by 7 or 8 people. Almost every department had to move its machines. The health department also had to move a lot of things. It was a truly large-scale house, moving. Before the Long March began, the question of which cadres were to leave or stay behind had not been decided by the Organization Bureau. The Provincial Part Committee made decisions on those cadres under its leadership and reported to the Central Committee. The party, league, and administrative leaders of the organs of the Central Committee, the government, the army units, the Communist Youth League, and the General Trade Union made decisions on the cadres under their leadership and reported to the Central Committee. In the army, the General Political Department made these decisions. For instance, the decision on Deng Xiaoping to go with the army for the Long March was made by the General Political Department. In October 1934, the army and the people of the Soviet areas were busy fighting the enemy and preparing for the strategy shift. They never anticipated that that moment was the starting point of an unprecedented heroic undertaking that would go down in history. The autumn wind was blowing, and the mountains and rivers were solemn and respectful. Clouds swept away by the wind flew past at low altitude. Beyond the clouds was the blue and boundless sky. According to an ancient song of China, the Yushui River is old when the wind is moaning and the warrior leaves never to return. More than 2000 years later, the autumn was still cold and the warriors had moved away. But the melody was no longer sad, the warriors would be back again. The villagers of the Soviet area saw their kinsfolk off with tears in their eyes, and their tears glistened with the yell, "Red Army, you shall be back again." The eyes of the Red Army fighters, ready and waiting to set off, filled with tears, and they vowed in their hearts, "Rujan, we will return. On October 10,
1934
the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the General Headquarters of the Red Army left the Red capital of Ruijin. The EST,
3D,
5th,
8th,
and 9th Corps of the Central Red Army, totaling more than
8,000
men, set off separately from Changting and Ningbo, Fujian Province, and the areas of Ruijin and Yadu in southern Jiangxi. The long march, the strategy shift that would go down in history, had started. The prelude to the long march and the Zunyi meeting. At the beginning of the
500
kilometer-long march of the Chinese workers and peasants Red Army, it was not called the Long March but a shift. The
500
kilometer distance was not predetermined. The Central Red Army intended to move away first to western Hunan to join forces with other units of the Red Army, the
2D
and 6th Corps, and then decide what to do.
星号
When the Long March began, the leadership of the Central Committee was composed of Bogu, the general leader of the work of the Central Committee, Li Vihan, the director of the Organization L Department, and Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Propaganda Department. The chairman of the central government of the Chinese Soviet Republic was Mao Zedong, and the chairman of the Chinese Soviet Central People's Committee was Zhang Wenshan. The chairman of the Revolutionary Military Commission and the commander-in-chief of the Chinese Workers and Peasants Red Army was Zhu De. The general political commissar was Zhou Enlai. The General Chief of Staff was Lu Bachun, and the Director of the General Political Department was Wang Jixiang. Li Tai was the military advisor to the Red Army. Long before, Mao Zedong had been made a mere figurehead. The Central Committee was led by Bogu, who carried out WTMG Ming's line and was under the control of Wang Ming. Military power was controlled by the military advisor Li Tai. Wang Ming had gone to Moscow thousands of miles away long before. WTTH the support of the Communist International, Wang Ming exercised his remote control over the Communist part of China and the armed and had taken the destiny of the Chinese Revolution into his own hands. TTE Central Red Army set off. Nai Rongzhen recalled. After October
16
TWIC units of the EST Corps left Kia Nation and Linghai west of Ruyin, bidding farewell to the masses in the base areas and crossing the Yadu River to begin the Long March. The sun was setting when we crossed the river. Like many other officers and men of the Red Army, he was very excited and repeatedly looked back, staring at the mountains and the river of the central base area and bidding farewell to the comrades in arms and villagers on the bank of the river. This was the place where I had fought for 2 years and 10 months. He witnessed how the people in the central base area had made their great sacrifices and contributions to the Chinese Revolution. TTC had given to the Red Army many of their fine sons and daughters. Most of the soldiers of the Red Army came from Jiangxi and Ptijian. The people in the base area gave the Red Army maximum material and moral encouragement and support. I recall all this with nostalgia. As the main forces of the Red Army left, the people in the base areas and the comrades who stayed behind were surely going to suffer cruel suppression and out.
232
The prelude to the Long March
233
rages at the hands of the enemy. This made me worry about their future. Parting reluctantly, I slowed my pace, but the low voice ahead saying, "Follow closely. Follow closely," prompted me to make the new journey quickly. The Red Army soldiers moving with the main forces would fight new battles and open up new battlefields, while those who stayed behind would be confronted with inconceivably arduous struggles behind enemy lines. Many of those who stayed behind persisted in the struggle and finally broke through the enemy's tight encirclements to wage new revolutionary struggles. However, many more died heroic deaths in the fierce battles and went to their eternal sleep amid the blue mountains and green water of the Central Soviet area. Father was in the Red Armband column, together with the Central Political Department, and started the long march with the main forces of the Red Army. If Father had stayed in the Central Soviet area, he would certainly have had a very different revolutionary career. Although there was only one destination at the end of each path, the outcome might have been entirely different. The autumn wind had just begun to blow, and the passes and mountains looked solemn. The large formations of the Central Red Army advanced west quietly and quickly. This important strategic action, of life and death importance to the Red Army, was directed by Li Tai, the military advisor sent by the Communist International. So many battle-seasoned generals of the Chinese Red Army, with rich experience in operations and leadership, were not employed. Instead, the destiny of the entire workers' and peasants' Red Army was controlled by an inexperienced foreign commander who knew nothing about China. This is nothing less than a tragic page in the history of the Chinese workers' and peasants' Red Army. Li Vihan's recollection was emotional. The entire deployment of the Central Red Army in the early days of the Long March was wrong and could be said to be a farce. The TWO columns of the Central Committee were in the middle and the EST column was in front of the RT column. On both sides of them were the EST and 3D Corps. They were the combat troops, the main forces of operations. The 5th Corps was the rear guard, and its task was to protect these two columns. In addition, there were the 22D Division and the 9th Corps, both of which were composed of new recruits. They were deployed at a greater distance from the two columns, also as rear guard. Their task was to contain the enemy. The several main corps were primarily to protect the columns of the Central Committee, to protect, in effect, the large-scale house, moving. Could mobile warfare even be discussed? IOW could have hit the enemy flexibly. Such a deployment tied our hands and landed us in a defensive position, and we suffered blows every here. Nai Rongzhen recalled.
234.
On starting off, the Red Star column acted really like a large-scale house, moving. The column brought with it all possessions, such as machines for printing banknotes and propaganda leaflets, printed leaflets, and paper and machines for ordnance production. Thus it became a very large and cumbersome formation. When it entered the paths in the Wuling Mountains area later, the paths were extremely crowded, and it was very difficult for the column to move. Sometimes it advanced only a few or 10 to 15 kilometers a day. Lu Bachan recalled. When the Long March began, the Red Army continued to suffer heavy losses because of the mistakes of flightism in military actions of the leftist line. After leaving the Central Soviet area, the 5th Corps of the Central Red Army remained to be the rear guard for protecting the whole army for a long time. It protected the mules, horses, and supplies as they moved west along the Guangdong, Guangxi, Hunan border. The whole army, over 8 万 strong, advanced over narrow winding trails in the mountains in great congestion. It often crossed over only one column in a night. We all felt very fatigued. The enemy troops advanced quickly on roads, so there were no means by which we could break away from the pursuing enemy. Levihan wrote in his memoirs, "To evade the enemy, we either marched at night or crossed over big mountains. When we could not evade, we had to fight reckless of." As the commander of the RT column, I did not know the military situation and just advanced according to orders. The Militar Commission issued orders to the Chief of Staff of the RT who then relayed them to me. He analyzed the direction of our march according to the contents of the orders. Some devs he thought we might climb a mountain, as we could not take the road for fear of an encounter with the NEMV. It turned out later to be true, we climbed a mountain. Because of the lack of mobilization and explanation before the long march, the situation on the march was very bad. I.e. formation was thin of scattered. Sometimes, when the advance troops set off, the rear guard just reached the campsites. We were tailed by the enemy almost every day. Many of us dropped out. Personnel in the collecting group, in charge of collecting sick and wounded personnel as well as those who dropped out during the march, increased considerably, whereas the number of troops was significantly reduced. Our red armband column was also thinly scattered. Only when it was unable to continue to bring things did the COLM discard them, burn bundles of banknotes issued by the Soviet Bank, and destroy the machines. He was deeply grieved to see young soldiers lying dead by the roadside. Because of the great reduction of its size, the Red Armband column was later reorganized into 3 echelons. Its training division was sent to the front for operations, and he, the former column commander, became an echelon commander. As we marched every night, we felt very tired and often dozed off while walking. We walked for almost 1 month and arrived at Wnmingsi near Rushan, Hunan province. We walked more than 500 kilometers, over 20 kilometers per day on average. The prelude to the long march 235. Although after the failure of the 5th Year campaign the main force of the Red Army had to move away, Chiang Kai-shek, enormously proud of his success, would not, of years, allow it to slip away. Therefore, as soon as the Red Army began to advance westward, Chiang Kai-shek established 3 blockade lines in an attempt to eliminate the Red Army completely on its westward advance. Not long after it left Rujan, and before it crossed the boundary of Jiangxi province, the Red Army encountered in the area of Ganzhou, Xinfan, and Angzi in southern Jiangxi the enemy's first blockade line, extending north to south. On October 21, the EST Corps had a skirmish with the enemy and fought the first battle during the long march. After 2 days of fierce fighting, the enemy troops retreated in defeat. The Red Army had annihilated 1 enemy regiment and captured more than 300 enemy soldiers. Under the protection of the EST and Sandy Corps, the columns of the Central Committee and the follow-up forces passed through safely. The Red Army continued to advance westward. The enemy's second blockade line was set up along Gaidong and Rushan, Hunan, in the Hunan, Jiangxi border area, and Chinkao, Guangdong, also extending north to south. The enemy expected to annihilate the Red Army in one battle. Around November the Red Army skillfully wiped out enemy troops by making surprise attacks and outflanking operations. By making a detour, the whole formation successfully broke through the second blockade line and continued to advance westward. The enemy's third blockade line was set up along the area of Chenxian and Yuzhang in southern Hunan. This line was strongly defended, and massive numbers of enemy troops pursued the Red Army from Jiangxi and Fujian. The enemy resolved to annihilate the Red Army there completely. In early November, under the effective command of Nai Rongzhen and other commanders, the EST Corps occupied the positions beside the Zhufeng Mountains on the left flank earlier than the enemy, and the 3D Corps captured Yuzhang, Ouyangtian, and other towns on the right flank, thereby covering the formation's safe passage through the third blockade line. The three blockade lines, which the enemy had boasted would be steel blockade lines, were thus broken through by the Red Army. After the main forces of the Red Army broke through the enemy's three blockade lines, Chiang Kai-shek immediately concentrated 40,000 troops to block the advance of the Red Army from three routes, swearing to annihilate the Red Army on the bank of the Xiangjiang River. Confronted with this fourth blockade line, the leaders of the leftist line were at their wits' end. They only ordered the troops to attack obstinately in a bid to break through the enemy's encirclement, resting their hope on joining forces with the THRD Corps. A fierce battle was fought for 1 week in the area south of Quanxian, Guangxi Province, and on the eastern bank 236 of the Xiangjiang River. They went so far as to employ massive numbers of troops to include rider type maneuvering operations on both flanks. Although the formation broke through the enemy's fourth blockade line and crossed the Xiangjiang River, it suffered heavy casualties, with a loss of over half of its personnel. After the Red Army crossed the Xiangjiang River, its troops dropped drastically in number from over 86,000 at the beginning of the long march to 3,000 in only 1.5 months, from when it set off in mid-October to when it crossed the Xiangjiang River on December 1. The Central Red Army was in a passive position the entire way. It was pursued, encircled, blocked, and intercepted by the enemy, and it suffered heavy losses. This harsh reality not only caused the loss of over half the personnel but also gave rise to suspicion and dissatisfaction among the troops. Flightism could only destroy the whole army. The many officers and men of the Red Army began to make anxious demands for a change in the leadership. On December 11, the main forces of the Red Army reached Daotong County on the southwestern border of Hunan and were ready to advance northward to western Hunan. The enemy had deployed massive numbers of troops to block the Red Army as it advanced to join forces with the THRD Corps. At the same time, it was using the QNC Army to pursue the Red Army on its rear flank. At such a critical moment, both CU and others willfully insisted on the Red Army making a northward advance to western Hunan to join forces with the THRD Corps.